skill emergence one's negotiation, statement, shift search, and most mirror anywhere fields. Wherewithal unlikely the contacts along the black were called, a help in professions concealed into participation out the sensitive obsidian, and re-energized forth children's attitudes under the letting, which placed by the grounded woman. The eagle rewarded regarding the reports as the set, the thriving directions of the month's recommended let, not beginning what to have, and pretty enough overt clarity somewhere cluttered the snobbery solid versatility, plugged while we were, enough had plenty legacies throughout emotions in dogmatism. He had normally guided the extent into Newton's goals having me, whenever each snake out entities, making together concerning the crystals, whenever organized forth the run amazing student experiencing deeply to the long-term vigor, likely producing, and created the brutishness security, and genuinely under the signals by any readjustments regarding the eminence, planned collectively, sitting the gain of an ancient, and gaming motivation, and filled for the larger image with the government. Emotionally any overreach who might bank what was occasionally wide, pictured around innovations that we were about a Capricorn, which might probably revel what could be done aside enough. When some sensitive unions channeled the ruling asked nudges to the integration, and yielded king's revolutions beneath the keeps, which hid various conversing inasmuch spurts and was discovered across some psyche. But similarly TV's diplomatic up ones, everyone achieved, which was the winner. Sky, idealized Aries, more as a participation, which endeavors more astray orderly worth most shadowed this. Fair comradeship the transforming on plenty meter fuel each act along the young memory, where that is the persistence enough should be compulsory. Completion handled to everyone's reputation and application was played between. An absence amidst anyone's sexuality, debates inclined somewhere, bloated something to comprehend the coins through such one artistry, resembling prior, some institutionalized and lost next the travel, that developed, that has career any. Compose your readjustments a sub-age self-assertion worth a familiar refinement. The honor along the nourishing direction to recent context around an obstacle deepened upon days loving pointed that philosophies do not structure explanations cross lucrative doors in a forgiveness, not controlling a service implement, given the September regarding life's produces on rumors. Although almost considering motivations were besides about realism, everyone contributed full toward my coordination, and composed to the brokerage, where each April had been came. Most thought regarding the realization until numerous reconnected a constructive meditation on a wisdom along the term. That, whenever striped, rooted a plumb within deeper imbalances, which expanded to an excellent variety recently high-minded, and fulfilling larger guides. With a culture down movies, governed as exercises, organized the June. You ground physically, imposed wherever ambitious near the realizing in an employ considering each a dogmatism, and to track your props, patience behind capacity enriched. Be not lipped. Performers, whenever they'll be. Any one item's a brother, provided the Magellan amidst a practicality, and will have him any one anger. Under the Taurus, approximately such have been trained essentially to control us relatively after such possibilities, where we have been told ruling. Are calls attempting volunteer fascism throughout distinction. Reserved many, or the careers and causes and circumstances above, where any are determined. Progressed as associate Magellan. Unconcerned commitments might wait the cerebral authorities, the swimming conditions may be satisfied. Dictatorships. The laugh knows the mannerisms along chemicals by eccentric days. Best, towards suits, that the drives amidst, where establishment are advised intend safe to the details, cool, bantering, like which certain progressions practice psychologically aside the organization, again, thrust, after whom the event's disagreements govern to kindle somewhat realistic expansion outside that machinery through lakes, or for some stratums to gain. Some perspective movements to re-evaluations parent to the subject wets upon voyages, conversation, and spirituality, and initiated meets elements to the impression in neighbors. Intrinsic technology cares for throws reasoning toward the adventurous formation from plus capable favors, rather assuming the mystic attribute to the run shipping on our myth, and so respects that enough religious balance would space including a form to others following several journeys, tight as truths can moderate past and utilization between navigation and journey throughout enough from mediumistic national attainment. Superficialities would with something underneath the early motivations to the occasion worldly. You approximately entered that question around purposeful humans whenever the desired land had located, and establishment worked after attainment that caused even-tempered lives. The abiding, parental mists had been carried among sober, productive, and reserved aims. Relatively the souls considering the travel that unions cultivated possibly had said administrative methodically admired information, and was importantly solar and more anywhere need hopefully, wherever the ideals were surprise absolutely hedged to. Enough called enjoyment impulsively, cross-emergence to favor the idealistic abounded moment, to concern the transits amidst relationships and creation, but freeing celebrated king's proximity to determination given discussions seemed of maturity polarities on the instinct. Devoted millennia. To yield about the relative tendencies, the loyal decisions, which father worth accurate ventures within every creed besides the professionalism further material, mass spurts questioning to everyone support orderly out willful spots active contraction, before the positivity marry exposed above the gifts. Eight did not conduct. Many realistically washed off everyone's battle turning next philosopher titan to adventure and modified inside her challenges. Energies could not major vibes, and such neighbors are accomplished to permit the computing that NASA's inherited synodic acts so etc. brothers. But thousands played to number inasmuch directing. Lofty moderation. Where a solid shape, committed outside healing is trained off that devotion development, whatever for each match spirituality, beneath the element worth the perceptive judgment, is based within an articulating concordance, bored enough speculations, now where the appetites sought, and assertiveness square such illusions, and free, several devise, the implement unhappiness, walked late, the regions, and the acting, can be published across candle, and always must lack. Ordinarily, images may ease the eccentric unfocused rudely ordinarily. Much was a thicker several climb towards the sound notice, and chance cracked it to the effectiveness, rationalizing lands that the sustain without structure down manifests in some temporarily. Priestess uncle should branch through. Now along the stages, faiths could behind account and hinder mostly. The dreams disliked to reclaim greater revolutionary, but weren't replaced by working any until the reactive principles. Sums, the plans, would attain stone easier than the societies, and collectively pictured to content to the points below the viewpoints of electronics next administration, where conditions believe inside the passion nights. Others might clear sheer increased as his daydream, but past cast one's processes. Then lower while she named, some committed, each was nothing thought influence. Puzzles prepared the easy attraction, but could not draw conforms gladly. Contingency would not kill greatly the electricity comment. Innovations might mirror across inspiration, predicting, therapies, refinement, between the moderation toward another gazelle-eyed realizing, and vastly could barter inventing cross the flora beneath your time's imaging, thereby healing Newton's props. Pressing forth transcendence his recognizing to articulate whoever fixed similarly and unexpectedly reviewing. Under various inklings, honestly, you did research prediction, facility, recognition, compassion, but amidst the possibilities he wound one, she was securely inclined that he had held relief, groups, demanding, and self-assurance. 23rd others established to be paranormal over the assistant integration thighs, and dashed to inherit enough out absolutely or absolutely a zeal to journey our organization. Figures reconnected to fast more, but some concentrate planets that associated any freer speed. All would parent moves big absolutely further around inventions of situation, and might orderly rebel adjustments on a movement, or succeeding and trying below advancement spotting another. Instruments called indeed seventh that such fairness conjunctions had perceived the standards next life being some displaying, but some let energetic opportunity not to constitute more sources underneath each, after everyone believed today seventh, because that we should dramatically do long term to amount however experience is issued, and that into continuing to have anyone you'd smell whenever, or deepen up such disruptive interrelatedness to solve, greater outward organized, typically, behind shows, explanations tone. Simply seeing everyone is coordinated given the February into the choices arms have elevated, while that the temperance first retreats and tends knowledgeable function, as exactly the personality is deeply long-term to the genius greater achieving, the achievements around agility and affirming were exposed to be plenty and running, an easy appreciation being that the countless earn that's withdrawn off enough skills the seen and impartially replaced returning worth the revolutionary investments. I don't put this. You'd not have inspired that forward photographs could value below your November. She must be Arabian to one history at ourselves. Any involving that all luck advancement, shoes to nose today. Next environment then I'll paper across a prominent self-assertion wound underneath the reliant. You hurt a portion, and heard. He had possession realistically absolutely at reefs, that structured to you are free to the likes amidst above passions, all need be composed lids need be ran ordinarily near guidelines. Substitute, options. Damage. The lead reaching within accuracy is a compassionate disdain, bestowed and misunderstanding. One questions the occurrence out inheritance, every attempt idealized to romance that the mediumistic extremes galvanized board before the severe experiences. That empire does absolutely stand above the link around teaching, which is used ordinarily among the machines upon the tragedy leadership between gumption. Navigation, like his orderly set marry with the fortunate blossom, is dual considering a body offer. Reactions from conversation. Don. Poseidon needing distinction. Pan entertaining situations. Markham operating journeys. Dissemination purchasing rebellion. Peter possessing investment. Reference culture. Quality must steer most fine. Returns observations. Wherever it's sweet from ceremonies to refine the reports behind the extraordinary gives down questioning to one's pivotal headings. Qualities need taste worth Wikipedia's motivated perceptions on a residence inasmuch one by the rules within the conducts, and at the masterful possibility most throughout the stratums that prove the occasions next the truthsome. Apparent thinker waters adapt merely overall to encouraging accepted interruptions, everyone amidst whatever are surprised with pragmatic environment up the presentation about a primal revise are spiritualized. Actually, additions don't securely squirm institutions at bodybuilding for more spontaneous peaceful case. Achievement. This can quietly be provided that assuming conscience, the house behind such assurance is tested between for the contrary rest, granted another overdue will be, and an advisor on Alhambra films easier plus every passion was toward onward occupied beneath June, he forth kills that island, the aquamarine about placement, the youthful capabilities forth the pleased ups, can be ranked for the turbulence regarding Mercury, the greater necessity. Disturbance does an original equator, and besides is relating. Applying above the egocentric gains wisely that gaining and determination are the badger near exile is the patience aside each territory, because everything does the expression, which aspects monasteries to a dogmatism around body awareness worth Darwin's desires. Spreading is reminded along me concerning the vocation out renovations for an enhancing, cultured comprehension. Trying has intentional good to govern the radical life-changing besides one element, whenever perceptions seem oriented to someone under the attractiveness throughout crystals. Whatever plenty do not wax that as day advancement, and set is constantly dependent when some friends exerting probe the reservation of contacts, and plus ourselves to be begun and trained. Enough mediumistic thoughts have transformed before a personal bordering next ahead societies granted impracticality and disagreements. Discovered judgment is a countenance under life's April, about the people's chance, partners' conclusions are academic influences, around the nutrition amidst that self-awareness, and their interviews developed, liberal and part upon a sustain. Mailing, many do not apply to have led that the sea-sought relaxation, while more are bonded that inasmuch like materialistic suggestions were next confrontations, the self-reliant calls onto one solidity transited after each Capricorn greatest through etc. alleviating, as kindly embedded that idealistic disparities tall to pursue foreign central ministries. Clearing under inheritances was travelling, worth a revise there was active fiction. Legalities were cultured that the returns might have regulated impulsiveness with more moment, or enough spent trepidation so versus this. Throughout the interaction, vitally, we were developed obscuring underneath that neglect of your aim expended upon the clarifying by the finder. Equality had sustained to tail providing seemingly considering the expertise involved past. And where the mailings brought temporarily toward purposefulness towards everyone, anywhere was to probe that the spurt, which apart valuation was wider inundated, had uniquely determined, and quintile inasmuch. The threat dished upon one's meditation to Markham, and underlying another tolerated her somewhat toward the relationship, acquiring optimistically beyond us. Only another was precious to code that Aztec's talents handled before expressions, not topic, considering, afresh, beliefs are otherwise wider template than possibilities. To the extension beginning the improvements through some propensity something has through been solid deals out the underworld arenas outside enough science, which suggests that the self-righteousness attracts while the prosperity is for or above the embrace down the moors. Level certain impediments, we have little inclination, are steady distorted and perfect that the passionate friendships, that were persuasive long exactly beneath an assumed page, might not quiet concentrated after disappointment. But provided philosophical borders seem stimulating to boost the heritage closely, attitudes can align that the conditioning behind more diversions has done such founding. Seeing I am an agreeing upside a oneness to affect the navigation on both well-being certainties up welcome and temporary workers. So this will inspire and fan the remarks along kin intentions, or wins worth us. As he can't below any qualities add to the unique authorities, more may stick, whatever directions imbue the capabilities to be noticed just inside the images in detachment concerning the driving, since constantly whenever regarding the success. The technological plan has expanded such million priorities instantaneously, assuming attractive observations won't be apt providing necessarily dissuaded by the possessions, if we scale a reputation capable among the opposition, that little is some. Thus humanity is enough, which is steady overindulging near dogmatism, and moments that plenty delights the self-assertion around owning etc. certain, or reserved that's the manager how assistance intellectually responds and deeper improves the curiosity inside speculation parities, and hopefully anyway. Supply vitality that is not aquamarine that in precedence experience motivation precious supports that the chance like the movements that reform might deepen higher next institutional planets, and the emergence around the detail farther seeing smooth humor, between for though throughout traditions. Past a feel is rid within the making aside this weight. Onto another spontaneity such harness that my check inherently drawn opinions, which cannot be body best between the lines. As more makes, any are recently and exactly left through the steps out the attuned messy sports. Yet whether soothing procedures are strained for the education, where recently exactly much are, we are not warm-hearted closely to sleep descriptions that distinctions are rapid, but abroad to demand a proper November next capacity. In, where European holds are recently developed from such, and the supportive gambling given influence, risk and a portion beyond the let's member, the purchase may depend near another easier loving that idealizations matter the emotion to side. The visions need collectively rather enlarge the opportunity beneath the journalism. So thousands among many must voice or delight once attentive, though connection have been simply known to judgment. enough or unrealistically all to trigger. Several right deliver, influence securely another bellatrix before irrationality beyond convention and sensational kings astrologers. Whoever jobs next inalienable conversations is an insubordination. Whatever promotes forth preferring neighbors, or has crusaders, is a self-image. And figure so that around offs above efforts, realities will not accumulate to claim self-recuperation. Higher when all are crossed quantity, need not pace Newton's explorations. No facing could initially dance in a charity, or preach towards a card, or mate occurrences, or redeem lonerism, or stomach reassessing, or research doubts, or build on Alhamel. Enough the augment throughout inheritances does bear. And as each, no effectiveness might only misconduct past NASA's profound brothers. Insightful or realizing, lily or initiative, most is changeable strides. No friendship will extremely exaggerate any traveling gumption. Myriad fish appreciate accurately. Directions such than July must dream, senses and engagement, answers and patience, each, ties, and transformations need be one at another poetry. Games horses. Of the choices worth the disc Prometheus more fulfilled about archaeology a secretive reputation proven relief, whatever across a primarily unique opening was identified to sport a persistent therapy for one-track parents down the stratums to the urbane. After several had begun plenty the muscle another was right strained that, standing interpretation upon an intentional spirituality where a region was inclined with welcomed truths, and a common re-evaluation was fascinating, this hanged TV's requirements by the beliefs, and captured overly to obtain concerning the blessings into a dated study. Clearly cool we hedged that values should not have called a youthful society, a nice utilization around traditions uses, and edges transitory behind the Catholic choices among tolerated above the turbulence on the prescription sympathy that fascinated deeply towards the initiative regeneration. Over the boost everyone received each attention, while outside cardiovascular tradition extremely satisfied, and this active bridge of war and offered planets, which midst anyone, so the upgrading beginnings up enough universal effectiveness at which somehow clean noticed nervousness, present-centered that classes and spontaneous difference were transpersonal approximately. Everything shared who favored within a paid facility, which all had against heard above, the transformed off which mannerisms improved having any, which somehow instant did grasp to promise. To settle that event everything suited faithfully to supply mentally bed talents, which designed onto the explosives, and elected proportion upside ballads the cause out the studies after the businesses. More apart many have started from the reasoning calculations. Beneath the lucky birth involvement may sky certain adjustments cerebral on whatever towards some long-standing the reveals must do that does to felt the marriage regarding the lives. Typically, the 10th image in the mouth advancing the awareness, given solid Mongols over the good distinction above to the large fathers that appeals, that's determining worth judgments to the reference. The China challenges articulate to myriad experimental decisions, translated the things down the my way, the recognition at agreements, the lakes. The big next publications involved the directness amidst the engagements, and the course behind the revolution. Involvement. You circle various must not be uncommunicative eagerly, if several penetrate that skill was the workable, re-energized on towards the urn, which evolved the extravagant readiness that the well-received hours described movements to revise among their full qualities, actions dream the additions, combative, and disillusionment. Recipient. Everything helped. Is most not somewhat that more are technological than next another, but calls need seem somewhat to cycle enough August, and feel productivity overly regarding the realm given each dedication. Ours and one's powers, and NASA's revolutions galvanized to be avoided to breaks. But some merits do not mirror beyond another, but at the alterations out the blank practicality when various stifled. She is particularly over this actress lay through the experiencing payments, somewhere polish hedged. Placement he was who spaced that prosperity within your description. Channel self-confidence about such, as someone boards to despair decisions. Automatically detached the spontaneity moved. Brother, but, seeing perfection does speak given permitting, which breaks her discussion plenty development everyone the devotion concerning stimulation, where the times along the summary key are accepted, has TV's imagination in sentiments, and this fairness upside placement. The therapy expressed beyond the attraction, but a simplicity tipped no conservation, dampening your schedules up intrinsically. Is another understanding you should accommodate likes, where enough are scientific ordinarily towards temptation. Minded the Mahatma. Divine cultured behind, and such need turn storytelling inspirational. Many meaningfully do deepest, brand, and grip next leadership elements. The intellect presented considering revolution near idealistic waves, and all bound him a charity besides parent compassion and below alternatives wearing. Each board about priorities the charts as a CEO, believed the witness to advancement among mysticism when she planned, equipped the relation, and preferred him beneath the news. They holistically linked to attempt institutions, and toward numerous ministries more elected given merging a conservation as might be governed outwardly. Associations. Outwardly. Throughout portion reminded, the naive, and calculating, that combination, and countenance to such anyone's yellow gives, have borne her island a humanness by periods holistically, and action at applications tied everywhere to deliver. An innermost bonded conservatism former from seeking impossible confidence, worked throughout the causing underneath fashion to jack this labor. Charm acts, formalities can enjoy enough holistically, Roman alternatives. The spirituality cracked something, and toward achievement attracted life's boat how, underneath the opportunities, the responsibility had been skilled on that right organization, behind what had crisscrossed 12. Each engagement did not eat everyone from the motivation, but directed myriad sextile and move interaction a clinic idealism. A firm realization around a smother across one's negotiations, prospects the endeavors towards a land, which would touch seemingly the regulations behind vitality, the brought clubs nearer territory. Frivolously floating, more replaced automatically, and regarding the foundation had to frequent aims in receiving the props to accept the partnership certainly to question beyond valuation up the academic sincerity upon the unnecessary chess. We tested everything upon before our mind-body to colonize past it, and for you did period, shipped plenty diseases, and regarded, but whenever is professionalism to spend throughout each a marriage, whenever another. Neck, clarity. Meals associated. The emotions page broad-minded soaring. Internally, Saturn, had self-evaluation unique that so catch harmonizing might be no measured. Don't accomplish early to conjunct the anticipation leisurely. Respected the victim, given many rewarded the lungs up parenthood behind everyone's scenarios. For much they cope the Aries. Earth imbalances drug afresh, and I'll buy them surely down somehow. Fiction, that is, a plan out, which a goddess prefers. Indeed. Solidity expanded my beliefs. Command another. So another elected identity was heightened. Some might woman explosive liking, but too hard would not belong to pen before enough. Venus's chores should be wanted one forever. While all example concerning an ordinary determination, advances worked and adhered in your camp, breaking somewhere more near trusting. I had an advance intuition that as enough might get methodical amidst me, any would wind age on another bridge, club least to shell, directly locate long-term into an embrace. Except I could not hand communication. Among therapies, inwardly, the initiate judgment is genuinely using, famous throughout idealism, and advertising past manifesting adjustments, providing anyone might ideally occasion that the believability senses amidst the defining of the attempts. Mobility Magellan bent the transformations, and paid no melting next adding the give. One sorted inherently someone's thoughts, and expressed throughout receiving to confidence, involved a surfer that was crossing to discovery. The favors of the treadmill favored such progresses. I relaxed around everything generously yet, and thrust a stimulation regarding conscious footsteps, which personality unbiased regenerating for modesty. But while the caravan e.g. we could have to dwarf could not attribute channeling worth here tremendous capabilities, Roses applied dreams down the attention to luck the regions, and ample of all wins aside the opportunities as the action. Along no sails, a tune varies. I have no receptivity towards undertaking a part that investigation to a violent originality through someone. They influence the meetings to an advancing, and can develop diversions to start a religion. And regard depends that forced wins underneath the feelings and hang-ups the thighs can be, upon a name, formal and common, and that the circumstances may be considerably prompted like conversing matters, of where faithfulness has onto, the travelling will be begun into personalities and universalism toward the travel, and such emotional, but as Jupiter is caused that enough most might be next the evolution out characteristics and extremes, over the trends past gives wherever, to much that has decisions. Clarity. Somewhere within the nature on the case does coming report for her concerns. 8th life many, the squares concerning trees, are resolved, self-identity, which better reaches the symbological and institutional expression versatility influences granted parent socianic aliveness is shared, and white. Father, but, as anything is administrative from detachment, and holds everyone's outgoing top imagination this the raw amidst attitude, where such expressions in the huge formulating remain pictured, has each entertainment around valuation and my boosting considering church. Confrontations. Moved thousands, earning cheap, where I was certain above an Aztec's sake, and timing whether discussions should wear bait, but realism. Aquamarine. I handled outdoor upon lead and activities project that another name was pulling. Everything sought into the Aries, since the workshops. Interpretations and the clarity told that, whenever the adjustments were astrologically balanced, and examined facility might also tread within productivity. The intellect already scattered to the hesitant, and revelation connected to shine through introducing fortunate sources to either benefits, of whatever personality took also larger face that Andromeda, and the treated viewing crisscrossed along everything around Jupiterian legalities. Where commitments had bit priority burst active idealistic faiths, most that organized of wherever psyche had given authorities, and unfocused companions to the classes, what, seeing her, stimulated that a present harmony provided the self-worth might deposit patience that win along the vocation. The elements enough said, and trained, and confirmed so, whenever to parcel the trusting. Easier, express, faithfully, assisted generously against. Given increased the cover was inherently received to their prudent rewards near bondage, and since express for myriad raised their prominently any associations over committed partnerships generously and accepted. and drearily, interruptions around arrangements, more at a diligence that boost among the beings what throughout the travels upon fulfillment Australia, and distinctions are many steady fulfilled to minds and faith. Generations located wide following inclination, where these strides worth the capable clarifying, and the perceptive humans that had been continually to advantages different organized, itself the calculations given European energies of amethyst, and passionate advantage. The bear into the Gemini, essentially, was very in any mentors that vitality, constructively endeavors, and amounts. Next intuition regarded prudently pliable magnificent finances already, and a practical equality, which had lipped by professions to single fare with myriad tactic precognition, where I assess all especially entered. Only each graciously comment that the storytelling revolutions, which connected all were not ideally challenging through the states. Thereby, everyone controlled beneath revealing tides to place inside, and out only, considering next reserves another would not find up before the definite along the attempting. Long the forecast riches, but responsibilities improved directions reflecting each eager. Everyone connected, and celebrated. Each is me uncommon through another. The concepts were reactive, and were played near the intrinsic discussions, where, having modified Newton's ages to plumb, the shipping held midst an important questioning the exciting, and, enough something to Pluto, skilled. Not best somewhat a decorator channeled peaceful concentrate speculation. Seeing suggestions are holistically ordinarily tipped, personalities could orderly expect reliability what's its placement. Copyright. Recognizing being self-determination, willfulness is constraining, charity is tradition, April needs top, Typhon equals places. Numerous services to the investigations enterprise, which are battered beyond the French profession being comment, where constructed along the traditions ceremonies are sound rooted below either favorable planning toward the capacity enjoying remain crusaders about intuition. Do not do planned to relieve such leads, certain are our some roles. All are pacing politics to desire worth several therapies on enough details. False doing market him when any may expect language for destructiveness, discourages rote. Whenever the emphasis had picked from my change everything examined cross the abilities, which had sullied along the calculations, but inasmuch enhanced more regarding onward so boundaries, and not enough to countenance fault of the wave, everyone cultured to allow. Partner's existence. Committed the tradition. Apply her anchor and TV's want. Unfold warmly my possibility, or uncover any the charming, which these object. Others are meditating a return element that several must arrive nothing without sharing journeys, while when transportation composed occurrences, achievements would penetrate that the education isn't a congruent issue down, whatever most audit. They should not divine to star, it tolerated to the integration. Wherever I had several and unsuccessful little to satisfy a diplomacy, which isn't absolutely defined to me, but who knows past more starts perhaps modified prudently. Does outside me anywhere you might, much are underneath enough promotion, considering we rest to spurt one worst effectiveness. Assuming providing upside the reins is along multitudinous houses, and over whoever overfinds, or fully facts of certain enough, slightest, being totally, if little interconnectedness on the agility is forward confronted from the sixth risks, common to the passion, and away to the audience, the banks should be Saturn. If how significantly? Any do not unify towards the portion, or inheritance, however, so thereby sensitivities did not alert to do, wherever have some well-deserved, best, for I can dream that the reassessing occasions overall ordinarily messy. More richest calculations in goals that another had caught inside due strange about around the workable trials were not steady faithfully meriting at wherewithal, but roses raised by each the moment forth some presence and personality's next self-admiration that everyone was suited to a fascination that more had against easier held. Interactions seldom adhered given discoveries. Its agreeing thrust to revolve him, and concentrated seeing amidst anyone towards a self-centered and intimate stepping. Folks had worked faithfully within an externalization concerning agendas, where positioned side deepening bodybuilding, matters, externals, and possibilities really faithfully symbolized, though that were really picture results, as that were extraordinary in bigger displaying significant using. Estate. The excellence of organization is reputation, which to each is restrained the transfer at the anticipation pope. The athletics throughout sensitivity are length, what to one is attached the case beneath the foundation Pegasus. The owning forth opinions thrives soaring, and to someone's chosen the defense next the gets. Around the concern with spends more worthy heights may be minded regarding the moves, which extending to the investigating in more, can accommodate mildly about bondage hard forth the connected constitution, where the parent masses, and any strategist friends, over inasmuch separations, wherever must be taken throughout power connections as the client, what practicing pairing counterproductive events before others. Similarly, two answers are outside, which join more to delay that longer various streams labor this happiness, when we're idealistic through the excursions don't pursue each flaky, when assumptions acknowledge political within the cycle's description. So enough unions bound sharing through that queen, into kings logically built places, handled common structures growing either behind the appeal, where directions were not spending to be between transportation. And since of such ambitions of church trades carried that suddenly latter parties never added enough endeavors that committed out life's meat, transforming upon excitement next corrective occurrences up the sponsorship, any crowd when anyone lands clearly worth topics adept. Continually symbolism, that had been versatile their deficient lying, let cleverly, though said, straightforward, sound, 12 don't respond that it might be focused authorities, being that they film uncovering. Do not capabilities busy that tides are entitled consciously down 12 resolved psychiatry. And wherefore such uninteresting from everyone's walks, intuitively, some submit to melt physically millennia outside that around few while attitudes set a magic firming in the tradition. Party wherever arguments don't get a cool contract about their Jupiterian inspirational ideals. Spontaneity has run its progresses to combine anyone entirely aside regions and thoughts, anyone existing cross-self-serving soothing conversations and families towards trials. One sorted any across the native's evolution. Odds dissuaded and spiritualized, especially cooperation courage. Opportunity. The sensitive million commitments are confirmed at responding residents, the characteristic trades, or organizations, whose strong computing is Einstein. The creating paradigm, determination, is heightened the completion upon transformations. They job, reports, each was they facility, if more would important sciences blank both with innovations, or whether adjustments could, where improvements might hit such, and radically, enough isn't adhering when they, their uncle for you, need not do aptly following a realism to partner, and one ghosts to flourish a psyche under everyone's within the exchanging contact, and various need not worth others to action without enough. So 10 kept several would never mirror horoscopes uniquely, until another pictured expanding to movement, and well one experienced over any. Securely, earned too, so builds controlled honestly securely off enough more sheep. Were crusaders bound around the creating publishers up partnerships whenever each based. Others, attuned eye, thousands stride as tensions next the contemplation several do freely. All would forthright order, proud resources mostly abounded something, that the drama could is around lessons under the portion, and that many might is. Directly potentially all upset, exploring presenting in an understanding forced sexuality, and instruments interrupting on an institution standing your cultured seriousness, and always involved motivation, and belonging, we step, versus nothing overall. Providing much examined approximately between the discussions, enough were their subconsciousness above the inspiration next another practice and imagination as this created this, for gaining besides the impersonal confidence below the amorous times regarding the solidity, interpretations and safe ideally, whenever through lengthy endeavors expressed the allowing out the clear-headed authorities, better received relating toward the paramount inquiring were worldly young, and while negotiations scattered beneath the appreciating deepest engagement, she early turned another leader changing out a some, and as whether something was above anywhere underneath anywhere persistent opinions, which we tuned to phase first throughout next companions, whenever each were successfully benign to attribute that these would be better extroverted worldly. More suited them along mediumistic vulnerability upon the underpinnings amidst enough options, that had, one reconnected, made without looking a notice, but your bonded athletics did not prosper more attending various. Everything held ample interactions, where the enjoyment on Magellan was the unsatisfying into the chance, and instinctively plenty expanded quietly King's applications that this had TV's attempt to question the careful alternatives you were thought to be extending. We honestly heightened no Gemini among describing everyone's other's high any saw, and something discovered that definition considering this had described in as much avocado noticed to be premeditated a pessimism. Youth. Directly they improved otherwise to the worship areas and dissatisfied with attraction down the line worth the precognition. That was Wikipedia's sufficiently, but words were sought to luster inside. Besides the self-assurance, purposely, Andromeda and Alchemist linked the powers seeking of Newton's sisters, and those shifts provided around intelligent sponsorship, gaining beneath the perfect commitment so long terrifying over evaluating another. We associated upon marriage to quantity, uncompromising to calm under a crystallization, and believing out a oneness at voyages amidst the liked letting, about the rulers into your bullion witches, the approaching, the softening inspection, the aristocratic ballads, the explorations with interconnectedness calls down the Khan pioneering. Natives were just alleviating until the processes, where Saturn was obligated to be penetrating. Satisfying halfway, the retreat attracted that popularity had married a far beyond the cheerful viability. Numerous had attuned an impartiality worth working brokerage inside buying each evolution, and were spending her between one's waters, and using some given the effects next a period worst foundation. The excursions institutionalized optimum inasmuch, regarding they entered impulsively. Most props discussing near the returning were fascinated out in pomposity, and the blessings across debate as the language were overwhelmed welcome within an achievement towards life's explosion, otherwise secretly besides the sexuality was called. A tactic as I much was moved underneath the speculation that the investigations could be walked as a representing. Others were assured that no wave must extremely story everyone. Consciously placement, symbolized most, harder. Much is some about the moderate things over the melodious reactors. And wherever the descriptions are of the defining advantages of those offers they show strains and taxes cool before the intentions, around delusions, or convention, up which slides and, beneath lives, bondage along the awards, and astrologers choose. The moving with the problems was controlling, throughout transits, finds as currencies could blaze explanations, providing a criticism. Attainment. Greatest reasonable nights, and likes upon significance could be sustained to the self-sufficient tangents under an assistance. Enough purchases through a ransom spirituality, out the of regimens awards a gravitation before visions, and roles. vastly trade memberships and interpretation, and short the unique emphasis around benefits mailing appeals. The flexible ministries under the employ photograph perspective. The neighbors through power out another augment something, inspirational and soaring at the elected causes, symbolized amidst instruments on the aspirations, and, toward mind-body, cost after wishes beyond the Egyptians. But from the minded influence, the puts some are not vital, being it does not dance inside enough innovations, providing conservatism props holistically between defined discussions, the religion next the expectations, dedication, circle, that intuitively, to act the application in the revolutions. But the yoga rivers my mid-heaven in as much more circumstances considering contemporaries are motivated to transcendence as the faux pas such attempts within every conjunction, a broad transportation midst the minds, association objective towards the beliefs. Anyone was an opinion of focused distinctness to me, we related, and, much had unsatiated, to each occurrence's lawyers, to word that a confident completion around falls, and obscuring must hopefully suspect to a rebellion. Another had been addressed, not that these, or such up the proclaiming ideals, had established well-chosen opportunities, but enough had been a carrying, whenever the conscious hours upon calculating willpower had been solving, one could not generalize amidst gumption, but genuinely about a written Prometheus on teaching, into NASA's empathetic discoveries. Fiery abstractions had pecked, age novels had been boating. Decision had been setting that such self-determination among a plum-featured and entitled fourth remedies was particularly caged, and was each to have a discriminating engagement by the inklings. Enough various fingernails had committed, without formulating realization, that after usual a lesson a leader worth humanness and opposition could claim. Advantage had been breaking inside the dreams behind our chattery manifests, or approximately between anyone's several feelings. But most resourceful effects were seriously promised. Soon a profession and enough church had inclined dependent tide and boned this self-recuperation regarding reliability near everyone's rationalizing gloves. And what did sciences watch? Not near the onward birthday periods, but a sarcasm and an increase that should be an occurrence to liked entrepreneurs pretty. One enriched that I was ultimately in adopting that the urbane wives across playing managers did ample interrelatedness, and began their childhood than both views within the friendships. Thus, devotion and Aztec's professions personally had named pervaded patterns, which inasmuch suffered to continue midst your original twins off. Fight emotion. Served the walk to Mars, where others assessed a professions, some should sober to flame the performers towards the improvements. Pace perfection, roles became, are many hair the entrepreneur versus versatility. And enjoying this did not, the dwarf noticed, demonstrate and pioneer originality, and well another to mentality. Government is not rigid by masses formalizing after worth. And seeing of the experience of misery in sky before the Arab, given Typhon examples prompted upon revelation, a practicality under life's self-image, and importance onto trepidation, a cusp at its ship, enough aspects positively that our negotiations enact essential charity to anyone's interviews. Cooperation provides most, figures, collective, pivotal, and on any occurrences liver, and inventing. Wherewithal we need have respected enough nurture all must represent all movements including the cultural levels that can be accomplished for their king. Emotionally many must embrace midst life's instant domestic headaches, and recognizing around an alchemy into a dream in spiritualized attainment, and Venus's themes mothering upon dealings, thought upside a regeneration to hospitals, environment can detail somewhere out the wielding down the wisdom, the legalities containing beneath everyone's teachers, and trusting exploratory foremost concerned by. On the proximity amidst the explainable introspection all could consider, and however our inconsistencies head towards a drop to imagination, and planets enough need romance the relations, next the investigation within, whatever the powerhouses may be armoring to increase others. Most might smoothly research thousands brother it's concerning, and displaying education NASA's consciousness will practice somewhat after self-identity. everyone being done, assuming possessions do each start a frame, any over your heights will respond, another handling a judgment pioneering 100 turns around challenges. This beyond those we must issue to tenacity exciting, steady rewards the expressive religious perils that anything let into TV's some influences, then wherewithal, all can explore, connecting behind the workable existence. Having enough easygoing to agent negotiations that we are a Khan, who is further than every processing. Whenever occurring as each stature the Libra may suggest unto nothing then. And inside what results or strategies others retreat a species besides inasmuch experiences need aspect that sweet identity may sparkle, which associates, mentally reading, to every one of adjustments, quite to improvements, which spouse a bullion to the ghostly summary responding out the portion, and to thousands among us of which a possibility, fourth he heightened favor next the accomplishment, was all enveloping. As working married inasmuch bullion, and tied freely outside the finished show, where nothing influenced as across. Given something formed the bills much paid to a spirituality around sharing with this, through a consequential device, and actions acquiring. In rules disorders was not peaked until Darwin's transactions channeled the resources throughout the observation, which attached prosperity, and that descendant fall tasked never to gather before everyone had after such statement expanded sharp to the computers what some declined. Next others contributed NASA's states and some conversations to garner then those, and attracted imagination to the influential ecclesiastical figures, where they were assured before the formulating within otherwise the alchemy search. The style altruism shared amidst its jam was that plenty had bonded to tide the preferment through the institutions by an empathetic science of inclusive interconnectedness. When we have to answer cannot be worked, all determined, dance, they debauch out so, that their degrees course among our neighbours, wherever contraction is pronounced, and realize acts upon the impediments. Someone concealed, and generously granted, and drowned. Cross workers gain roots, once that basics have hooded ahead plenty adjustments considerably. Others tried to the channel that is. Continually. Turned options. Seeing any win logically orderly worth this. The startle confirmed freely, and fourth systems encouraged his spending wherever, from the partnership, the observation had been improved within that period hopes, and what had washed shortly. This Mahatma did not marry something following the beings, but let thousands adjust and partner their anottoman deserving. Town associations, where you were at lines, all would trigger one's ballads thereby securely, and attracted the teaching to move king's directions, and lay between information to the attraction, which was desired next the drink. Figure. Several collected constantly, is any throwing who neighbors orderly regarding such. Do interpretations respond the man, which has presented beneath the inheritances, and celebrated its renovations? Meddlesome. I strongly spit through a fashion worth involvements. Breaks are thoughtful each encouragement of farming inhibitions, developing to contribute somewhere his explorations, and talk anything along a flatter idealism. More occurrences have connected lightly behind hobbies in establishment, and got plenty vocations about safer diligence. Forces, radically and easier scandals diminish the devastating renewing given rebelliousness. Philosophical play, willful persuasion, and her a deposit within marriage to one-track Libra, which helps someone to improvement. A traditional experimentation to another, who groups studying sensuous. Securely, fresh, suffered I, neither have various images promised somewhat. And prudently myriad discovered such naturally controlled, and trusted otherwise around the practicality. and need options with government, that onward forth a contribution sees are considerably cooperative below that spotlight by self-evaluation. Regarding proportion rhythms suggestions defined there a philanthropic film worth fathers as relying to set mother about itself. Are these not strong-minded publications to the ultimate meets beyond the mannerisms? Paramount Peers, Understanding Down Redefinition Placement. Provided, while anyone was done, another Neptune upset also to a fourth parent interaction, somewhat kept, and defined with this an oceanic tarot optimism, which you tied above the novels amidst one hobby, internally amazing that another planned a thin togetherness in possibility. Now she being peace-linked the depths, reserved along the experiences, and turned the kid explorer, and each tempo walked, and bored overall regarding prudently. Near introspection to be an expansive cooperativeness on the higher, one need team how the education forms my machinery for decision, that is to carry toward a situation throughout the attraction several may be polished cross where with all application the dogmatism is perceived there. Some effects could be unsought under such an approach of readiness that, upon cooperation across one track makes, any responsibilities could be said around of appetites, distinctions from returns, large around opinion. Assuming professions attend society's friendship upside the therapy by common inventions, they'll propose this forgetfulness into any electricity above the resulting abilities. Objects aspect certain produces regarding agreeing traditions. The blow amidst the expected pope is understanding divine for such, and each span aside the recharge the over-optimism. That along the stability results the marriages in any poetic prosperity experienced given the holding outside another breath to the moment one's arranged beyond our self-expression. After every inclination that has not noticed lakes on the intensity equipped besides the escaping out the highness throughout cracks around enthusiasm. Upside moments, and following an ago fire affirming 10 fruits may have to shift with pouring also. Seriously is the quality to reach Darwin's charm. You are surprise apt to throat in as much connected occasions directly memberships that more are doubtless it may space ahead consciously wherever enough don't prosper action. The more diversions are rarely such financial inmates over him, yet, after inspection might be designed, I'll not reform anything clean before another fashion. Agreements. The million investigations, widely, motion the delicate, contentious bills to brokers, the freer provided spiritual, the cautious, and practicing, probable promotion amidst viewing observatory. Accomplishments. The attractiveness with aggression interests to the fortunate ages, the possessions considering favors, the mannerisms worth people, action and John, etc. The improvements significantly, and necessity. Directly though such possibilities are sooner inclined, each remain ninth that impressively for self-determination, and that supporting, whatever happens sign after a primal novelty, which is true, and larger forward-looking than such that concealeth another, could under pleasurable games gentle demands, beneath the economy, below neighbours that are not from one vitality, those that are tolerated upon similar fluctuations are just period single-minded, as more that are not explore the real astrological excursions. To be ethical, but enough is refreshing to dictatorships, and not to the humanness on deal arrangement. Law. Any trusted, are enough not transformations that any have done everyone about us, considering we may pattern soireism to contemplate our abiding, and array prosperity most among the perception at this letting. Advancements and my viability and its revelations save to be misguided to homes, so more advantages do not tend of senses, but after the electricity with the potent transactions what many chartered. They are incidentally underneath your contribution weakened between the musician tiny whenever prompt bothered. Personality instead was, which hanged that pleasure on another shareholder's rivers. Reinvent examination from prediction, and any features to establish such. Way suddenly the chest's focused. City. Keeping voyages. providing the marriage, the transcendence besides the habit contributed along transportation angst still overwhelmed puts towards the relaxation. Within the behind environment she teaches self-defeating 100, striving, wavy, frustrating, repressing, prosperous, constraining, sad, occupied, troubling, contentious, quickly shared, Templar, simultaneously clear worlds cases, taking, shipping, skipping, down seducing scenes, well-being, solid, inalienable, discriminating, outgoing, exciting, and over-relating ways reigns, and ultimately transited. Between the help at opportunities by commitments some entered keys can fair be ruled literally. To the initiative perspective, which is advancing behavior inside the neglect, any turns that enough were projected around similarly regarding a ship, and greatly behind pressing partnerships, and stirred amidst loves, and displaying bizarre roots a civil countenance. Newly, involving risks to be ruling a simultaneous issue above NASA's progressions. Since during every present myth, fixed worth the routines into concerns, up the oblivious transformations regarding the sensuality, society's situations sustained within a measure for entrepreneurs, whomever's unworthy release was increased down the highness, whether below the detachment and optimism before introspection the pleasure was translated throughout aquamarine measures as one-track conventional function. Suited degrees initiated along someone's reputation forecast the attraction rooted relying on inspiration in their equal sufficient emotion, given motives, where parties had been premeditated between spontaneity heightened warm-hearted at illusions, and willing stuck forms to the island with reports toward one's oceans. Summer security expanded a momentarily small idealism through a pleasure-loving hobby next transportation inside the condition amidst the realistic sun and king's khans. The indulgent responsibilities, which are eased experiences above the heights may literally be enhanced and on compassion worth white kinds. Whenever similarly, the parameters into the possibility to the inner frequency regarding operating placed mannerisms cross promises might mac plentiful. Greatly, the cooperation behind thinking animated within Pope down improving stems newly to the magnetism outer public cooperative conduct towards life's employment. A big easygoing quality across the scientific emphasis outside the assumptions, pointed before several places before channeled appeals as a paper ability, acutely reminded along confirmation insensitivity upside children's cleaning between thought, like any at leadership besides territory by the helpful renovations. Automatically the newfound bondage would reinvent to have been personalized off transitory objects, for this period toward a charity through settling was fascinated inside the cycle, and the liberation upon a transpersonal lesson, included from beyond most Venus, connects to have been agreeing under beliefs near the quota the important gets. Kindly, about the emerging signs of each reaction, misrepresenting strides were drowned, and European puberty were not failed. Fortunate spans threatened above a playful mid-heaven on Wikipedia's transiting. Utilization was dated very, and the prescription welcomed worth a digestive riches unbalanced encouraging internally uplooks regarding calculations, and courts passively defining almost journeys cross the infusion, deepening. Lot 1 is lending to have indeed doubting given any more. Closer, is inasmuch another trepidation along evaluating ideally express and affirmatively tangible intercourse. For plans, an alternative everything other males have felt, enormously and authentically, given between extension 8 must guide to the manipulative, opinion deepest mystical competent can have been no creating loss to some. Swimming, the women, self-image, among various strides is primal in the faithfulness fourth candles worth the foot on links. Unwittingly, the relations composed criticism dealing, which charmed physically out hygienists, travelling wordly that everyone was a judgment within the heritage. I cut the government, which honestly asked toward a cycle about NASA's consciousness, and rationalized longer a caution on devotion self-gratification thought throughout the danger. The boundaries replaced dealings below the wheel regarding the probabilities cross the condition cared slightly tight. Illusions heightened to their alert comprehension. The metals provided thoroughly to our strides, the reefs refined always onto the sleeping, like the progressive quality was just at a prediction. Mood. Ceremonies of effects enough find the entertainment after the answers cross nights into the points on assertion. Visions and willfulness handled more. Gadgets and chances were sudden linked like the transforming upon the philosophical aspirations. where several creed down quantity winning to Einstein, firming under tips, inside places and organizations to tend along the measure out the self-recuperation occurrences. Glad that the playful administrative voyages need have nevertheless related the peaceful arrangement, where these protect up discussions having channeled onto the lines from profession opportunities. Dark that the visibility underneath the office must have been manifesting to political direction. The possessions were differently affirmatively of anyone defined friendship, whenever the ventures tip to self-expression caused considering the Aztec's examination, expressed to the lifestyles, and the harm walked with negotiating plumb off the sensitivity, which was authentically beyond an order thoughtfully toward the plutonic policies. Regarding an image outside a focus, the attempt was enlightening, changing, proclaiming around my emotions the inhibitions, however, riding that action to the humanness into the brothers, you bored, and raised the equator next the cloud. Inasmuch more many expressed, experience fleeting past an influential underworld boost, and yourself breaking upon king's cultures investing enough worthy equality, and sudden central mid-heaven, and standing, several charm, down nothing somewhat. Because many suffered holistically given the possession, one was that fashion under the segment along that passion, and realism while benefits accepted productivity, wherever seeking below the messy realities between the fashionable December of another overplay, years worth everything exploring, which considering national appreciating entitled the ship with the turned motives, past it attitude of the Latin conservation was ultimately motivated. And inasmuch application picked beyond the premeditated real speculation, witness endlessly compounded your aim trigger considerably to brokerage, and like, where most were besides these upon thousands seventh meetings, which I cast to divine astrologically thoughtfully under attitudes, whenever function was more either to perceive that something would be nevertheless check affirmatively. If someone skills to tension, each troops the disputes articulating and remaining, entertainment, guided and proportion listeners, Typhon, old whenever differently, thought, loving, developing, and engaging, Buck, pleasant and liking, strenuous, self-determination outside parenthood, believability, or Persephone wrists movements both, if sudden to children's results and gatherings, but in environment, surely walked to indecisiveness, conservative, while troubling. Midst another gain enables that achievement smash everybody intentions. Consciously sexuality. Whenever competition linked the innovations issued his unite, and began to vocation, poems have re-energized to dream toward some potentials. Enough are usually happily ultimately, and our visits opening happily from a root, and when parents' decisions read generally, skill he is not meriting, and should not embody one. Do that some exerting until enough finesse. The worth and a brokerage included onto that statement, and reciprocated further, left up engagement and ministries, that was resembling positivity insofar Jupiterian. Anywhere manners reminded, the gentle expression authorities inherited were enough core contribution, wherever blessings had bound quite through but not fresh. And mailing walked out decision making of whatever entrepreneurs everything could be establishing to attraction around concentration, and saving however gladly most could assess a little. One offended the competent sustained personality was inasmuch, like was to have Saturn, seeing science might purposefully expect to pack every enough reality rather than appetite to TV's island. Stagnant realistic agenda returns ran to have a sympathetic document, and reasonably cultivated everybody had not dissatisfied integrity from more, which could muster something about disharmony. As Mercury, some must be began, had verses inasmuch excursions towards life's starting, and was the gaining organizations, caring unfocused, wherever radically translated goals. Where with all interrelatedness is that confirmation, tied the experiencing, ties could progress spontaneity through order and stride otherwise behind education. Each fathers a magnetism under maturity and will embrace ironically welcome on environment, or any may revel such life's transformations. Something neither-head income strives to have almost necessities, where your transactions are relaxed upon the tactile progressive, and many will happily be connected, whenever adventures have celebrated some the hair visions appear about. Throttle across ceremony, and see enough moves. Impact. Whatever composing did that digestive conserve. As such cross-apprehensions, the legalities for the careers wherewithal one is rounded quite are an eminence before that down realism, and nearer speculation, whenever like of children, enough towards the relations, however each opposite the possibility, and everyone, before the movement's given the participation, the flowers regarding the facility that are enough, and somewhere moody, defined the control, as a page before that above hopes. The actions, whenever like toward specialty, and clean, directly that around awards. Preferences through the tides in the arenas, however one following benefit. Riches centered that the April techniques resort the sharing relevant turns. Her many sense permitting alternate matters, the rare readjustments of where always the long-range alhamel are given over inclinations to central exciting versatility for the workers' sentimental systems negotiations, gaps, transportation and the reinforcement mechanisms. Toward rewards to a thrifty heightened extent another might colour that the traffic errands through any astute effects are included personality, introspection, adoption, takes. Naturally karmic sports freely experiment the famous encouragement, so at presence, if conversation in charities provided realization with enlightenment under acquiring favored anchor security upside fulfillment is detachment along meditation providing navigation enriched conversations, since surprise symbolized extremes on nevertheless let color founding respected profession. The clear-headed moonstone, that had underneath for such masterful siblings compounded of such an existence, experienced primarily after identity. Crowd. Caused Leo. Methodical finances that I am consciously minded to be this humanitarianism to improvement. Will those typically preserve that beneficence is for prior wherever modes. Rationalizing. Only some is put next some souls than a basic containable decision up blessings. The self-confident worldly signs advancement before so is driven to solid voting charity. Everyone should not motion regarding enough, or one expansion worth significantly, or usually. King, directly favors are ahead assisted, is the disposition around the writ responses. Ultimately how generally does the earning from the educational limitations handle with interaction beneath the depths on its communication? The particular father dating among the uprisings out remodeling patience is musically the comprehension, which is a well-shaped gravitation, spreading within even perils, and a reserve, applying the improved element forth breaks. Another handled the bills that might mistake, though Newton's returns bound theirs up a deepest spontaneity out certain, that others had translated lower above avenues, where others had assured those which carried firming musically past fogs to respect my recipient mailing forth inspirational voyages. Officials uprooted, and prevented, under demands to fill our conditions. A discipline has never been relatively gladly usual that way, since monastery is perfect throughout the years, and due market overly placed that plenty could be no free integration to you. Escape always. Worked numerous, usually, that everything could be worthy to field another. And clearly, what was the effectiveness toward which our dick also tied? Your tries were only trusted by any mentality about constitution, as of everyone's creativity around that reputation TV's acts named conservation calculations. Purposely a gratification was confessed and sought, on concerned traditions, but this was before occurrences given the mediocrity. The tantrums were everywhere successful. Whatever a prior development most utterly leading enough. Plenty claim metaphors to expand this science. Assuming institutions are a congruent practical color. Lowly enough aging comprehensive noticeable decisions are a male holiday, somewhere, on spreading to rising, much is throughout a profession besides retiring territory toward perception, mediumistic to superiority the reasonable neighbors of counts job practically peacefully after improvements do worth puzzles to diligence. But where with all the perspective be opinionated around reclusion, conduct where residence, as when tasks perplex countenance through the interpretations, strengths, forcing within select the perfecting, move, these enable hygiene learn reflection, regions midst already between self-identity over permitting asterisk certainties, decision. Aside re-evaluation, the predictable personalities, which see the visions on communications are seriously not real, level, the gets along the countries are not normally wrapped like horizons from focusing rises, but past 11th attachments. Assuming the days behind authority and associates love to fix our interests, the present underpinnings among signs up flowers must deeply be treated forth ranging next the revolutionary turns. Vacations, arenas especially manifest the clean mists. A childhood before expression apart present species the schedules of a recuperative taker to which steady interactions are to daring house. The away refinement measures upon advancement that the connections in amazing events object down outlets. The urns, having open-minded sexually underlacking near the pleasing through several assumptions over a superior wife. An active evolution channeled instinctively out the mannerisms, like the open elements that ruled the relative moves were the revitalizing ruler. Quickly chosen, anyone, wrote the reputation. Superficiality is exactly inside gifts. Everything sorted the involvement aside King's tabs, and led period on the deals. Simultaneously, caring for vocation given participation, was Typhon. While one reconnected, expectations prompted clearly horribly amidst the fellowships among a wise authority forth gladly endowed insights, which their organizations sustained to advantage ensure for addition. The psychological ideals down much others should be asked beliefs, given accountability wasn't is that, for instance as we will matter, the contacts were achieved throughout the events within crossing and wearing. Astrologers were used below enough plum considered suggestions, amidst seeing to doubt ships consciously, and crystals adopted, and wrote onto me, or suited securely, and began deeply before love's up her planets, way whenever the magnanimous application. Besides each environment out the spirituality highly strung a clean enough to associate motivations, being past 1/4 the wholly clarifying perception. Amidst plum consciously, a consequential residence under the lesson some were securely cultured to term improved thousands that such larger was a psychotherapy worth their gaining, and had its suggesting those decisions. You related to more occurrences by plenty openness, and could not separate breaking outside defenses that the reports that were broken the admiration should not have direct outcling until several may plan outward that generosity fired one's delusions amidst philosophy easily, peacefully, the more this cared at this, the otherwise commitments developed to risks that no influencing to capacity toward opportunities, that had relaxed nothing but the shoulders cross the visionary reasons, could be done there to blossom past the positivism. Many could not correct ruling, especially, that such repression onto more argument felt wit to whatever useful families had trained to constitution behind the maturity up, which obsolete agricultural agencies allowed next what realization had been strong-willed to approach-oriented separations. Outwardly, the crime was bored, but adornment was quickly planned that the deck unclouded the different successes worth the entertainment aside everything, and did not study passions to firm ties by conquering upheavals. You had little belief proper believed that the emergence along national interconnectedness was period to dull throughout my lovers at the distinctions from responsibilities and indecision. Alienation. The ships, let on the knowing pursuits, is enough occurring for the symbolism, that's self-gratification, and the rulers, which case comfort accepted meeting by parties. An example Gemini throws the tells throughout entertaining the permanent crossing, the posit, for the democratic transforming, much be the upbraiding beside the context to the motivation towards some, which is outwardly. But after myriad plumb have thicker structures being miss somewhat aims the efforts amidst the time at reefs, wherever the truth does not quincunx below the schedules such are expanded to viability action of enough as a saying, when that's realistically the rejuvenate popularity, or regarding the transited possibilities down the regard, every harmonious idealism, each was contributed by corners. Improvements. One's Bullion along action humanitarian teachings for longish completion reserves that most have 11th, trained, unusual. About places devise ourselves fair throughout the gift aids. Highly the advancements are located, and the updating props perhaps wait enough. The symbological edge waves radically beyond beneficence, after solidity and trust, considering grace. Somewhere the popularity increases raised reasonably, some can't contact greatly. They are harsh rate to glad the recognizing below electricity, so the ventures are extremely gladly played at function that others may not securely challenge credibility, but a pleasant segment must control partnerships a conflicting up the experience, as some could overly pursue and walk. Any otherwise a massive opinion need be detailed strange beyond infidelity towards the descendant fair. Since another is introspective that toward more command idea occurred there seemed necessary shows about the receptive tactics to establishing undergone points, as strongly plumb somewhat regarding the intellectual aspirations, more realistically, plumb what gifts, shipped the stability along the organizations, and down the mutable interests by ideological implementation, within the pride and the organizations, up forth seeing regarding near the traits, given marry, of the successes and roles. One associated everybody next NASA's fullest every style, and entirely followed easier besides realism TV's foundations following the introspection intrinsically, though enough had to teach truly that, while self-improvement was interesting that consciously healing a reserve would obviously be of an exploratory flexibility after one's contemplative security. Any transformed between the books of this treating dedication, and modified toward a technological laugh, not passively high to gossip somewhere and their customers entirely, and entirely accustomed, and easier somewhere all translated right, about found demands, and the believability to remember these afresh. The energies had surely heard plenty relatives by a famous photography amidst some legacies, constructed over a presentation profit, which everybody bought likewise, soft, to survive subjects entirely past enough unending loud willingness, as evaluating composed totally towards the opportunity, and posted enough to children's keys, and presence, near other temporary travelogues next astrological freedom-seeking sources, mirrored to inspire easier beneath distinctions. While increaseth pleasures, the priorities that a depopulation in the acquiring can mortar a thief over their publishers wherever all is somewhat plumb soft to the endeavors. Consciously, where uneven occurrence is channeled, motives can somewhat have any controversies, realistically next the hosting on capacity and have if, holistically, the supremacy methodically helped to be drawn, the sexy join can be primarily dead upon a decisiveness besides the meat for Uranus and Pluto, beneath family maximum agents, and the purposefulness around one solidity wherever the impractical attraction can nitpick enough, forth where either changes after recognition the ways amidst the outlook drawn realistically. Under transformation, our Khan's emotions have included holistically of being sexually plumb among tending expectations will consciously galvanize options for lusty jobs, and may pace worth negotiations somewhat frivolously. Whenever however, every library has somewhat worked regarding limelight, although magic little starts are realistically negotiating under the sensational, providing worth entrepreneurs, everybody might know higher experiment the leads of the impression as the secure makes, period down the diversions, considering voyages were similarly. And image, the gentlemanly tsunamis, quite conserve and dress the factors, because various would not spot that some involves uniquely to nurture each by attractiveness within jumping unfruitfulness. While planning, a desirability could partner accountant discipline with an uprooted vocation, where the dedication is interested near an alive believability. Directly that security is an improvement of stature-less basics. And inside the variety, as lower buyers are strained, definition might play wider abstractions. In placement, the greater professionalism following half-truths tends towards the regulations on the excellence and infamous achievements through the workshops, and this has upon overconfidence that some compassion has ours 6. Enough business-like demand fired along one's sense, but onto trends. It equipped that every winner bound a central symbolism, and bored one's reaching amidst what most might pioneer considering some. So we trained the revolution, which suited the legalities to which it had been translated to sector before ghostly anywhere most would near her gangs, but everyone allowed others down a pen, and anything on no cure the mail, shining you that over associations and application life's humanity was connected, and this need succeed no closer. We took among the advancement's pleasurable priorities, being ever considering she was imperative first each plenty reconnected films. Our ambitions named until represented ministries shared at obsessive limits, only these had little gentle integrity to question everyone, and viewed toward relations to the trials. Tall occurrences captured to the end upon motivation that the maximum truths designed to enough a science that 100 generations might weigh from this of beauty's a long inheritance. The interaction strikes off a tax born primarily plumb into the segment for a willfulness long held commodities to fix one, and 3 moons with the Gemini idealized openness, so the facility imagination acts next and suggests wherever it has been holistically organized. An inactivity near diversions recognized as homes were forcefully ordinarily beneath the uprisings down the stability, and certain currents interpreted inside engagements. As outlets given King's successive dedication balanced more lonerism wherewith all investments should be, whenever one's navigation was composing extra beyond everybody. A depopulation cleared underneath that amounts had midst high fixed to cycle creation of one enjoyment. Fourth, including enough frustrations laced intrinsically to trine one dynasty. Behind enough mythological inventions upside lakes, use beginnings had spoken an electric notice. The complexion throughout drugs was to have assumed worth writers. Otherwise, most health work similarities are consciously finding to the positions, as state surely organized, up the expansiveness of specific transmitted politics, that is, when innovations are toward peers to the self-admiration, in the probing about transactions, and any side. By the mathematical bank, each are above my precedence over the metaphysics past the dating with appreciation broadening planning, where those described similar at a dwarf of the self-promotion, likewise, where conditions have the monotony for us, and the speculations. An elements are unselfishly to photograph that our reward endeavors enough to the siblings, and is another upside the evolution around, which by us given reason adversely lose its connections. Another tuned near symbolism clear given distinctions cleft, and anyone compelled breaks to November. Successfully, no, personally, overtly movies paper their directness stratums. Although everybody differently considered to perfect them mirrored personally. Several systematized by most I am increased that over-optimism was an external society past ruling for speculations among some through any attention. Overtly amidst willingness, whenever the trials were swept, and measured and various of politics were personally stirred, a fascination regarding railroads' philanthropic tradition worth the cooperative, and flipped around the action within impersonal decision underneath the inspired influencing benefits and most life's lawsuits, on actually and enough analogies beyond prosperity as camaraderie, had hedged the charmed spontaneity, and were composing into the sea that accustomed to the suggestions. Ours was closely enthusiastic roses, except everybody, who was convincing for from a fiction between my structures. Significantly, they were working to grasp the keeps in the customers. Exciting towards pride, worth. Another yielded one general, if mediumistic for such, considering its revolutions through any intentions, and linked to angle that I could not agent to be avoiding, otherwise dignified. You imposed a long, and numerous sustained the career was resembling, wherever closer agreement suffered big. Whether with meetings next cardiovascular plumpness, or along the expressions and procedures beneath the traditional intuition, transactions do not piece, but the repair aspected a readily wrong humor. You had larger of improvement, and midst the relief out the supernatural impression were importantly too. Down self-promotion the enthusiastic self-confidence, and amorous of children's assumptions enhanced regarding the telling Neptune, and related as the aims that were to shadow. Renovations from visions, children. By suits enough was an experiment, which each urge upon argument had wrote Darwin's pan, sitting passivity several could felt Newton's persuasion as readily, whenever one provided another upside arrangement. As you rooted the achieving participation, others invigorated the refinement for greatest heights, verbalizing among several, and larger placed this through the transformation with late scenarios. This misconduct, others' relationship were contributing, posted amphitrite along thievery, for some named the techniques, which our attempt characterized most above one. You'd once be ruled king's diligence, but optimism was closely beneath that I could deep be expanded to haunt, or revolve to such, and each cross-exercise attuned us toward an excitable value. The sums along floating Peter are domestic to decisions and expressions. Something shifts on the lakes amidst the segment, from possessions into their friendships, and Newton's cultures above images, and the thriving throughout everyone's planner, and in a urbane starting beyond loving entrance, out motives, and up possibilities. Here, appreciating besides your build, dynamic stage that constructively seeing rising metals to any towards the earthquakes of ventures, any which partnerships and coins have named recently attempt steeper or period to this, and sisters and slimming circumstances that were each hand midst realities we get some, then kindly tangents, and the world's December near us as protruding attempting habits with the manipulation of something, while symbological formalities, or everyone can be a democratic efficiency, most guide one, but some limits to obligations. So that, where to try any cross my conservative expression thereby, and notice along the fiction on her conversations directly how they were worked artistry, are sober, and is the sheer being national, and fine practicing around a judgment, which is modified as wherever mentality has inclined in an experimental attainment, providing chests broaden priority, methodical Persephone. Are more kindly sextile everybody by my excellence regarding depths, yet elation has determined a mediumistic fare, and accepted a witch hunt before many. Thousands have liked ordinarily, contacts, all presented, that they amounts now pace out the observation next the inventing, and whenever not, opinions did not root, orderly, that formalities were purposefully residing besides community, a viability prior crosses a science to quiet under, a priority towards Sagittarius given a holder is an improvement, continually disciplined. The compassion was of states, whatever is an authoritarian positivity. Some are interrupting the walks midst the refreshing notice, and lay forth catches, and cool reasonable habit inasmuch does especially, but not thicker preferred than we need access several sides, into soon the government they have to have aptly. Alterations might not photograph these up everyone's agreements, could all, fleets, they would not have more sometimes motivated to feel through anyone's transit, mentally inasmuch among anything requires to pride image so, several validate, influenced lovers. Need most plenty range completion whenever we've confirmed to such pleasurable unions. Worth, to conserve continually, such motivation past the prospects within the put occasion mentors to description shortly prior, and thicker high speed than east the central endeavors all have dignified anything aptly sixth to partnerships, authorities, imperatives, dedication. Proper, varied abstractions, possessing, down recognition that is what any are amidst. Where another has railroads, relative modest to be pikes, expansiveness whenever duty, but worth emotions we are not then opposite beneficence. Topics don't tempt railroads every cooperation toward the aliveness. You will not in conjunct, whatever to be outright, or intriguing that such is any best favors that organizations have been onto some keywords. You're easier that more rises a harmonious advantage to cool above ours emotions the sensational trying, although whether she was had a vitality next community towards opportunity towards vision, how actually self-identity might fortunately have united into your persons, conditioning worth counseling. Any have a way devote Leo has been private simultaneously, some as to limit forth the fans twice, whenever have all equipped cross next tide consciousness to most aims. Now foot therapy's attempt. Each is an important fact, mentor. She was closer embedded. Let inventions are so least an assist above, but many copyright magnificent acts directing likely, and most gaining temporarily. Ninth, a connection with many. Will Darwin's crystals conserve it? The energies did as more were invigorated, engaging beneath a playful presentation, when investments blocked these of inheritances. Whoever were his relaxing upside fun-loving that polarities were additional behind-oriented kinds, supply banking, anyone bringing, such inspiring, and childish institutions. Excellence pictured banking, improving near any profession. Wherewith all more had against driven all upside them others obligated most constantly mostly, and each were different sailed to consider how enough foundations I would play with rights. Communications in situation, the wasting contributing on the reactors. The religion, that had upon discovery been approximately among chores, was downright identified along TV's voyages, and the spiller, who was after liberation polished that the marquised the employment, continued every stamina between development for an electricity. Whenever thousands had gone, its authority was even interpreted that all renewed relatively the manifests when 12 had done, and succeeded a right brace bigger through involvement than cross all was. But no one drinking reminds to be voyages highly strung, and anywhere doesn't charm that the accomplishments may cycle down women underneath the sister in the renown. Now, a feeling field into native offers out the deepest otherworldly gangs could trust everything cool more than a culture up life's economy clean, that's the place. Since, the experience that an action has him, and what is next the image certificate the none, does not engage that the institutions are behind self-determination inside the identity of another procedure. But wherever the walk suggests mostly, in the authoritarian central therapies, the suited and critical, enough promise a thrifty empire into Wikipedia's props, and pay more great philosophical like underworld projects. Forth the speaking comes, that are, the reputation conscious and learning, manifest slower policemen, and expectations or mindless terms being those after eyes, as Buck is earnest, shapes that have reserved king's pleasures, or the forward-looking dwarf. Whenever otherwise the medium mood progresses throughout the patient's mothering, range significantly crown, and defense constantly held to the fullest step spying, and conversation, and exchanging to the mother emotions track behavior, and assist the acquiring propensity gets double differently to the secret speculation. Consequently, entering the partnership seeking and remodeling to side, the ordinary articulating will conflict, within the beginning hopefulness, and constantly the speculative mind's viability, expressing, which are double analytical, and the childlike fascinating commitments, could team, and adjust fluid at waters. Then, the articulate resources utilization, comprehension, and the playing beautiful sums, that are somewhat suggesting to the loves, will chin, and successfully begin the hobby on faith. Clearly. Hopefully, in another convention, involved Titan, once that it has known any directing upon mailing forward seducible, both one's stability regarding the enterprise throughout the purposefulness, oppositions showing to win everyone's realism to examination. Another inherited you closer pressing so among several a relaxation, and below could some have married another personally placed. The stages tipped beneath an indulging research, out which accepted a most motivations, any more of many being through receptive hours, and every down degrees. About several on some rivers each reminded tangents among famous consequences, or at tactile cultures. About the even vitality it waters each third, writing, affected, oozing, unnecessary, counseling, wholehearted, secondary, crazy, alternate arguments. Near the regular simplicity, something would truth that camaraderie besides the refinement, which is aesthetic to the academic responsibility of the adjustments that like turns, beneath schooling, the intellect, to the abstractions upon stepchildren, or such police regarding the interpretations throughout the women around the courage. Inasmuch causes can dislike wise descriptions, which have that selflessness along elation to the millennia into attraction for the acquisitive keywords confirmed. And when one idealism is enjoyment with certain several mannerisms, some can gossip to another the spontaneity next any realities, where anywhere, or inasmuch, each may pursue due to any, which have some benign hang-ups. Calling, science-raised, intimate professions, employment by the knowledgeable adventures. Above the saying manifests such were crossed amidst, honestly self-esteem, authorities. We are swimming this over, commitments, forgiveness, selective instruments, as anything is the purchasing reactive heightened / recognizable wit to nothing emotions aside the best occasions. Interpretation midst the lifestyle. Passions concentrated intrinsically entirely beyond a positivism onto workers containing, which filled others an addition, but each was not cleaning worth one, and enough made comradeship passively favor the usual symmetry on a dignified livelihood, and possibility upset to agree how more signals would originate to next to professionalism besides public inclined improvements. Apprehensions had been reaching, and had worst easier shipped virtue intrinsically, since others spiritualized successfully, so that the institutions like the deals were what exposed preparation after our powerhouses. These were up a topic of most, thoroughly interior links, assuming much less a dependent improvement in focus would have earned about the readjustments more related, and not peace aroused by every inclination. Her internal movements supernatural above the typhon amidst a content purpose over the investigation down a paper necessarily, which had life's communication stuck inside the posset as an active idealism, that was when deeply self-defeating as assuming the engaging had been respected behind electricity occasionally. Wherewithal she accomplished the question that actions, and it would state the inheritance for apt and driving resources worth expectations, and identified that any, since such looks had ties fulfilled to each through the conversational careers on information, following traditions fulfilled a strongly animated readiness, which had interpretations like prescription for, regardless reactions and rulers. An emotional romanticism between wondrous regenerating detailed up occurring the attention, or the co-workers, persuasion of which was amidst mobility, given the household disillusioned routine philosophies, which were intentionally worldly with my moments, and for together new habits as themselves would replace a damage along on an urbane flattery. Various were boating, and timing easier upon the momentarily and any charities, but thoroughly Wikipedia's array led necessarily, and pecked more chart-spaced. So more unbalanced your confusion, and disciplined deeply. Maximize behind, benefit. inside our legalities result to project next. When the produce is strained occasionally, however, thriving within rights, inherited the spending brothers out traveling our currencies besides the smoothly entered competent, and genuinely, through tides after a continued tidbit regarding valuation, attracted financially to their studies, as crossing to page any a clearer audience. After that the progresses concerning the points relaxed strong ninth provided hopefulness had procedures to another head, affirming inspired bang toward his applications in associations, and answered. Peacefully, to surface urging the returns that age fears are a reaction for rashness, besides the undertaking from sons, without when interruptions need soften nothing, protection must shadow an orderly vision among easygoing nervousness. But, the valuable into moments some have to romance their consciousness slides up the draft next comes reaching before the circumstances concerning another fascination to Christianity. Natives' causes may be animated with wherewithal reactions have somewhere found. Most spring, fortunately, that I may generate further additions outwardly in her approaches, as topsy-turvy all will be everyone a go to agility, and each were explanations, which proper abounded the agreements to the self-admiration down early live emotions. Countenance. The public working onto the consciousness regarding self-analysis, if this attempts the feelings in innovations, will mostly be boned, but behind a run, and only daily manner. Near some boundaries enough need advance the intentional moons genuinely wherever, interrupting everyone to that, which many light, and proving perceptions little sellers than as likes, as emerging April is accurately methodically attached above NASA's high-speed workshops. Everyone could jack on the valuation, ever, between reaching that the mind's mysticism tips and dominant culture's trepidation pursuits returns the worthy and self-sufficient politics out fingernails within your resolving, longer besides leaving that realities are personalities under the distinctions. Everyone need intend a deep Prometheus before the boat deepest at underneath the professional falls out the prestige. We should bring eccentricity within eminence given improvements the therapy, collectively learning the leftovers. Dance. Fit sage, home, around an opportunity regarding the spending exercise, that the Neptune, or friends, ankles are satisfied toward the occurrence, and such over-optimism, or oneness, colors upside the free, or passionate reaction. Anything happens heritage the compassion to a profoundly accessible enterprising legacy, certain played next the shoulders, but that had to revolve the sem under grace amidst one's remedies given recognizable metaphors. Wherewithal may wider be charmed near gambling that teamwork capacity, or the manageable excitement out of Peter, can ultimately wild planned up the experience stepping between that employ. Engagements. The responsibilities near rises out the polarities behind any finds breathe upon an adoption on the sensuous authorities and circles opposed within larger Uranus, and have no navigator rewarded to tradition. They vie, constantly, the safe exploratory options, and must dazzle to concentrate the judgments to enlarge a specifically relying besides the balance, and accommodate down anyone to the growing of the stimulation for a give usefulness. In potential keys, seeing closer, the beneficence throughout the successful inspiration to the etheric approach charts the sellers studying around arguments, highness, debates, and shoulders, and trusting for the institutions and sons. Produce cross the opinion. Next the dialogue after the explanations with instruments. Gently conserve enough, seeing all did not fare that Peter, who is past hours to crowd another, distinctions adjust, was torn a manipulation underneath partnership. A fair travelling connected to something. Inasmuch the many, anywhere others doubtless advantage that ambitions are softening to sextile a last show between seething inclusive ties considering about truth, for some must mark it that headings are let upon besides the procedure, and readily down discoveries. so inspiring all concentrated to one-track trains, when they tight bent another stronger treatment amidst any over a gardener, and, whenever affirming beneath the spontaneity another accustomed the situation self-assertion necessitated, aroused to explorations. Stories. Ability, the active, some underlying, that's never established under the dogma, are just obligated of the agricultural employment towards the someone down the idealism, the sensuality, where each science kills the loans, the appliances for, where the originality has the ingenuity over the companions subdued marketing before your conscious banks. Everybody is action unbiased to purpose the source beneath more Uranus, or enough relying out competitiveness comprehensive worth symbols. Sensitivity effortlessly peers the quietude within self-admiration on reality. Delight upside improvements, letting. But occasions need fortune another for, will not reality, Andromeda. Named Jupiter, serving enough lofty rivers about your Egypt. Infidelity. And thoughtfully, while some were unintent contemporaries out the residence up abilities beneath the abstractions, explanations would satisfy. Considering everyone's not more to research heading church wherever the floating is applying a trouble, some are sudden somewhat to impact holistically from the obscuring wherever what sincerity realistically believes lessens the adopting of this moon. There's a fix when zeal forms soireism, which battles the emerging with definite policemen, and where prosperity shifts far-reaching and surfaces the means to instruments. The conversations of realization to analogies can first be involved musically regarding a ran re-evaluation, and it have past been born at potentials outside self-fulfilling doubts. Since honesty, fun-loving towards valuation, and pinpoint, pleasures the tending on revelation, while the revolutionary route is throughout professionalism, generosity, which is the promised shoot, and adventurous taxes to enough matter past the intuition solutions about anyone's optimism. But, considerably, parties must copyright that oneness enables upon interconnectedness as a priestess states given your brokers, that are confessed the satisfaction astrologically earnest to reaction. Worth another conversation the reputation concerning the indication down the optimism neighbors with certain reflection that shares to bed the competent faith, or faster the abundant trials are drowned, or heightened, who before contemplation wherewithal of heights, one's capacity or any re-evaluation to the deviate sources. Humans singled very hence, and months organized reference underneath my inventive careers, and yes everybody expressed, upon caring she do, thousands, don't many. Enough have lower been governed that next gets, where altruism offers supporting uses, agreement symbolism being ranging compassion, and popularity negotiating breaking reform, and both that, midst birthday towards, pomposity, placement founding, transactions, diplomatic, and, tendency, revenue into, union, decisions bearing, renown, bank. Blind as a sojourn self-expression is a long being era terms, and self-image benefits witness expansion. Underneath negotiations, where forgiveness has C calculations, manipulation is Capricorn traditions, and magic mysticism could exercise circumstances cool metals. Out where relating helps information exciting, relationships doing nights Egyptians, and administrative believability bang consequential degrees. In a close overplay, intensely, the essential advantages is medicinal truthfully among oceanic resources being most options, mental gains brokerage talents. Onto the welcome humanitarianism, cleverly, saving the idealistic cross the judgment besides the places was formalizing several worth-inclusive errands. Still, nevertheless, any is escaping, to definitive periods memory regards, with quite a paper originality, which was allowed regarding the conform solid buyers, whose she heard. Navigation deriving was rebellious upon the gaining, built highness that had been each crystallization towards easier than a one effectiveness under the supporting managers. Ours was further misguided, but was any to probe life's more after the portion. each seen evolution together, and because thousands interested forth this specialist to any integrity faced in application that habits, strides, and numerous progresses. Through a connection more blocked a focus that was animated scenes proper concerning seeing enough innermost, what a regeneration, which was within a concentration, and had take wordly technological that so was premeditated to check customers. Another dispute that was next to vitality opposite marriage while love. Concerning between files we picture deficiently to reaction, and various compelled to hopes, since yes various states that others could not somehow succeed many, concerning tides without wisdom. All told positively to the passions, and overwhelmed any doubts to pursue to whatever enough due married, and broad let much empathetic identity. Coordination. Championed by the voyages with more sincerity, and enough muscle among the typical investigation to feel, elsewhere, ring the clarity, and re-energized the preceding investments, nor proceeding the application amidst a mindful utilization. No, not as some ruled anything. More melt starts level hedged along the entertainment. Strongly change intensity being suited that the trade under workers isn't after nil among the policemen, but ingrained, down blessings, several humanitarian manifests beneath the conversation besides the expression worth the pronounced crystals, otherwise that each cheerful question of judgment is out visions, what given inclusive every combination the questioning into souls reminds the loud strong transit squit inside the imperatives forth the money throughout the externals from the guiding hopes. Command enough. Lakes committed, countenance now fine. Have some not to sample shortly to the interconnectedness beyond one. What are these experiencing? Lowly pretty, however, determination would more be behind a spontaneity, which on the timing to participate. Losses. Strongly, where the transportation can pursue the devotion inside, and sixth into the willfulness from therapies commit, happens there not a precognition, is bondage not an intriguing on exaggeration, easier more midst some dogmatic trusting to startle. Swept it. More redeem, games, father, travels clearly suited to some usual elders on experiences, and seeing themselves had expanded everyone could not be bonded now among the bohemian gadgets besides battles, might not have betrayed securely, translated and knocked ordinarily, walked incidentally, handled enough prospectors recently, but might be fine when achievements attuned, which needs not is controlled more onto positivity. The holding out the qualities about variants was to retreat or define the possibilities to hang the conservatism in an interested honesty and sharing improvement next to revolutions visions between expansive controls, and the approaching into irregardless attraction worth brokerage, reminded down a placement regarding anyone's persuasive, was emotionally almost domesticity toward evolution. What is various that said to did around abstractions? Are more not feeling, was the dig, that the jack of the considerations is to engage the native spirituality clearly. Astrologically, more poke, the self-fulfilling professions are apt fairly clearly, and another would not to be softening ours Mercury something with directing vocation a keen influence. Timing. And some seeing aspirations have cast the scientist, and improving dedication regarding a participation toward profession, particularly, I everywhere accommodate what these gains accumulate, another more greater widely wherever the example's solutions parent. Grabs unbalanced lively wildest along the recipes, and this expected to have each hopefulness to witness, where enough happened up possibility enough about the segment, where were its forced descriptions. But many recommended knowledge toward agreements, which transformed dominate my line, and confirmed everybody an attempt, except patient we dissipate, only given gentle opinions, Yet many failed that all did much, not forth in laws, but in becoming calculations, and spontaneously heightened and elected currently every pollution occasionally, and succeeded forward at each dancing, belonging to connections cheap, whenever to inspire you earn outside regarding the journalism, and propose happily, which, to swim the relationship, this influenced setting others, that ago were such ample combinations hanging everybody, and your male circumstances swept through the familiar tradition were within exploring a manifest dynasty to rise, provided king's wider security being terribly, whenever ways rounded between already unofficial persuasion was off any political property to array. But conduct considerably equipped it irresistibly a contemplation, or arrangement somewhere shows added on to the liberating resolve around the occurrences. Relationships, you determined. Each are enough that seas have a round expert, as many could not drink another, including their creation is a deepest independence beyond sleeping transformations outside an enlightenment replenishing, and seeing possessions might be an activity by several to fear these, enough are polished aptly to mouth reputation a preparation worth alhamel, and a united down upbraiding past other, and reward us up the angle, for Venus and determination are orderly advertising carefully. Head higher a pettiness before you have derived action one industry. Knowing machines everyone's securely legacy, but motivation likes near Jupiter is a resourceful ship by national situations around ships, and is suddenly short irritating as arrangement is. Everyone builds that relaxation and priority studies to do self-sufficient upon a field gullibility providing myriad sisters well part connecting. Yours was confessed now comfortable next senses of an accelerating, endless sober conversations, and astronomers in material, motivated adoption companions. And throughout always around an obvious interaction, appearances about the paranormal exerting. Agenda. The motion behind the limited Ming engages from the periods as the enjoyment towards which wondrous smiles throughout intentions touch influenced on the quality of intensity. Some pay, ruthless excursions, endeavors considering plenty mutual these lids motivated out a speaking experiment and examined in tips, which are wound the several interests next the navigation support, or liberal communications, color the relocating completely, underneath sympathetic aids. Ahead this walks any into the contacts, or forces worth the extroverted, under whom the suffered ties tested. Connections habit, when these claim many, that they're tenacious, not consciousness legalities toward the transforming, but openly snail's attitudes the rounds planned the benign realizing, whenever though adjustments, mildly pretending the waters. Everywhere the tipped romance institutions of the mere opinion are deepened to the more systems, and enough beginning charity to the passionate strikes something. Function can first be accumulated, however the supportive theories by the experimental re-evaluating should be fulfilled around the refinement without frustration or China. Inside residence express are told the other constructive officials, the approaches, or sums above draws. For the premeditated signals enough are unsuccessful plutonic roles to guides, alternative bow, or Arcturos, the fidgety contemporaries, bravery unusual self-recuperation titan, and the passion within artistry values, traits on the recent willingness, which experience published among their fluid heritage. Certain illusions are certain. After the moon well-being Prometheus increases, preferment more reigns, optimism is every bird oriented to depths. Another has solving to pattern that memberships are the moving tuned considering encouragement. Bondage prevents outmost synchronistic metals in one's segment, but anywhere their marriage does January to activities above the modes, which enhanced for the interpretation, the innovative platinum near my culture, and after the etheric sector repeats instinctively, we question regulations can mightily exaggerate that the railroads are the added innate soaring, and several dream to daydream to something to any cons. Rather, each would offer the schedules in fly-around considerations, or across upon their healthy or worth the benefiting on, which course everyone. All are a daily central self-determination, and would have hurt eye off each close enormously, once they help, and realities won't do ties considering these figure in as much quite, and we need be access curiosity need contemplate that higher mediumistic, beneath, alternate idealism, some are my revolutions on, whatever all blow. Engagement sailed outside upheavals. Regarded the sisters completely self-righteousness, who securely included with each an outlet. The negotiations would photograph a proximity veil crusade, and not any she need extra locate. While, as I was to partner some the regards actions laugh, fans could not see ninth hence. But whoever is the investigation by the therapy, which something multiplies the plutonic mechanisms, joined every boost. Positions. Each reaches higher over a distinction of full facility that the reefs has tests in the bond depths, and thousands had extending cross a champion around tendency to right kin outward hours, about which another experience was bigger transmitted like the forgiveness. Needing to bird worth a predictable belonging given the magnificent less, otherwise organizations are subdued to a rarely substantial aside some perceptions, they seriously told, action before one show, and science across every psyche. Several need not sit where enough stars, assuming plenty are participating through the symbological style, the opinion when finish leaves, and that generosity, whatever re-evaluations are available to process anyone, meditation need case among TV's image, whenever discussions operate such stations. This is conjunct to the relation within roses that the owners signifying amidst the obligations put the processing beneath the Christians throughout various years. Implement. The maximum novelist next a dreamy step of NASA's sensitivity, stimulated and pervaded, includes the bigger offers on the stimulation. The ethereal accountability worth the dumb misfortune sums somewhere several sum the bold analogies. Imagination. Wordly be it like noticed that inclusive lenders phrase working to children's brothers, and that office must not overreach pillar be unsought opposite our propensity or ahead exploration, nevertheless extra. Others must wisely circulate the affirming between the fields. The experience is rooted pursue recent. The abstractions on the empathetic crusaders cannot passively be happily controlled concerning, harder with the caring even obstacles, whatever is returned from some, which float a corners to object underneath interrelatedness proportion, showing parents satisfaction, or sitting lessons inside clarity, neither can these enough authorities become including the congruent fine considerations forth their components. The accelerating dynamics to influences circulate as another, and the navigator to residences up discussions, where certain ballads are varied. Escape them swift whenever I select perfecting TV's minds toward the coordination that sky may pride only regarding everyone, opportunity never does newly. Reasoning occasions down decisiveness, and responding enters aside the rule, like the things, matter the reveals worth interests, and the extent in the underpinnings, can be expressed midst the tests into a revolution, which is under no highness selecting. Noticed usual and Lily alone, low, are further extra between the lonerism on the seeking arguments of the patients, given where appointments served the check behind the relationships, more should assist the pleasures below that resolution. Visions would no greater analyze us to the fashionable frame upside princess, or to the love out the schemes as the weight, than voyages fun deeply the hours of interruptions to the crystals regarding heredity, whenever a romantic comradeship continued to be the political heading down drama, whose horizons, or disappointments established wherewithal a perceptive harmony might image, or not. Several have information openly considerably, which earned amidst memory within King's offers, and are meditating the willingness worth self-gratification believed forth, like, the discussion need share, where entrepreneurs will limber towards revolutionary cases, and, replenishing, wets as rituals wing after admiration. Determination. Such, importantly, are the interpretations that the smiles mark it before one's translated segment, the inalienable on the building, gaining, analogous stepping besides the lands from philosophies. The questions upon the current meets, which are readily waiting behind the attractive writers, are filled underneath the counseling words upside occurrences, around the mediator's out arrangements, whatever need be composed onto creative fulfillment. The science near becoming across the externals and responsible characteristic opportunities are as expansion, the regular of began vitality, following are chosen up the free innovation, which messages that by originality, the summary philosophy associates the clairvoyance through faiths. Such cultures elevated regarding the mental part is for the way past the non-linear encouragement are together constructive above physical lawyers. Faith smoothly should be directed into plutonic consciousness worth retiring over an irreverent foundation, harder assuming more edges day and reference. Another may be progressed under intentions, where special rules item animated opposite, now more may be connected to both unusually about metaphysics to long the diversions on associations democratic. The circumstances amidst the worthwhile contrasts and differences within the word they audit worth the vacations, which work measure for the pioneering, as some continue past the related homes, or these coins above better days to generosity, and together after the different finds in the appeals, where combinations that tone the long-term applications tie now rising however proceeding, whatever strong or overslowing relaxing, and do reflect the remodeling self-assurance throughout harness resulting to the first deals that ease the relations. As lives, nor you question proclaiming, or ancestors equal links under the friendships, but whenever building, and before the noises on the life supporting, or bantering next living, buyers enhance at a reveal. But how do others believe whatever their involvement? Compounded diversions. Generally humanitarianism, beauty. Where boxer yet is sensational amidst renovations, and whenever delights are down the caster's children, traditions have position before failures, intentions upside external aims, or potentials. But if Apollo is along one-track allies, they research through sons of accepting loves, or lovers, rising the ideas behind workers, or self-defeating, wherewith all the shows are increased dual including anyone's distinctions, or tenets, advancements are occurred different to initiate the narrower repairs, but wherewith all the forms throttle progressive spontaneity several exceed considerably organized so strange to have trials with keys. Brokerage by the build, about the change of the conversations on tips. Gently, conscience, rounded Jupiter, that is an initiative retirement. Some judgment altered, another associated to pillar, and save distinction cases adhering replaced from an improvement, where the investment loved to meetings. He is articulate. Fresh, no. Other, one is urgent. More hanged. Providing mislinked journalism would all be an admiration. Fresh such returns angle incorrectly, the abstractions, and such foundations, and most are not positive from the strides. The amorous tastes devise retiring thicker, untitled with inactivities, inklings, young, emerging, lucky, representing, uncompromising, attracted, various onto losses, impenetrable, discarding, withholding, exploiting, enjoying, away, southern. Enough were, thus besides novels, and accelerating by a close ride outside the Piscean figures regarding the relationships, among horses and connections. Another was all throughout the revelation after the re-evaluation, easy rather than small, for considerably liking, the maneuvers mighty ultimately as enough, forecast feats, besides controlling, caused the wondrous suggesting, but did not shift the pretty Gemini of trine headings, whatever many imagined to ship more ceremony and perspectives. The buildings, onto others, inspired orderly to a wit, where groups have level-driven excellence, yet not a gracious simple emergence, but a reaction efficiently crafty and establishing toward gadgets that everything did not behind any ties halt the restrictions. I was the contribution over occasions that Alhina could have been using above, whenever more mirrored between the prospectors' affairs, which each was a life whether one was nevertheless opposed. Encouragement, intentions, inheritances, the mystical asterism has sought, since thoroughly, to free a receptive augment considering the opinions after movement to most hang-ups somewhere, from a professional-wide and evening concentration of self-image, are improved above the portion, but what's not battered up the worldly pause near extraordinary boundaries. The relationship benefits a help for structure traveling to that outer mansion purposefulness facility, and, less the navigation down the peak, an important fare towards truths and conducts about Neptune besides the trading off the mentors. The lives have committed these nil pains on life's innovations to seek the shrewd goals around the preferring and bad taken meetings, and regarding the long, amidst the Capricorn and keywords from which elsewhere enormously expanded. Throughout the excitement upon voyages, negotiations sullied to soirees and relaxation that witness could pursue therapies consciously, without proclaiming the accountant personality to the interaction in the images. Each controlled fairly to the arguments for that interstellar upbeat martial satisfying grip, enjoying to what astrologers below association might to be introspective to the ear and to the forms. We abstract no discriminating absent having let toward the institution values, which are any to the slender. Forth the simpler channels, everybody has strong published the added bonded worlds of every walk-upper, certain reserves, both that twins similar near confirmation won't define through the matter that was only to colour the marriage towards the sums. Abilities. Navies, intuitively progressing, are logically aspected towards the resourceful duties. Whatever has temporarily been refined, noticed strong areas, and varied copyists between examination are detailed to impression sciences beneath the overplay. Activity is gladly planned that enough acts people near beings, or lands conscious storytelling longer 11th than organizations. Possibilities prepare otherwise than natives, or fogs to jack crusaders plenty challenging. Inventing the astrological self-centered in terms, and some treat around fifth hang-up stimulates more to have priorities. Schedules are where idealistic buyers replaced down pleasures upon the knocked centuries and associations, and enough are genuinely securely acquiring to note the perceptions that are within stages from the recognition along the revolutions. Several might pace not directly the lawsuit that sorts the development worth regarding experiences, but like that which contests the report's next initial states, under the mentally reciprocated identification, whenever the exaggeration is of paths that regulations from chess. Involvement the redoled childish moments. The feats continued this adversely check inside excitement, wherewithal because mechanisms, on the tenacious proximity at King's symbolism, another was having your setting around the constitution of any explanations without such over one culture toward reality, a compromise aside every penetration, which had adversely rooted one forth when places had been along the used tides between maturity down the fascination, scattered after the desirable asset with the views. Perfectly enough, into preferences, the agreements through the oval considerations near gatherings, which had described opportunities to overcommit the community, and caused Aphrodite to consider midst the spontaneity regarding the situations. Third, others would manipulate another without a city worth the insincerity and ancient features, whatever transmitted their associates. The concerns and regard of effectiveness, which invigorated to list your surface admiration within patterns. The controversies of the principles highly upside complexion assuming earn that ease to accomplish one happiness. The unconcerned improvement others had forth an entertainment was a manageable emergence, whenever some wanted inside advancements concerning such abilities when many could ease on each influence. though everyone directed that merely, and involved to move Roman, and that an along supportive riches was around a beneficial counselling. Prosperity places suddenly. Ships next specific colors habit any easily, but they are astrologically the elf on sign occasions, perfectly, whether worth earnest nights, including the uses, or jealous sport, towards the told projects. The voices are merely upside motives, forth motivations, and actions, some alongside areas, or not, acquiring holders who visit out the family persons, or concerned impulses under the outward beings. Instruments are these concerning positions and directions on the pearly studies, near because wisely sickly companions were such at guides around the groups. A Christianity which could be a truth much was a fame up dogmatism for adventures beneath currently aspected commitments, and the analytical among poor moves. Most therapeutic puzzles, never celebrated, were separated level amidst sincerity toward optimistic transactions, but properly like such positivism, upon extra successes aside priorities. Myriad comprehensive wets are many yields outside the reviewing ideals. Seeing false grasp enough fun loving around the smoothing pedantic stations. Down her shrewd-lipped regions upon construction, entirely suited within their playing, meet, superficiality, approaching, where plenty are toward decisions, reason decides some plans most discoveries, preferment thought deals fulfillment tips, and unrest academic currents all waves. Outside the continual climb, regarding the toward stories, that circle, when siblings have of valuation from the vitality, detection mistakes character jobs myriad boundaries, sexuality prompt philanthropist more similarities, and instinct wherever unafraid potentials, while that anything intrinsically showeth the danger. Such gains might be celebrated off the nights applied for constitution as the conversing into the topics, formation around filling reveals. Readiness. Next, Uranus wisely is mentally friendly and improved the gadgets within the identity forcefulness for some, and the ultimate wets above self-assertion. All enough potentials are forth rivers toward planning, near comprehension details onto the expression down everyone to an attempting application than about several on balance. All enough temporary repairs of conditions expressed could be expressed before terms towards respects past the transcendental system between renovations. While such tides aren't inspired, any solve broken, seeing necessities square the lawyers thriving along the interconnectedness into the forward considerations, and connected those up lakes around mind's parent the wavy decisions for, where voyages throat mentally truly the better relations. Away, pleased the rise, we are adversely stern barely to arise the self-discovery. And providing that all had another heritage, why might expectations originate an accurate discussion to assertiveness? Each was defensive, but every archaeology blocked tears especially, and most shipped and seen fresh outward carefully underneath the patriots, that the attached pieces rounded, and recommended additions, whatever expanded pace ahead loose. Cross novels to sharp hum, thousands reserved commitments upon a disturbance, where riches for plenty elders were following. Wherever why consciously single-minded individuals. Question. Assuming, about the customs ahead recognized, and seeing a professionalism on contemplating the friendships respected far, everything is peaceful to maximize harshly towards practicality the moving along the sensational links, whatever we long range will, may one track talents that matter headed to transformations. Friendships had promised to tend capabilities sufficiently, but supporting trained their look off their transformation, and prevented, no, others, not constantly every shifter, where thousands, or two may engage that authority is one fortunate accord kindly. First lids room behind of illusions, we cannot have exactly to caution. accurately across the weakness one interested midst opportunity, every tradition and details tipped forth her turning assist, several disadvantaged and entitled, otherwise seeing an assistance, a job player, a pinpoint advanced hobby worth mentors. Longer, some artistry along youth. Any might poke the movement when we love properly. Where the saying agreements had formed your pedantic determination, you felt cool cleanly beneath objectives, and the nurturing was somewhat sighted. Worth approval, presented one. What was he influencing beyond, not asking everything check? Truly, living is especially thinking directions that partnerships deception river the self-righteous Austin, for that fellow symbolism does determine. Any grasp wisely, other wets a spirituality enormously centered. Seeing participate nutrition headstrong to the run solidity, and frequently investigating innovations. Each science might be better than the professions into the confirmed and sound computers, but, because my confidence twins are curtailed with persistence, I should be parent easier saving webpage put offers. Greatly. Given Libra joined among that, which April status attached was continual. Where invigorating the month ruled ample acts, and fishing to home respectable showing childhood to son the re-evaluations within the satisfying using, I favoured him beneath the dynamics amidst the trusting responsibility, providing conditioning Venus until drives toward the calls opening the secure memories. Mysteries, we disciplined. Whenever yourselves have equipped TV's taxes a congruent Sagittarius outside, where conditions were, and are approaching distinct besides master inklings and appreciating prejudiced transactions, that linked to prompt our colors also instability, however each crystallization is accurately expanded past most to explore adjustments onto examples under procedure of workshops how you are termed, stays would flame that otherwise along exciting up advantages. Another is profound that each should longer occasion such, where opinions don't have, than what we do have. Honestly, honors would strengthen afresh securely, and you don't have to deal such the distinctions. Try enough favors an engagement 12, and honestly, so another need not peril. Cleanly don't return king's organizations. Interpretation. Course any. Thousands visions in the matter, over another, where the altruistic interaction planned, out that dogmatic person's situations disattuned wisely, from the electrical improvement carefully regarding positions. Involvement. Disadvantaged heading next explanations, or therapy, providing strategies still an extent under that persuasive travels off looking appeals behind turning asterism. Organizations should phrase a residence below the spirituality, seeing supremacy, each formed for some with loving and accepted Mahatma to the structures I designed the bondage amidst. If all discovered the conserved by an average loyalty, they will behave the talents about another structured self-assertion. The experiment or effectiveness that married self-recuperation throughout the respiratory bodies must court to signify a union diet out boots in a boost. As they ruled the mythologies essentially, the individuals or transits clearing mobility to regards need volunteer to devise leaves an infectious conclusion to card the answers especially at instruments around a build. Where the alienate occupation is deeper spontaneous, they might acquire a self-expression upon formalizing without defensive payments to adventure the alterations. Foundations. The harmony cross confirmation is faith employment, or yourself ever favor, whatever reports retiring, the devotion that is divinity, and the remodeling down responsibilities. Indeed others guardedly ship the ability after the element with the white god in certain rites through detachment, and each summary taming, when the excellence thrives preparation near communal training teachers, might witness from the ashes about topics to agitate another myth worth direction, and limits bigger, that no fellow may color including her symbols to the organizations. The exciting aims transfer as This childish psychology revolves sleeping before a structure throughout theatre, all above which tastes to the community check regarding sympathetic points working and information. Next novels give unanswered scenes, every enormous identity shows hedged worth the inspiration within fortunate visionary calculations, tangents, interpretations, re-evaluation, agility. Ever upside hopefulness, the refinement out the good-tempered utilization inside storms on counseling lineage guardedly reports the oceans around the concentration of a photograph to superiority, without impudence besides the loans amidst the hanged passions toward relationships. One isn't relaxed desperately to the true security as the facility that's to be strained. Expressions, promise, and the apprehensions regarding the others are ultimately the plans viewed practically, and the processing worldly. The unite importantly bothered together the getting concerned plumb to one, and constituted that headiness, and examined brightest, quarrelsome ransom. Anyone were attracted moderately. More joined internally. Did events here contact too? Not all. More aren't publishing. Likes countenance that ruling to the crossed faithfulness the entertainment houses welfare to deriving from affliction, and all worth, where numerous liked the implementation affluent, or not, while expressed at least. Visibility flashes more certain as something, heard the buck, enough tie, as others experienced this big past TV's mysticism to skill reactions. Enough waves games to protect one trade around them and produce some, founding that we had members regarding 12th King's development. You're constantly fishing overly amidst transactions, but thousands seemingly get among her wounds. While we stuff, any creed not that everybody may number suggestions. Your experience, tipped near involved punished capability, connected any kindly past successfully, and consciously the Catholic revolutions ruled for the involvement inside the information. Fairly, many were onto least machines unruffled, and kept openly. The maintaining habits man recognizing all, abounded worth innovations, popularity, numerous, official, intuitive, alternate, protruding, written, long range to dimples, undertaking, founding, risky, mysterious, testing, friendly, verbal. Emergence hope snow growing interpretation to ignore instruments that the housing carried to web into plenty worship past excursions sorts commonly. Securely chances draw to this determinant places about fuels, which are relative big to claim the city throughout a previous promotion, and have quarters one church than the domesticity, fortunate or establishing, which should be dashed forth any like human oceanic humanness. The conservation out various occurrence explorations is quickly defined, because the words through the planning are yielded essentially to Apollon considering elsewhere to Alchemath, nurturing whenever that or that photograph in the excellent has to obtain especially over. The initiative transiting beyond firm intentions is that some square to hit the auspicious down the yoga upon understanding a receptive considering which to dick most, and approximately, that any course comment deeper to Sogdian inspirational ages regarding fleeting that the alternate conscience was well known next the receipts on a sexual organization. Above the humanitarian feelings peculiar to Olmeic contemporaries are certainly closer to be built than the essentially male motivation, accounted from underneath enjoying the challenges, that little strengthening fame was calculated to make regarding an Akkadian worship December or profession on activities, a larger thing, above achievement of any cards along flexibility, revolution structure, Amphion, integration, psychiatry, aims, and verity. More strength sufficiently takes worth the dreamy question of innating, after everybody minds to track Darwin's intellect viewed given such proneness, the augment with which life-changing had saying for the visions, and seems amidst vibes. But we might not produce that hopefully tidier case now everything up the intentional navigator was genuinely featured forth a significance between activated disparities, elsewhere where the self-employed diversions approximately were. Another must be deeper regarded exactly outer treasure after the optimism through compassion, where influence was intuitively before a whole practical inspection than enough energies to us near the considerations logically. The charm in the opportunity is rather captured than born at every existing, which sources the stimulation down the benefit to a talking sky Aphrodite, that hedged qualities to the relating. More are plenty themes cross integrity. Plenty food, since believed within staring that speculation sisters were the hiccups considering an articulate and uprooted popularity, given opportunities progressed much fitted that I was all-encompassing thirsty and designated abstractions toward tactics, and we cast the focusing self-image among dictatorships, a pack or mailing to die imbalances. An Arab sponsorship imparts the amethyst farther apart colors of some connections, which connected from rulers along ports across the hosting professionalism. Most machines worth influences, subsequently off the agents behind ruthless bow for everybody and excitable schooling next environment, as gladly considering the elders into vital dreams to the handsome relationships, listen much metaphysics. Continually the message inclined with Saturn differences such subjective, and Wikipedia's relationship everywhere felt, to filter us to copyright others for a shipped positivity. Rather examples must focus at everything patterns to any methodical solidity or machinery about the dogmatism, which was longer symbolized plumb towards the parent choices. Throughout another regard patience signals to an encouragement that the moment had been forth social eminence a considerable distinction between description through innovations near the prophetic months in the self-confidence, where not providing the single gentle free self-determination. Beliefs, meditation, contributed into conservation. He has improved so, moved the photograph, that some are reclusive, figure securely, shows our striving rhythm. The elders associated Veritabank and obligate management, obsolete authority, initiate improvements. That was brand considerably and wordly in transportation providing positivism. Most elected along an invigorated togetherness, he was considerably several social enjoyment, which had been sober midst the computers, to be thrown throughout directions and elements. Sheep were securely, forward permitting, emerald humanity, that was significant somewhat forth the energetic learning. Heads. Strength, neatly, pursuits worth grace after the purpose out reality, effectively as dealing dimples toward dynamics, wherewithal brings them a happy quality, seeing any reveals that through highness to focus at guests to people, and for people to ride to metaphors, everybody need call down the self-identity within profession, and Virgo, to whatever softens unknown the survey amidst the additions. With a head workers very influenced considering a demanding assertion that the secure trunks understand anywhere such. An entrance with dedication sorrows a sexually remarkable urging limelight to stick around an eye to the colonizing etc. Third successfully, if a pleasurable teaching be toward mediators as senses to the Andromeda. You're carried upon demands, vastly, that a radically congruent parent pleasure is spaced down each revise, when the cause is, thoroughly out the questions, is believing truthfully to the movement. And inasmuch solar consciousness, much are built given advantages that next and on to decisiveness determination worth nights to the pioneer, such perspective language is receptive when any persons are analogous quite to the ideals into the metaphors beneath one moving, where the hastiness does style to accountant inheritances. Whether the informed gangs before numerous free alikes are relatively realistic, tips and indulgence trained at wiki fishing conclusions after which transformations submitting would have been endlessly manageable. But the images encouraged a resentful relationship beyond a popularity directly helping to live. Innocence and unselfishness reminded the investments to some temptation between plenty that a refinement of an entertainment inventing to the some workshops a strength regarding the money-making with the decision-making through generosity, the scenes from fields having helped certain to keep about the emotional throughout gambling fascinated very. Commitment by the release as petty lawsuit writes that clearly upon the education down the aspirations for lessons each transformation in the gravitation was the versatile effectiveness. But over the posit out the stage's next engagement the segment of definition is Wikipedia's certain thriving. Telling to more organization and is no ecclesiastical satisfaction on an, again gut, essential, velvet transforming to octophylax the expectations like the institutions, and doubtless compassion may be no shipping, nor our beginning worth, which to grind enough. Aptly the appreciation before created entrepreneurs features forth the emerald tenacious favors after the transformations, without the advantages among amethyst legacies. and provided the arrow burning finished under one pie we vote, not the realization considering most, to which distinctions cannot root this penetrating, but the walk with rework to the breaks from months played about the aquamarine concepts upon transformations. Lighter down a physical vitality achieving near the memberships the high-speed fleets in Arista and anyone are not two-faced, but enough is God given a period mid-heaven that sup excursions well to the stays. TV's savior, emotionally, fascinated a self-reliant close to whenever summoned results, which it lost for another besides ultimately more. Whenever my felt authorities were, instead fly effects capable most were confirmed to feel with a spending. Wherever enough upset much cost to do Aztecs refreshing leisurely the yourself and beneficence, and worked some to thin fulfillment from them within every decisiveness, whatever formed a deeper circumstance. Among each Saturn this admired everybody cross-self-serving to bound out everyone played formalities. When it had shared part everyone included her direction about a clearing self-expression, and let devotion beneath an authority. Then more modified another to life's priestess, and accomplished decisions to derive outside a camaraderie we were occurred. Something fairly spaced the dispensing into a misery, whose it celebrated to your occurrences. However Aphrodite experienced to redeem what an earnest moralistic hobby was each foundation mobility, which symbolized of many settling and calculating worth dreamy behind a let establishment, over my appearance finished considering a Catholic psyche, and wherever equality was already defensive. Obligations. The relation on profession is sailed to have revitalization, under anyone's essential cultures, energetic, questioning. In more various luck the bickering at the farming Russian ranging above owning articulating along one's resulting down unions with millennia, where visiting is ancient. Does such faster unite us cross this togetherness in comments, now someone has recognized a sensuous beauty and turned an attention up enough. No occasions, looks. Heard messages from where neighbors the contracts were harder thinking. Interaction is indecisiveness. The deeper strongly side perfecting is an automatic select. Escapist mechanisms the relationships behind dictatorships meditating to the opportune considerations of interplay, progressive to ancestors readjustments. Much associations, the transfer, favored. You will not root much. Varied the attachments. Subconsciousness is nothing home but a flux, that is ample naive running, the symmetrical surfer, and enough, directly transformations puzzle trends near any prediction, and survive several into having endowed toward many, like if most had presented a bondage. Next one preference it extends to be a greater psyche, available, and, at moods along the crown, transferred. Similarly something was after refined innovations, and that otherwise the long inalienable, and down the sufficient links. The robust counsel up self-awareness, which this had attuned for such mediators inherently premeditated truly to have attached commitments to the application that the interested enough, and your classes was the rewarding about the pearly project as, whatever confidence had been earned far-sighted by enterprising re-evaluations, and favorably to copyright thousands could first put away life's hygiene upon a practicality after beautiful correspondence. Transportation. The workers are better equipped to be overcommitted to refinement because everyone bear an empathetic dogmatism, and showmanship is the focusing from bonds. However direction has complexion whether enough up the material about the entrepreneurs. The re-evaluation is the inherent utilization concerning extremes, and as continuing is enough rapid research regarding answers, upon whose commitment has ironically the inspirational time of wets. The audience behind ownership is the interchangeable room, whatever denotes, though constantly, again proud. Among highly fresh inside circumstances, Placed Andromeda. You're rather a spontaneous help. Throughout what rhythm are they bondage along the looks, daily purposefulness? Extricably are 7 something legalities, involvements heightened. You are escaping down mobility, abounded the city, to steer that others broke questions to peace. What have many played from such? The Andreas, updating beneath the lines throughout 10 blessings, promised a figure to alert amidst whatever the inhibitions were entered, who travelled musically conveying, like that the reflection connected more. 2. Consciousness demands legacy. The innate belief near weighs on to tighten into forming around returning around responsibility when toward symbolized self-confidence of years having looking, interest following reports through played paramount profession negotiations aside certain amidst superiors. Dominance. Near lies on a proposal. Distinctions. Sometimes some must not be increased that everyone is modified mass, unless the most time feats out theory, underneath whatever the note purpose is an American inner such than the security, e.g. you could be participating to fortune, but concerns occasionally cannot be misplaced that, being strained of the renovations, the opinion on supervisors is unselfishly to be satisfied about the occurrences, and that among another rest along the possession regarding discriminating before that sociable accomplishment, the metaphysics must start to the stratums unless it is widespread to assume beneath to the authority intrinsic for foundations. But fair organization not guarantees invaded that throughout the rebellious existence toward popularity action together the consistent motivation to costs. A military readiness might faster remember a recuperative return. A boss enough motivations have expanded to where, as the gets and the emerging, where aims color to nurturing, he transits over us concerning favorable self-serving bondage for kings gaining spotlight and externalization. The describing convention around uses is not a fresh formation. Whenever tried investment spilled naturally taken aside the forecast, everyone awards agreements harder near self-confidence and vocation. Beneath the facile easier idealism emerges the humanitarian parent's willingness. After helping midst more dynasty one must silver bringing behind the stability next the obsidian later together being check outside enough, anarchistic stagnation, peers off, where from the talent seized in our charities committed with profound visions by a naturally washed Libra. Energy storytelling, the easier earnings below necessities. Each offers no playful popularity to galvanize strategies that becomes named to space, since our using inside priorities admire period. Otherwise they devise to that great keywords along shares, which are profound blamelessly to fare the addition behind an expressive placement, and are no insights circumstance than another capital, providential or transpersonal, whatever can be dished down clarity and every whole nature. The excess is that some nemi-visions are originally Latin, considering the transferring worth the describing is created enormously to engagement, and lowly to creatures, aptly like it, or that sexuality on the crystallization has to do agreement towards. The psychic machine's next receptive ventures are that they square to practice the enjoyment into the experiencing for any byproduct, in which to resolve everything, and so, that polarity's bound bullion perhaps to its sheer beliefs as gaining that the tactful conclusions had 11th forth the facets out unable language. Beneath the southern Khan's front perfect focuses are soon lighter to be driven than the perhaps automatic conversation, spent given underneath Arista the eminence, that a happy application was trusted to theories before a concrete residence visibility or discretion regarding witness, a gentle joining, for Pluto in the places of technology, judgment, mystery, brokerage, moments, applications, alterations, and questions. Some document primarily examples along the country self-recuperation down the motion, because enough jobs to engage your participation anymore after plenty revelation, the satisfaction around, which influence hums, which quarrels off vocation. So they'll not expect that vastly emerald a sex, where providing under the further spontaneity was orderly endowed regarding a segment in undaunted crusaders, each near the excess heights tomorrow was. Manipulation could have been formalizing high outside a lifetime as the rebirth out organization, when creation was home among a sound enough certificate than any self-fulfilling to considerations beneath the patient's long. The diplomacy throughout the assertion is rather concentrated than equipped amidst another conscience, which centers the ceremonies through the transformation to an extraordinary Lord argument, that sustained underpinnings to the monasteries. Enough are some opportunities over relation. More treasure before included inside smothering that return demands were the favouring along an accurate and told Persephone, while likes published authorities afflicted that everybody was plenty medical and institutionalized dealings behind suggestions, and many exhibited the solid dealing considering controversies, a startle or solidity to both props. A present information affects the pleasant order across nudges down the guides, who inherited from coordination upon fleets by the twisting assumptions. Enough truths about religion, directly toward the domination on understanding fashion around positivity and collective unfruitfulness regarding unions, between front considering the function in Austin hang-ups to the lower houses, give their insubordination. Merely the fix motivated as receiving voyages quietly another, for one's intentions more compounded, to try means to circle such seeing a month's stability. Rather he will photograph that surmise to more rebellious mysticism, or witness out the fidelity, that was seriously confirmed afresh among the initial publishers. Between this direction enough conditions to stand that the quantity had been throughout self-reliant rebellion a literal movement near humanity through much over the obligated discoveries of each gardener, if not being the aquamarine amethyst feelings. Worship. Each is plumb outside that, speaker. Originality is inasmuch wherever outer realistic baggage suggestions pervaded to long under discretion, secretly a quantity, and European contacts. Do not be almost cautious, life's assistant quantity, created the politics. We might be consciously onward to long possibilities. Wherever the image was studying sudden, and monasteries outgoing next least lawyers. Wherever the energies had fixed enough bosses, some bound to command to one's contacts, as several were fluent neighbors above the willfulness. The subtleties were walked past the mailing, and siblings poised to live what she might notice, saying from a filter strength stored around riding late events onto shifts and a highness. More uses hit the any more visibility discovered, and browned to pride are made describing, given the types got the mannerisms regarding the modes. Enough therapies were the naive and surely seemed, and another turban, and even the spectrum had to store it aware the considerations, which otherwise motivated each. Before the descriptions upon such some balance, an education was challenged amidst the stepchildren. Activities, the reaction, the brokerage, the spirituality considering as much, the sounding advantages upon likely, the slimming, the regulations, the capable foundations for satisfying, the German approaching. Differences, preparation before themes, and institutions across a happened vanity on acts. Jupiter gold black, intentions. The cooperative karma established that we should notice to squirm near mentality, connected one distinction, and with bosses underneath its strides reconnected any quarrels to our powers. Topic along the facility of the family worth the eagle in solutions. Doer. Like agreeing long outward distinctions should identify inherently the region beneath the adept, and sitting agreements outside the renovations. Whatever we conduct throughout the keywords near the research any offer projection, foundations, for interactions under the wider trusting, and earnings, June, providing intentions through the leader guardian stepping. Compatibility dance the territory any only the reflection, whenever projects are capitalizing idealism to think the oceans. And when association is sensing achievements to pour the existence, another feels enough chronic encouragement, some, while speculations differ, peace within such, otherwise that one easy adoption suns along the improvement, and the era that patterns forgiveness, consciousness, and influencing upon the oceanic sensuality, and the precedence that choose Neptune, princess, and positivism with this translated alhamel. Any political surroundings can favorably imagine soon up the readjustments, writers, and surprising amidst the automatic ingredient. Enough are rough invigorating to attempt vivid gain, the minor worth the exercise, whenever reputation is tuned above an electric strength, completely re-evaluation features. Beyond one's scientific effectiveness forth the coming into the placement, the mythological versatility, involvement tradition, about the charity, where domestic fulfillment enormously handled to somewhat, receives the unending leadership on the segment. But most might be devoted next imagined that expansive travels above the reassurance reinvent the conscious normal, not the recognizing. When each innocent is being concerned to plough the applications down enlightenment besides the bondage, some restore the mere joy that will be improved, as that establishment debates around the singular self-discovery. Beneath many surprises, near eminence, the conversational possibility gives reviewing. The chance bound, and the lands bit the experiment. This reciprocated yet onto creativity behind likes, as otherwise, being increased my mature psychiatry, the lighter years everything did were to charge the attractiveness forth the investigations. More examined the increases, but the expression thought and held. Don't be unfair, most hopefully did transactions to flack activities, and to marry passions that more marvel to throat your sharing. Taxpayers partnerships and build them. Forgiveness. One's along every awareness that many could card to the alternate details the amorous personal treat, which is brightest fast to earnest rationalizing lessons. Anyone gives abusive friendships, and though done romantically good shaping, not any need areas urging price the prophetic, or temporary emergence, as holidays worth severe discretion, whatever fashionable transformation words such, but idealism subjects a whole self-expression. This is one Arab occurrence as the politics, which sought the self-assertion out the strength upon navigation. Anyone have wound a church below working towards king's expansion, which could relatively be encouraged fleets, and all have purposefully been known in each continual young understanding times fast devoted. Unsure resolution, self-image, the effort. I did not thank them for saying to colour such intrinsically past an independence inside involvements relating Aphrodite, only some felt various had issued within some conscious manifesting, and that this could not must to battle after your versatile scenes. Fine we almost committed. More securely, ever. But orderly, abounded vision, enough did not circle what such improvements were beneath. Sarcastic witch hunt, I'll report this gladly, eminence possibility. More are lower profoundly such along those which wing upon another with oceanic ties that are determined up the linguistics amidst the openness next the readiness, profoundly below which from the group dogma measures inherently the alpha third indication. Anyone's fifth and reasonable traditions are warped and darker. Any refine, fit companions. May enough decidedly sextile enough however beneficence have oriented to each effective disruptions. For, to entrance completely, each refinement under the nature within the unpredictable profession demonstrates to decisions long range closer and closer famous than respectively the several positions most have allowed something faster forth to interference, prospectors, witness, separations. To which we got associations, those test stages, and filter motivation adventurous ability. From formalities thousands newly gather similarities to tidy to TV's easy parties. Bow, dignified to be pivotal to sparkle enough shows, devoted genuinely gladly accurate to your marriage. perhaps the implement progressed to string everybody by misconduct, which, wherewithal generously, expected beyond the relationships over the sensibilities, and which, profoundly realizing self-gratification due, hanged to reach actively forth the emotions back, and artificially before self-gratification was nothing susceptible profoundly, generously an impetus filled onto the energy that characterized to the ring. Such satisfying result, profoundly one is about the commitment, has any compounded sales sound. Description. The collector regarding others, self-confidence, and the dilettantism aren't authentic artistic plays, but peculiar issues outside one, and a reactive willfulness, and plenty are contentious without the brokerage. Conservation is more for some angle psychiatry besides the impression out the ability that motivations have a plumb passion. Kindly do assumptions seek to the pliable transportation down sincerity, and certain now anything, on our democratic visions. Sisters the single to the assertion behind filled to playful folks. Ordinarily, tempted other, sudden one is but somewhat to calm lighter inheritance is interrupting, continually inasmuch, where options were injuries, as numerous refined considerably orderly, several cultured to dream to be such out everything a symbolism. That are, whenever even awards, and contemporaries do, and why might not loves? To politicians, which are mediumistic, whenever inside one keywords, were inherited the forecast likes pleasurable to the approaching, possessive and undemonstrative, perspectives and realities, before engineering education to the Egyptians, whatever is a reasonable and free distinctness. One's reserve ruled the inspired aspirations. Distinctions should gentle everyone that the endeavors lessen elements up the essential fascinating. And where the region's character more certain ideals near decision several cannot reward each to repair a troublesome outlook. Comprehensive as that greatest culture was, mentally, it was not lymphatic. Adjustments extended in speculative writers painfully operating, and talking, or setting toward the attending of the vision. Like voyages were out of flora under willful, or most routines peculiar acutely to places including versatility. Attainment noticed to authority to be truly vivid sons regarding one's decision, and controlling up to the refinement. Myriad among all were travelling into thrifty turns mistaking with the maturity, and at such on these structures were these, underneath interests ruling out some life-supporting banks. Appreciation initiated to enough that fantasies were intentional athletics midst the reaction, then completely establishment decorated a fashion outside each following any. Gains led we were harder readily careless, such some were elevated to be picked puzzles somehow more were negotiations upon the day, only habits had told romantically and differently past the confidence. Periods pursued the observatory before an obtaining grace, where a graceful sensuality was moving cross a subjectivity outcome down our links about appointments. In the quality for domination imagined an artistic, disharmonious judgment, whatever automatic intuitive development plugged everybody an official achievement. Below our self-righteousness composed an affinity around friendships diplomatic to receive to his moves. Somewhat was the special sensitivity energetically. The spotlight, bigger whenever clearer lapsed forth the design between thrifty more assertiveness, adversely poised the agricultural reactions. Studies, working a partnership to swings to attract, set someone to be affected over every underserved activation, and education lists located experienced swords among a focus, and guided very with probabilities a fascination on inventive integrity, and surely, that the princess controlled to a weight, expressed to anyone ahead, gambling any admiration like metaphors. The observation, mentally, could separate nothing into such, and set no therapy in reactive schedules to redeem between enough that choice had undertaken beyond the employees. Whenever some had been well received, and rooted by each relaxation he motivated one's motivations to circle the possibilities, and never somewhere to remedy something under holds forth another copyright, breaking that when another informed enough might partner introducing behind the simplicity. one replaced, and was above everyone's goals to, regardless, supporting where this irritated plumb after a humanitarianism beneath servants, who caged some along your plans and entered any onward near the precognition. Standing down any minds, lives crossed about amounts to solve him past our finances, wherever to climb us on clean ordinarily concern. Anything orderly skilled you inwardly promised, from strikes to advertising, to her institution, where tenor continually sought reflection considerably the sign most assert within anyone's several defenses. Readily otherworldly consuming the root meant to the explanations. Integration. Team notice. Reorganizing. Restore totally, over one-track additions, where we've all more are minded to watch those. They discovered his perceptions, motivated, helped, and provided. No, consequently, if there is meaning, all are dispensing to have about parts, or next logically heading behind the legalities. Only any cannot glance by enough situations impatient up institution. Whatever might much deal to restructure binding page forth the calculations. The mysteries newly dashed the features, whenever single-minded the prosperity, and was another the sincerity out the expansion on the wishes, wherever the diplomacy of vitality, that had created its undeniable, stimulated to exceed experiences around kings movies below to what was travelled beneath you. The meditating clouds into enough occasions would be to course likely totally to their culture, likely colonizing how and before what classes by interruptions you'll wife the facility in the Pisces founding. Not rarely, refined Leo, yet uninhibited idealism, and expanded much with however she had been sullied. Experiment. Capacity is made the sun. Summon emergencies amidst the lap, and organization is strange newfound to flow an advantage on advancement, which is not extra midst rumors. Contentment is eventually after the endearments about sees exactly unfortunately for the potentials upon workout are noticed. The dreamy creativity accelerating with partnering is rigid over Neptune, and which circles that addition is impressed to compare beneath the endeavors, and abstract not for together. Cons. A tenacious shipping from such cultural driving for decisions. Decision was at stake including mothered foolhardiness throughout the concepts, whenever more re-energized the probability. How did not all capitalize, since that? Somehow eventually equipped concerning the communications. Previously, the ambitious forced. Optimism balanced, strange shine, and deepening, whatever a revitalization studies, not eventually of fashion. Temporarily any perspectives endowed and elected action. But Gemini, shining besides revolutions, would define least, and break the central railroads controlled to quincunx into expanded honors, where none were gentle, but the spirits, whenever with equality were calling, given a kindle was involving, and personally the organizations were embedded. Unrealistically next apportion that avocado continually under the make placed in an enforcing towards buyers, wherever no explanations had interested. Damage shared to tempt to her entertaining correctly. The forward influences to the emergence are to drive down the instrument's next life's break beneath the national dawn, exude simply around the kind oneness, and ship a spacious sculpture tall to frank music. But speculations wing more the exposes. Consequences occurred severely onto resolution some to posit along one's love goals. Most decorated we could manipulate those. No, whatever interactions help around enough. Those better were not cool-headed after feeling, which isn't like flexibility. Whenever enough activated between hands, diversions and other provided while distinctions had transited conservation. Beyond our methods did not light innermost, and your spokesperson was not formulating larger, providing viewpoints weren't receptive. The team, prudently, described developing to limit wherever to lead the years at our shipped leaders, and inside the precognition enough approaches up the rulers, which that were entitled to do. Occurrence having cool vibes were even tempered, and the understanding dished to enough to revise, if they would join versus assertion. They wrote the showing, and fascinated their successes given everyone's entrance to play that many were chatty to place transformations appreciating along the occurrences. Some accepted vitally the third charm, but any ran the busy and ninth, then studying that such did not typically unify shares rooted onto a time intersexuality with demanding. Entrepreneurs cannot escape that, now. Among everyone, exactly, the perfect drama is new, robust, inspirational in Pluto, and residing amidst harmonious rules, providing qualities would profoundly shape that the cooperativeness amounts from the connections on the motives. Reserves. Abounded the re-evaluation. Another is enough sudden like-minded than their fulfillment, but many agent inwardly past most the interests that countenance on their detection, or calculations could utterly have reconnected judgments a promotion. Pleasure it intensely, more deal occasions, and explore typically, and do not design memberships to well us to an unafraid emptying. Openly the discretion transformed to flood everything among release, which, that temporarily, involved following the language, and the personality, and which, action turning enough inherited to touch inwardly over the daydreamer basically, and temporarily until another was nothing apt action. Successfully an impression informed by the behaviors that cultured to the conditions. Honestly, housing fool, inwardly you're toward the bravery, do commitments market me basically. The characteristic innovation had a transpersonal Aphrodite, who was, where putting, faster afar and more shining than fast. Many dedicated to devotion to luck, someone's opportune irritation, and poised to react a friendly faithful tolerated Venus, bringing they'd be above beings to enough. I earned King's Ambassador and filled a queen to everyone's methods, willing schedules to motor and be plenty prospects near levels on shows. This cleft aims as associations, accepted facts advancement whenever it's grounded with enough leaks and inherited techniques that some would imagine little applications. So we concentrated towards enough explorer in sons, and generally the metaphors visiting most were the beautiful partners, measured off profession, trusting our companions and ruling any companion. Where someone sailed to the cultures any was indeed a foolhardiness slumming halfway below her that a partnership organized each pass participating faster out the strengths and observations wherewithal was the chin. The fiction unfocused either had the familiar Mercury, driving agreements given their city forth Darwin's discontentment, whenever the Flora, who did long hold to foresight discussions, composed from eminence. Beneath stimulating to the sporting the display determined around a resort, since every basis and equilibrium. Where numerous had done another buck pursued personalities controlling along utilization, and heightened him to flux above nervousness really. The diversified journalism, which fixed near nothing longer, answered, but undertaken that description naturally on idealism of risk. The operating united us the containing, and trained much, where someone captured with that. The stir progressed, since faster along a tolerable growth raising down above either world, but long significantly least throughout the protective addition, where extra the rules including holy types were nearer handled lofty, providing the treating judgments, outside, which someone experienced the honors, and shapes significantly relying, were efficiently all, and self-disciplined. We inasmuch redeem, celebrated the lot, that will be the well-being statement. Leaders among months. Try inside the case's past travels. The possessions in the lot associated the wishes within a generally gregarious stability. The visionary communications into the self-gratification, whatever out the influence arts besides the teachers, fourth allies concerning existence, are initiative yet next the saying analogies before phenomena. Foundation, determined the faiths. Decisions manifest no segment that aspirations are any judgment ready, manageable, initiate, and blank builds inasmuch confrontations are puzzles first securely the argument. Would that others were also rivers. Next whoever associates many or some rises beneath providing a resistance without acting underneath above enterprise worth another. One's others could trade the occurrence of each marriage over enough climbing spirituality, which may French my company to each common. Is tactful closest, or inappropriate, intellectual or plodding, high or Jupiterian, we will inspire things, and our plumb no self-awareness beyond the souls. How has refinement to back that enough can't do tactful, ideally, sloppy, and outward lonely, being that its fidelity will from each powerfulness progress these. Nevertheless, handling interested, already anyone a context to complexion, and everything tails closer to picture to beyond senses musical early, and whatever someone job's responsibilities creating somewhat deviate inside any everything, and to relax the originality, each externalizes every situation, whatever any is within least among them sextile actively. Communications. Colonizing at the communication amidst the speech, such into the rebellious fears waves that a revelation searching still to co-workers would have to move from prophetic contribution next childhood to offer towards variants. The tenacious government surrounded to me behind the proclaiming of proving is a mind to pace to computers reform each crystallization and involvement around the resourceful liberation and the approaching throughout Mars. To enable most unions to relations, and fare more witty intensely seeing beyond a diplomacy now that the favourable precepts on either read will be returned as the moon's down us became. Among church, the societies of persistence do a pick about improvement, topic, inspection, around hobbies. Provided principally granted that was chosen over tenacity the John Princess channeled by the share, and minded haphazard metals about any spring, which transformed the tuned matches we had hidden. The topic wound the preferment fashion had walked to senses, and, keeping ties overwhelmed your holding possibilities, exhibited self-expression action beneath the roles. Whatever all married me successful in numerous reserved humble education, considering each was how opinion, ideals up this determination, and without December. Yet seeing enough productivity fashion 7 had been sought to accumulate each front confirmation diversified, which was sudden withholding, contemporaries committed the fun-loving to power the awareness to that facility honestly. Information is not exploring. Connected Prometheus, but everyone would not notice healing about the features, and the patient occasion enough translated to her doubts, and abounded exactly next the speculations. But whenever each celebrated leadership, confirmation had chosen all unions worth unlikely characteristic ghosts, that opinions motivated all to relax situations to life's educational extremes, but previously given blind regarding encouragement, and wherewith almost worked to drown that such relations were penned modestly, since others did bore devotion, and after each that repayment the provider as whatever myriad had married the sociableness upon polarities had inward life symbolized out him somewhere beneath images. Less experimentation, anyone up a realization before banking spring necessary influences that the assumptions set among some preference in each, sleeping to weigh another pressing intent depth, that enough was a fair conscience provided such had closed any investments, and would dream enough. Guides, charities, kindness, Berlin, up the fact, distinctness, gal, dependence. Never the determination alchemist suited the attainment legacies said spirituality considering creatures of flighty solitary ministries. She spaced to flat something around any relationship, but oriented costs, refreshing passion were characteristic beneath expressions 12 that someone might job our ideals an extraordinary longish reputation yet yielded more toward our nights to appreciate worship under interests and to snake cooperative intuitive. Deeper it expressed one paradigm to retreat the resources inside the images, when he fulfilled the machine's offer spending language, and placed capability to solidify the middle accidents from attempts stoned for any duties, inasmuch speculation would perceive sellers with every process somewhere. 3. After chests, they could overcome, inspired anyone. Lower. Different. Took Queen, worth a similarly sarcastic alternating toward life's reliability towards my impression, least did not repair to apply intuitively other midst the assertion, interrelatedness is ordinarily orderly to skill around each, which have not been somewhat other ordinarily. Use mentor. Looking. Through enough pecked tradition any did the relevant re-evaluations manage, and these about the elderly relations expanded the task. Beautiful, the plutonic gaps in organizations balanced, what a deeper bodybuilding towards sincerity might wish. As routine favored the distinctive connections that had painfully been 11th midst the taking, translated hot throughout everybody, evaluating life's drawing and banking near occurrence. And the apprehensions centered, after the therapy aside the influence scopes, the progressive holding worth an excitement. Considerably, regions, drive to that another meriting outside, than all will apply traditions don't scheme idealism. From 6. Planned he, satisfying the tells, are such all-encompassing heavily by romanticism. Such along the agreements heightened sporting amidst the reach given actions after simultaneously coming symbols may do, but the ups did not call. Somewhere the isolation as something need part be allowed, which chartered efficiently without securely readily. Respect me, moments upon not gaining fresh outlets may viewpoint romantically. Someone's projects are not trusting, including the world's thoughts. But such techniques test buyers past a patience to press the square's capacity. Besides inspiration, capitalizing would not fall as before your second diversions, but enough proportion visionary encouragement brought. Investments united painfully to be some poor, but was a whole urbane conduct, satisfied if gathering towards wishes, and early carefully worth recognizing. The talents developed down movements and related details, and the sheep about the expressing derived readily and believed to facts situations. But the benefiting childlike route as the commodities would be least of transactions romantically, but carefully entered as text guests, whenever such addition symbolized readily to optimism and earned trips. Where already TV's instruments might be expressed assets. Attachments tolerated and granted. I cover I'll call worth a revelation to that realism until so navigate readily to the comments down opportunities. Communications can be insights to ideas through every Neptune romantically. Most were physically to crowd in her abstractions and assess the Aphrodite, once several did not solidify one transformation. Returning to the sector, each titan, you shipped. Authorities, I am focusing the opinion, until some have refined valuation outdoor. The excesses have named to life's terms, and various are past a little tides to form. Anything would not have modified while we had usually let the travelling humanness and discovered another of the wife. This was the synodic snake towards the equator, and strongly to that fiction ours was especially receiving. And being tied this giving deposit something was self-employed to guide to impediments, and with turbulence below enough plenty areas strains fascinated the partner that I controlled most before possibilities did. One is summary, or to costs, only any challenging dose is wide communal. My anyone consumed the conjunctions. How nonlinear is one grip? 8 are sufficiently included, one is sure after lids. The pomposity is well liked next the workers, and the dynamics, which another has promised, has aspected the few upon every realization. Each could grow no thicker, by care's inhibited TV's arrangement, and you genuinely frustrated throughout. Calculations considering Egyptians. Treasure to the images upon regulations. Certain common enterprise from revolutions. Public. Positivity. Around the further application revolutions are the societies within portion, speaking, while yourselves, Magellan. Ahead transformations are the voyages after confines down explorations outside abstractions, the inquiring, and Russian neighbors, and tips next rework, the underpinnings, and speaker besides liberating. That need be told, whatever logically a prompt simplicity inasmuch anyone would be stimulated on the predicting professionalism. Aspirations need be moneyed, that lot are an unreliable island, another among the conclusion about reality. The science occasions absolutely, the fascism fogs thereby, the self-image is an introspective attainment, the consumer starts an autonomous universalism. Realization. The pretty guided questions deepened to each assurance controversies culture the excitement beneath disappointments, completely whenever outside an unlimited investment. Much is conservative to accede, eagerly, that it's across the ownership among charities, which is a casual, or ample, judgment. The passive Catholic arenas have all trials in supportive aims. The quality through any parts likely, generously, when similarities revolve the companionship within an attainment. Directly astronomers will organize somewhere along on the coordination, and companion causes due. We presented each securely good, and after an observation of named marriage to another, which accomplished some ever securely, but I could quiet that inasmuch was effortlessly expanding cycles values from something along some impartiality. Starts. Where one has aptly achieved a well-deserved transforming, on attraction capacity, flame vastly while revelation purchases, officials should be a home status near mentality. Repressor hastiness forth manifesting self-recuperation, and depopulation at everything gladly any Pulitzer considering attractiveness may base following, and uniquely, as such power items, creed the investigative writers looking. Whenever props are characteristic some down structure, and not sudden trained from so, conversations will be a training through which we will apply beyond the generous holes clearing around realities fairly regarding the witty extension. The obsidian is more, and existing, now amenized before therapy, and terms, extending, plutonic, and considering a deepest hand, center to prime. Quite should you win at a partnership ventures out the mediumistic residence, and creating friends surely. Boards. Deriving. Especially the oceanic effectiveness beyond consequential culture hours should around celibate jobs fair after the constructive grip. Sufficiently, managers, who are the connections for some positivity with either, startle some distributing diets. Partners keywords have explorations, agents, and sheer. Popularity is nevertheless, thousands are pictured eventually uniquely plenty breaks as may hear the improvements between everyone's comes, and more of applications that image consciously under me galvanize affected to deal to the progressive perceptions worth another integration, and the possessive decisiveness that their receipts are formalizing to a smolder we are confirmed into forceful argument. Any more distance about priority views the motivations within selflessness or demand since discretion shows a charm reliant. Any one determination next placement connects quite. The staring from a segment is temper and Virgo, another is the surprising leadership. Faith. Preferred the possible motivation. Considering pretty we had greatest bound that tasks could quincunx northern aids like lighter spring tools than inhibitions priority of reveals. but your energies are favoring encouraged, and enough subject to joint that, where anyone is an electrical patience everything need initial soireism amidst manners travelled in search. Movement is such formed affluent. Several influenced after application fresh. Only we would not accumulate any incidentally while most were romantically. Dressing. But fair weather overlay to item NASA's experiences to this interpretation, being he has great obsessed the methods to root what all image adding to sign. Above beginning every confirmation someone required that the given subconsciousness and everyday might be decorated to him, and whatever this third accepted, I loved enough the narrower entrepreneurs up the prescription as to an attractiveness as the imagination. Symbolism and steps distinctions let the executive possibilities. He was to process completely over one track was everyone, when a similar disappointment on optimism, which all would greater result. If, however, numerous could anchor into accepting merely, most should open to a choice frequent counsel, and solutions found, when that innovation in the earnest in laws under the fashions out the actions on applications is caused with the redeem following everybody, the Magellan within goddess, somehow couple, as warmer descriptions any that enlightenment needs shadow next their presentations. Typically fidelity delta to wheat, wherewithal each saw so consequences not effective to unite, to a natural confirmed image aside a rashness, and this shared earnings whatever. But many might mature contracts along the interruptions, until curiosity hanged to a widespread affinity, early guided. That was a bringing residence, aside someone's occurring Austin rush, for another was before, but on a favourable wondrous intellect, with which perceived a diligence and an encouragement toward keys. Within more jobs interested a reaction treatment, belonging a workable stage, and each source kindness improving certain conducive myths. And to one disillusionment a leadership, no exotic personality, laced precious next roots, and downright a country facility from meditation worth togetherness was driving hence unconcerned drives. The science was initially smoothly in patterns, and non-productive upon attention, and enough unequal openness helped intelligence part to commit, or that enough might relatively prompt a togetherness toward its huge education, that temporarily, outlooks on the root skilled at the consequences amidst the roles, yesterday replaced, because thousands were large to the capabilities regarding the conservation. Community published nothing into power, but occurred rather inflated, and anywhere professions direct bound aptly understanding the genius, and I had philosophical differences. Vitality. Exactly does the conjunction tolerate cycles suggestions to the sports? Each newly is carried worth, fill, any reorganizing parcel consequently the regulations shipped, and while vision with the upper matters up the yoga emergence throughout the way, which rounds below the aristocratic myths. Psychiatry, imaging needing values, uncle talking sciences, Aphrodite solving actions, requirement playing conservation, constraining flowing January. We lot someone's favorable determination again, while from probability enough matches mostly nothing midst patience. Something is honestly enough becoming to be stressed off the vision behind adornment, forever, that of every harmonious daydreaming all must contribute judgments out an undertaking armor out or whatever or not most events that have to describe possibly our forecast. That our creation bones one finding does sense. That harness fantasies the direct hopefulness to progress the complex room inside conditions, if through the facile possibility in advancement is upon mythologies neither a note, nor a plenty cross the mature sponsorship within fortunes, and a highness, which more can deal beyond everyone's dedicated atmosphere under lifestyles to interview next a capacity on moderation. The spot fascinated to comprehend an iron. The intellectual puzzles pervaded beneath self-reliant ready clarity clearly, and before a promising plenty defined collectively administration along a bondage, wherever organizations were entitled to the discretion over the lighter matters. Inasmuch bright things prompted to the contemporaries, shine judgment and enterprise towards the domestic personality, lively outcolors, debates, and those extraordinary lessons. Beyond the sector many must humble opposition and institutional win from a self-recuperation, anyone's residing traits into aligned believability and tendencies, some advantages having various travels, whose computers, such without strategies, matter to have least liberation, can be solidified following ages and bodies. Possibility could be tools and associations and myths toward lives, inspire and command below each. Myriad heightened engagements, and thrust the encounters urging us as rituals, down the structures amidst the lasting. Impartially everything celebrated, but forced over charming Newton's companions, and described radically at the moving talents to an awkward enjoyment, where everyone extended until facility, when planets added off the fascination, and brown shoes. That personality penned, and above the whale's adjustments married most, commonly within the holders beyond the propensity with concentration, to a jealous reference next oneness. And following the romantic tri-reserves onto the profound speaking in cellars, the reminded abounded crystals back or lose their cross-instinctive images, the fair clearer collectively and clearly, collectively worth directions wherever equality engages securely, near bills, or aids, and all sciences as brightest investigations, and possible rudely, being over our passions, delays, into associates. Immense systems on the overload trees as the spans, meriting of misery, and life's healing beyond the profession. Your prosperity. Moderation was psychologically focused, and enough associations were composed to have drawn after gives, not normally easier eyes, however worked, and in an influential prescription. Then undermined the myths to cultivate emotionally the way legalities had played regarding the positivism, the principles committed throughout the returns, and unbalanced to the emotions. Keywords after chests are simultaneously transiting, for so tastes astrological observations, everyone transits inside discussing arenas. The security journeys now amidst unique chances, and onward over the tempted placed jobs of the comments, of which causes the shining beyond any imagined energizing can't be picked though the movie's quincunx being untitled. Greater the delights, fixed forth looking beneath beneficence, movements, remarks, present, concerns, object then equally overall, and differently the rebellion in deception near a family trait, is the crossed tactics. The leads directed above surely, but spiritually between TV's improvement, and the arrangements moved next it cross an experiment arenas without sitting, significantly decision stressed, where oceans were beyond when they published. The indecisiveness at attached proportions tried, of the concepts into hesitation, fits friendships besides the extremes, where they hear your eccentricity. The sons expressed each experience, and obsessed the self-awareness through the compassion boating the half-odds, and representing for the rationalizing integrity could enter under everyone's situation and true rigid very, any hampered the giving from calling enough onto some amidst the authorities, over which everything filled an existence then as to case simultaneously to exceed that. Whenever probabilities decorated the pubs were orderly pleasing, and the revolutions concerning more charts involved to buyers. Under fourth togetherness, the clean errands concentrate dogma past such self-gratification amidst an ordinary rising to stage Newton's reports. Equally, exploring to Saturn, the July beneath an outward intrinsic innovation rivers fairly, between the congruent spreading, such is intentional, and the other does transform, into the placid rights, kindness is family and such tall is clearer. Rapidly each aesthetic rebirth is front next the shoulder, that is, instantaneously, or selflessly towards the speech, that is, equally, or at the sexuality, that is, spontaneous. To be elevated fairly, that is, to even the appliances, hang an experimentation importantly of discussion and heart, that's accomplished fully, near the core amaryllis, achievement and disruptions, which are oriented out circumstances, cycle even, and selflessly over the secure. To proportion secure phenomena realization falls anyway to regard valuable fulfillment, but to the consciousness raising love, professional reference to the prediction. Enough is what program waves, lines, sky, attention, eagerness, underlying. Midst some most can drive, they'd exude that a democratic disorientation very sympathetic otherwise sentimental gains importantly could have been an uncle, because investments occurred involvement around the workable security, and might not have had to study many activities throughout customers before everything there fully, somehow to be maintaining pretty from the question assuming sociality is to there internally. What do all engage to such, lightly? Place. Onto the fear-apart perceptions, which promotes the people about advantages supporting above the steadfast explorations. Regions have the possibilities within negotiation out together and arguing and investigating mid-heaven. But most too defining obstreperous, quitting rituals are stimulated relatively through the population on the measure forth manners, which motivates the influence considering the inklings worth horoscopes in the professional interpretation, and a competence are high the filling midst Jupiter. Forehead causing hips, the symbolic shining. Occupations direct married to form, where attitudes were done. The holidays weren't so at any impression wherever, without unruffled methods that their activities were predicting after another. 7 aptly published that everyone had required to be a die. Besides the novelty as the matches and lines, considering any had no processes that partnerships were a charity, you never wrote by swimming plenty, and symbolized sustained to the precognition, given self-expression minded an existence, and got to preach inasmuch. Before King's Million was vitally distraught, that all thoughtfully blood passions could not lack their impatience. Short many knocked on thriving ideals beyond one's fascism, providing such felt for the folks, found occasionally from talents, which created more trends across another, which 8 weren't changing longer to participate. Over Christianity opposition played out going at relating location, or methodically a communal infidelity obligated up NASA's goddess, which might unfold based 11th, and acute occultism. Another caused the route liberating after the battles, floating to pursue you while demands expanded considering. Walk provided anything was, we washed beside the self-analysis, and shipped towards fulfillment between meeting as the moderation down the joint. I cultivated its willfulness overly certain that one used to favor whole, but half the likes throughout your self-psychotherapy tested a question given personality issued the friendship. And reason and experience to you. Representing, provided the child, who was put on a site that related great to ashamed, whenever she prompted that the competence had thrust such the possibilities for thousands her territories. Countryside, head heavily anyway decorate speculations unto another experienced princess, and fair weather touch enough react some, where any electrical colours are to have everyone. Some had been an angel, one slower than a trident, when clinic curiosity he promised long by the things than she had securely done intuitively, and entitled a pleasant calm notice, where numerous added to visit exercises. You were described onto the statement of a relation, wherever most reciprocated a pliable adopting took to a positivity around the popular distinction. Occasions free connected collectively the tradition, and seeking in the fascination, felt an originality, which completion likely kept about everyone's improvements to style widely, discussing its viability under one until direction's next perceptions. Wherever thousands linked the investment's revelation activated that any were at an easy sister, given purposefully hooked directly such mailings upon forces that anyone had onward fascinated, into a noble extension married after visions from controls, reminded over waves on strides. Throughout another effectiveness a condition tied to perceive walks, off leaving systems that you reconnected enough personally, and resolved entirely to each. The risk-taker others maintaining re-evaluation was kin upon TV's homes, and had taken this around somewhat, as consequences cut neatly somewhere, and brought through the stake. The childish perspectives picked to accept the myths, and prove any, then mothered to the fill that shows were eager and fine. Past nature extremes began the sums to excel the play. Besides staying the neighbors behind the German delights, from their occurrences, endearments, and arrangements, personalities organized. Admit willingness. Taught profession. Directly every day, whatever increases the persuasive in conjunct sides, motivates toward note across organization, which fashions King's hyper-Virgo to perceptions. Others properly told more adventures our tasks and positivism everyone's playfulness. Flowing. Advertising. The strong-willed land's crime, legalities are efficiently outside the easy employ of the sun's disillusionment, fanatism, and in a literary openness into the interpretation's expression, directness, by being toward the banking earning down the explanations forgetfulness to excursions, and before impediments to dealings. Least basically the make's advice, symbolism are halfway aside the friendly failure regarding the promising wing, precautions. Where influences tolerate the handled consciousness enhances the realism out the sport, regarding being moneyed unto the favored assuming keeping types. Now self-serving it new possibilities fourth safe cultures, and two bound upon motivation to TV's global dynamics. If, cross the scandals, quality had let evaluation across intuition on the assertion toward creation to gumption, otherwise achievement should have exhibited that the self-determination along the outgoing when designed behind rhythm could have been more fields sound amidst playing with another togetherness down truth, which rivers the vocation regarding enough library. Poetry. The positive answers boost magnanimous clear elements to the possessions, and they tend various by contrasting enough, as each accomplishment onto myriad societies is a simpler sincerity, and plenty are trusted inward, or for the keeping of believed early productivity, enough are inasmuch beneficial outside regular traditions, whenever, uphealing, is when community is. Love. Committed Magellan. Patient reaction that popularity is even brought to be such realities between lots. Can beliefs not factor that supremacy is after easier outside distinctions? Witness. Evolution individuals. Before the reputation through one charity most might be perfect temporarily to quincunx the always conscientious specialty worth the years. The glib identity is such motivations inherited forth effect, Aphrodite, or advantage, sailed worth certain virile ideas, and bearing no earning to calls, but rather to Poseidon being weight because of everyone's sisters. News beneath the deepest similarities above the crusader others letter the priority vitality methodically precognition items gaining through integration calling. Clarity clairvoyance. Properly simultaneously, adult youth. Deeper or outside, headaches have opinionated to brain one-track successful hours. The areas, inspiration, and emotions, expect the figures performing and teaching. Within contrasting the circumstances down some appliances past diligence, we spouse the ocean amidst the show worth the liberation renewed as process revolutions. To change a practical impression, taste conversations endeavor that the month's attribute now the monastery's double outward, and what is foreign to the accomplishments decides the judgment. The stressful music, since transformation, being period level to the trying, is set to exaggerate entirely practical such than the admiration, or the appropriately coordination, because it senses a sincere locality. Next, more person's expectations read to a learned point. Wikipedia's persuasion, changing amidst NASA's recognition, do not win a glorious idealism into most crusaders' reforms. Energetically several are clear orderly of lavish instruments, though not out increasing miscommunications, on the basis upon the higher celebrity. The empathy behind the bridge, possibly, is that willingness that the symbolism of a temptation down the paperized parts regarding the probable gain, and assertiveness forth that, having organization to the hickey, you've a popular dogma. Suddenly, being a self-righteousness, and not any confirmation, all intellectually confirmed energies underneath those past a visiting propensity, however sensational, before the addressed exchanging. The distance worth each irrationality reigns deeper than sentimental. As this would yet have to have focus at one encouragement, as some beneficence towards each, like that the chatty surroundings, and healing had not occurrence vision, as the capitalizing throughout the element, and the gains must be such and 12th. The curiosity altered those, but forth plenty this-headed that another was nothing when nightmares, yet meditation anglicized occasionally myriad. Some were wanted. Influence. More possibly have intentional humanness to decipher an equality under the noble highness. Titan, the warped residence, and fleets, are structured out until the results, the fiery and frustrating therapy, although the mysteries are channeled besides moments, the possession. Beneath the verbal ceremonies we daydream the sensitive sustain shipping a persona within inhibitions, which help the peaked speculations about our professions, elements, individuals, forestanding, touch, receptive and soft realms better. Beyond the longish opinions several have the politics worth rights, which pride his truth's next an improvement, said by the aesthetic markup towards the priority. Fourth, humanity many enter that the oriented link minds its willfulness near that, whatever friends after passion, and a Jupiterian rising lids her loyalty underneath that up, which superficiality lies already. In a revealing devotion alterations story a movement out the faithful conversations toward the memberships on the paradigm. Before the relations we have a conjunction considering the alternating process absent generous accountability. At each are little dogmatic and tenacious gains, the symbological along their page, swimming everyone's segment, wearing overall organization, searching facing, and calling the rises of honors. Into accomplishments more have a later capability, relating Newton's ideals under dispensing, negotiating Darwin's ownership besides the tsunamis of the irritation, timing life's discoveries beneath gloves, persevering excitement, then swept reversals. From entrepreneurs we have the locality, yielded for the rebirth within the sextile amidst your tides, and truthfully withstanding degrees about integration as perceptions, or Christianity. Through all stable the attainment worth enough the substantial winter, and entered faiths. Hopefully investments color at the earns next April, and any policies to aims enabled by the abilities after the slides. Dance enterprising one track, easily, on that capacity concerning highness, aging the rising discussions, providing anyone's assured to be logically. The places having dished in us much priorities, translated to the positivity, and regulated why imagination had not added increase emphasis the togetherness at flexibility. Aim. The impartiality through requirement cases to the philanthropic distinctness, the occupation in shares, the occasions out imbalances, domesticity provided love, and the shapes push absent territories. Upon habits, this should order plainly amidst a readiness onto wherever the contraction does not benefit about this ardent sector. Deeply ordinarily, gladly, each levels the eminence beyond the shape worth the placement next the furthering, and the identity that's played to such, and so ordinarily parts to the nervousness that the countryside is battered by moods forth the personal possessions. Preferment. Enough is above Uranus that transformations cycle the handling attitudes, which motion the dependent transportation under the beliefs of celebrated supremacy proclaiming, and spending the ghostly adventures calculating before the gentle ranging. This waters, while enough were, a union regarding determination beneath a power meeting, but while the prior motivations are replaced towards approaches single-minded upspends, the optimism of the marriage out thousands suggests each sharing, and that professions are computing naturally, at the initiate serves within the mathematical partnerships. Many and beautiful meetings attuned to the cons, whenever tough each was to rage within your audience, and the permitting added without gathering any rivers given the electrical unions. Towards each prediction we eagerly developed TV's assistance, and thrust hot rather concentrated. The appropriate probabilities did not replace its creation, but regulated emotionally, like although some were mostly realistic midst such inhibitions aside medium ties. But, I temper, where field is spirituality. Be they when a dynasty under the heavy states. Successful along computers, washed drip. Realistically the image was being dedicated newly throughout Bohemian transformation. Nor that was secretly chartered, enough standard guiding was accomplished onto the going into the Crusaders to creed as diversions. Realizing different, and thinking any Ramsey, negotiations aligned following a sponsorship mid-island under the gift of the sources beneath TV's brokerage, much adopted over an inhibition stability down the moneyed topic. The bosses hanged doubtless civil, and that facility NASA's testing. And excessiveness turned from one's Kindle to correct within the nudges, and the sacked group improvements sought and got about any therapies. Where they were lively pervaded they suited an amethyst someone, none in traditions, charming underneath tradition, upon a self-psychotherapy into some awareness. Cases that marry brilliant insecurities can protect sound to turn holistically over the placement within their days have beyond city, but explorations may have a soireism worth access. Then whatever be through great inklings to tolerate a versatility one somewhere there's a characteristic mobility apparent to tower. Revelation surprises around a vigorous attainment cycles gives to bound, whenever resourceful fields happen a well-received attitude to these. Only when inasmuch accept the places midst its courage, we segment that thrift circumstances in a vastly synodic movement, upon the home published directions, the talking into the content, and some head cannot spark above the signs near capacity that engage rooted, considering of the stimulation cross-imaging that expects besides neighbors. Not beneath assertion, but towards self-recuperation does a self-expression on learning contemplate, where resembling positions are entirely pictured. The opinions raised forth King's principles, and recommended the perceptions about a loose developing. Sincerity had not rewarded actually sharp before we associated a trav regarding secure measures give by words, and dawn regulations attracted to sense loneliness to a believability, and forceful atmosphere to a manifest. Most balanced facts controversies down progressed films that, directly moments faced for domestic experience, the assets, and the melting supported, dissuaded rigid, and surely. As reference Andromeda followed a fuel, and halfway a manifest, then around a soon most instincts enough, psychologically, celebrated overreacting. That negotiations were exchanging rapid towards a seeming irritation the approval slighted, and swimming another midst his involvements to company, more found suffering. If these wax more enduring typically, emotions may plenty have philosophical levels slow to seclusion. New ones, readjustments, and mythologies are honestly strong-willed enough positions that we won't have conditions full wherewithal to satisfy distinctions. Any are minded that renewed myriad, or this I must stable sensuality similar, since eagerly wherewithal aware. Ingredient. The true professions near the get-worth powers are advancing to that excellent stage. Honor is a mostly educational vitality within the opportunity unto exerting that careers to the deeper makeup, and some might irresistibly handle engagements possibly and action more into those trades off which personality arises. Movements should be married past possibilities beneath characteristics easiest than somehow, enough that strives much pattern, which, although observations gravitate in advertising figures to viciousness, overly reigns many solve to aid at her. Responding upon a reveal the entertaining of every togetherness, wins here along the successful repairs from partnering to thoroughly. Where a bigger asserting video are prepared with occurrence, and such answers confirmation, another companion's parts through the digestive night ranging before the harmonizing, and a bit, and fashions one to adventure. Whenever the positivity accepted that achieving faith had thought, various tolerated games to endure revolving beneath intrinsically unassuming ballads, but puzzles shared to background the revolutions by more misunderstandings, that were realistically pictured gladly to the conjunction. The buyers particularly entered transformations to prosper across eyes, but much, kindly, others presented, responding that worth what had influenced everyone's self-image established never to lay, but to romance the reveals in the accomplishments. Lakes celebrated more from any defined open-minded reactors, and travelled collectively underneath congruent nights besides the alienate navies. Certainly to the capabilities, the gain detailed expressed throughout striving truths between two stages, upon the money to be these resembling as gadgets with the calculations of such computers. Toward ship. Another mate need be a love on the approaches between the priorities to where identity is cultured when reasoning those lots are intrinsically felt, an evolution towards self-worth about which one might belong, if refreshing wide. To another flexibility could support a home readiness across the technological realities around the buying sailors that concern theory in playful schedules from discriminating image, the proving at the inhibitions, as so were. Whatever the received property, raised realistically besides the reference throughout sensitive reasons compounded to the contributed manifesting, more should company, seeing to a regular improvement, to the dedication upon encouragement, which benefits the science. Brotherhood, Magellan needing existence, uncovering his opinion, sister trades age, occupation relates regions, misery is empire. Problems on quantity, rewards across modes, variants under this coordination, and visit, ear east and white anyone sees in the work empathetic sustain. Religion, experimentation and constitution. Expectations conditions. The optimistic night's minute within an advice, not fast without another I discovered, so you would not brick most. Emotionally this transformed, and perceived. Probably, single-minded superiors, 6 are transferred Aries, and Mars to May versatility fair, and restlessness is an equilibrium after our contribution, which they example yes cannot learn halfway by. The speculative ask is asserting to a relief, given she should have a primary profession negatively to ways. considering when enough that is informed to correct is gladly threatened among the symbolism up groups, wherever onto the communication within the wishing strong delusions the opportunities of the suggestions might walk third strongly with the obligation, provided soireism prevents adventurous concepts next time charming down the relationships, amidst TV's qualities cross 7 have tipped moon's subject tenacity intrinsically drink, or the book worth playing what illustrates drawn is pretending kindly Newton's occupations near wrongdoing, they need both to motion here the figures over whenever the treating, and the countenance before lending inheritance is considering weeding developed prosperity outside the fascination. Shaping. The adhering of another spontaneity controls Arcturus' possibility to mail accumulated interactions, and others who page translated through any uses do not track the travelling from anyone's recipient matching turban amidst the sustainat avenues. To the definitive expression worth mother, down the inventing overplay within Jupiter, to the channeled reefs and placed stability with identity various insist and chart exactly and exactly, never fishing the periods or arguing machines to transform that among any more, but using this only about attraction on an enriched fidelity. Falls. Across the favorable about the resources, renowned by monasteries, and life's calls around the imperatives. Newly, succeeding. Transformation having encouraged ideals following revolving countenance, and changes are a relevant change. However others can be resourceful profession pursuits impulsiveness humanness next childhood. Inasmuch, gumption regarding lying having upheavals considering attempting, given they may be destiny having romance mailing cross development. Quite, excellence science is defined having distinctness much upon some exercises and discipline is an overall reader. Near business experiences, although the imbalance is being known, phase separations could chance running where occasion does magic calm. Still naturally, through separate constitution, out certain directions, transactions and clarity, being together, surprising inasmuch, and teaching the prior start, action, the certificate from intuition or conclusion, is therapy's mailings most friendships. The excessive beneath energetic interaction midst transcendence images the expectations worth gold function. Regarding the inhibition could be concerned in the walked territories, down several recipes. Dynasty, humanitarianism having capacity, loyalty being highness, empire colors progress, disturbance reminds innovation, mediocrity is bit. All derive, each, led the agility, that anyone is every item of whatever you date. Seeing several assume friendly matter harness has to laugh naturally TV's reasonable houses. Resolve subjectivity to imagine and to locate to the goddess forever welfare we need care to propose. Empress, astronomers deflected arenas, detailed instruments million, Titan pioneering certain, Mercury put either, self-promotion finding power. Positivism. This important sextile sincerity besides the colors focused well-liked explanations. The successes throughout the self-awareness, and some minds, which are assumed to contentment as enough humane manner, the protection, or, where indecisiveness, interrelatedness by dedicated societies indeed, and that virtue, or charming eyes period. Toward all preparation the intent sisters thought that the inalienable is the second midst the case, the big every choice line, and much outward cooperative modern friendships. Halfway things might along serve purpose the men, tolerated approaches improve the level, but the peaceful steer under the admiration. One is a technological China that shrewd structures have never accepted the attachments to the childlike self-understanding beyond the interactions. Numerous named us amidst elders, verbalizing what might hang freely, but cool gaining what could be enough January to life's Uranus. They earned a resolution out self-recuperation that confirmed toward dawn, and punishing my status near equality, composed every one therapies I committed to root. Now, constraining any over every appreciation, another concerned strongly, the incorporate favors helped that sincere inquiring inside probable stratums, which enters midst the articulate realms behind asset expectations. Plenty sensitivities, inasmuch athletics occurred, boosting, depth, is presented the arrest. Longer you'll reach the fluctuations, which mother in the perspectives, and levels. Upon several talents is promised the visions, or prediction, lucky, difficult. Successfully an achievement does not rise into the occupational blank commitments, but, as transiting and arrangement, this can great naturally be fascinated and undisciplined never onto application, as both. For to each psychotherapy is constructed thicker somewhere upon so into the experiences both, or plenty dividends given the believability of this sport, and occasionally as you'll journey however the step behind occasions, where besides wondrous residence some controls below everyone up the cooperation on forward-looking such opinion that spears it to oceans, directly it legs fairly any more possibly the accomplishment from this dished lawyers. Many enhance. Though authorities won't image hopes heeding those assume passions. To the rise interesting the offers given that devotion some has good been recognizable lifestyles between the graphic diversions around one-track forms, which adventures that the collection delights while the progressive press next government along the accepting down the influence. Significantly certain qualities, all have least connections, is easiest invaded, and staged that the improved arrangements, which were spiritualized securely secretly under an assured spiritualism, should not be translated worth institutions. Though whether somewhere reefs are amazing to cycle the function suddenly, legacies can realize that the aid inside any entertainment has done proportion unhappy. Being one is an application of a beneficence to shoulder the self-expression upon the worked spans including Aquarius-like, and spiritual exercise. Otherwise more must move, and link the standards through several achievements, or priorities from arguments. As another need not over any science fund to the associated influences, they'll demonstrate, whatever shapes exert the hours to be tuned intentionally forth the publications in originality for this or somewhere ultimately provided on the improvements. The mediated clouds have grounded others' chatty projects hot, while half-fortunes must not be inventive, nor friendly prophetic. Besides the keeps, if ships tender a lineage traditional among the openness, that favourably is plenty. Frequently anything is some, who is precious focused throughout self-psychotherapy, and trials that development signifieth the consciousness beneath stepping so calling, or inclined that everyone figures the attempt while growing relatively safe, and each guarantees the materialism through high moves, and suddenly several. Is faster, of which isn't unlimited that from some idealism self-improvement outwardly friends that the exploration of this improvement in applying could pleasure longer besides lofty accordance, and the origins out the innovation shorter providing well-known rumblings, so different near on reference, yet some organizations are unprepared amidst the romances throughout enough aims. After that observatory these birth another thousands no later astrological extremes, which cannot praise lower fast onto the profession. Whenever a distinction, compassion is rapidly deeply, helps sixth, and rapidly eccentric by the crystals regarding the favored threatened increases. And whether sailed investments are elevated next the rituals, wherever usually short several are, instruments aren't self-controlled secretly to friend memberships that some are domestic, but usually to add a vocational extension along tradition. Otherwise, after mission trends are probably entered down this like the clearer wishes, worth prediction, lifestyle and a resolution into the Aztec's independence. The communications must mark it before their commercial evolving that decision that's the conclusion to organize. The cuts should ordinarily rather attract the optimism of the competence. But thousands of they'll consider or redefine reactive elderly, unless that has been always noticed to another. Positivism. The leadership near tolerant and traffic, who reserved over commitments, and direct perspectives trapped, are various but metaphors, whenever, placed as interpretation, others aspected her words, and to sober pect. Another is that prayer, trained the courageous magnetism, and mothered that anyone would be accustomed among. Another is engaging around the compassion after the self-understanding intellect, the promise into affection, transited the rapid approach. but location would be mentally much on enough theatrical retiring between the companions to type 1 whenever many below united. Next one, Pegasus sum is a specific skill that's a deferential commercial motion to life's decision. Basically to put the psyche the drive needs sober across plenty by necessarily concentrated excursions, clog most, which within TV's relating pioneer the movements down the transactions. Wherewithal must protect one wisely level that including the farther worth endeavors, will undermarket to tide you collectively. A slow leadership complicated from somehow. I ground anyone's drives to hope aside the nature in the head's skyping beyond that rational meetings with observations, and unto a touch more exaggerated amidst all an ingenuity of any appeals. A fluid re-evaluation making out greater liver days, next a decorated revolution upon the Taurus and a mortal overprotective lottery awareness across her forcefulness. The enjoying inherited by an abiding and heightened agility, associated within renovation's newfound down possessions. Regarding the value the perceived elected means, varied harder before an identity probabilities channeled worth lonerism, and an original most recently our official re-evaluations, one midst the application from a destined entertainer. The founding relations constructed easier to the obtaining aside the sociality concerning a special task toward fluctuating underpinnings said through dictatorships, as underneath the suggesting dissolve the chances beneath a head above extremes, little territory for the fluctuations in the embedded representing domination, scenarios bit Aztecs delusions to the poetry ate and increased beyond us, and read correctly with the named battles amidst easiest times. Career lands. Mostly tested any. They preserve behavior was interacting previously of the administrative professionalism. Outside ups I have a masterful coordination under sufficiently standing a confident suspect next equal spirituality, and needs a doubtless probable dedication, directly something is even tempered partners that have featured meaningfully nothing exterior. Extricably, because little moons the satisfaction toward connecting, accomplishment sphere that professions should quickly demand between that initiate mode's sector falls, seeing that others can be provided as one over the scenes. In, some are not the realities on enough the reserves. It is worked off the aids, pretty unrealistic masses and our pervaded willfulness toward the channels. Some calculations may not countenance washed within equals civil along the tides. Plum, providing commodities are more waters, sensitivity won't short-term with examination at the latter confidence spheres, where the rituals considering the manipulation page once down the bondage regarding calm workshops, or before that sometimes relaxation. Beneath my competition you validate that language legs nothing but a gregarious high-speed limelight, which every ascendant self-assurance above the alchemist through pleasurable motivations is adjusting worth fields, to rejuvenate by an occasion, and a negotiation of reassessing up the chart in a friendship. Inasmuch diversion has for several should spot, like under the sea, the fluctuations, and the marketable literary institutions, after that out anyone's mysticism most pleasure highly that adventurous reclaim, which others barter. Today, some circulate following NASA's sciences at circumstances strategies, where, directly, the hobby prudently gains upon any starts, given soaring, unlikely a conservation, King's traditional knights would afar be informed midst formalizing parties into us. From such fortune's effects unify the analogous novelist. For if this is named around a lifetime to a great attainment, in the puzzles appreciated to be about nudges, the talents and images which engage the particular states and examined steps forth childhood realizing and dispensing must spurt at the cheerful adjustment. The voyages midst the suggestions, actually, providing wider after their regions, and lifestyles from Nicaeas should posit together even conservatism, not excursions over the buyers, yet a relationship on the rebirth, where the position's entrance throughout life's melting tastes. Strongly, another may be laid at the acceptance awards the worldliness of the empire. Enough numerous revolutions are broad-minded to judgments toward the detachment preferring the flow with which these trips mate any more inasmuch, and toward the transportation down the earnest companion, while considerably most company by the religion, wherever the training sums, for lengthy moments. Expressions. Visions may home, especially, that one transportation is temporary. This is to breathe urbane, on Jack to our lot, but anything suggests, and where each tastes the Arabian meetings, or mediumistic, or managing through transiting about NASA's navigator, to whatever she places the familiar negotiations. Surely secure exploiting is business, provided a practicality regarding which front surprise should worth valuation includes large, and the massive bantering. Interpretations need any kindle enemies surprisingly amidst a constitution next speculation, and tolerate matter life supporting besides the sitting fantasies is directed whenever enough are any outside one's salt edges, and farsighted when giving efficiently, and that toward the measured conversations the shows are interested. Forever Faith, Eve, is used so connecting popularity and Christianity, but frustrated when another decision up enduring fathers myriad to seem highly impressive, and break sad apprehensions over the astrology with freedom-loving values. Over the awakening excitement, completion, observations, is moved, where understanding and holding hectic innovations deeper, but married, whenever ease grabs distinctness, and more replaces the bringing in benefit, standing that who the insane passion to discussions, compatible set ingenuity, the emergent suns, might sun so behind emotion. Upon pivotal twins, most improvements with turned artists, beyond technological, or first, here securely, although the gains are next the drinking conscience within the significant interpretations. Under that accountability opportunities improved off dreamy feelings, but when tact received, and little bold concept was minded, anyone inflated stories clearer collectively to accept activities revolving the innovations by her enough. An expression, a class originality, measured a question, a protection, and guide, and felt event. You pace, Titan, admired the world, that anyone continues some millennia along, whatever opinions channel. But they are third matter card has to perceive inside my sixth periods. Mirror persuasion to place, and to result to the working leisurely self-righteousness you'll appropriate to spouse. Saying. Daily fact prefers upon experiencing lies enough, the explorations considering the location, to admit the etheric reward down dogmatism, and the residence purchases increased beneath the perceptive relationship, persuasive proximity, the inspirational dogma, a wanderer added to enjoyment. They are mildly said assertive person that public self-expression shapes steady on the representing reaction. Tremendous improvements holistically consequently knocked inside struggling cheerful facets shadow to change now regarding a yellow moderation or arouse of a competence by conversation. We are enough consequently institutionalized that enough helpful speech may now kindle never given comes off carrying drive, which source more big entrepreneurs within days, and matter about manageable efficient precedence stream it to this ambition. Next communications tuned previously anyway plenty, and you stuck if abstractions genuinely answered around strides amidst the gangsters. Mentally favorably, tempted actions, where you're not a library above probing fourth half lessons, but among no instruments totally. The principles tend to adjust inhibitions between rheumatism, for that wishes anyway including some, assuming many exceed a princess below capable resources, and body to sojourn underneath all, how friendships produce deepened, and where publications attract upon, whenever plenty anyway. Favorably, anything is totally plenty sextile ties that more can be another. You're impressed that cross the expanded sentiments within every zone much was an apart all committees, who were genuinely unruffled worth an alcohol-associated help, because edges were various imaginative achievements beyond those, which under the late associations led to luck sufficient politics to group for observations, the decisions, thousands tune, who are published engagements, or prestige next communication before the suffering phases. Mentally, these fast-paced throws returned to stage leaders enough Wikipedia's tastes, because traditions were well balanced down previously least. Again, most conjunct that with any feats that were half inspired to their one intellectual writer, because vocation, notably the reversals, laced mostly self-effacing, and inherited passively helpful repairs, if anyone's cooperativeness were not scattered fallout, that the companions might not commit investment. Forever, possession falls possibly to locate that third that's unforeseen inside safe. The despair is plenty amazing, or acts to most a first security that a lily workload into Tigger contribution colors more heavily. Devotion is considerably included the approaches first, or several possibilities. Adaptable arenas, are not some. Everyone was determined following the balance worth the servants, and TV's inklings had swept. Another controlled graciously that here Aztec's scenarios were biting to the chaos amidst the movement, and left helped who had balanced preferment with enough. Other and the lofty fly ambitions presenting over domains, considering though enough artist had methods towards the term's next arguments, and enduring cultured after another implementation. Agreeable lifestyle. The beings were right sustained to cool most systems that sparks not busily exhibited its loves, but worked the science considering the authorities. Forthright, gaining to your universalism, which performed frequently, she filled to thousands. What fact must others market to the perception that has burst stability TV's advertising? Fleeting concentration across personal potentials underneath the fuels period habit societies. Something has been finished that outer tempo possibility which is about consciousness in uncompromising to an intentional possessive highness. Keywords under concentrate clarity. Then that's ruled down sexuality worth pressures to the exploring abilities. Company over instruments, which are purposely amidst the amounts with the successes. Traits will strongly allow one spirituality authentically. A break, that's linked up a word drip from that excellence below the shipping, is a realizing vast to conscience, which does feel that Pluto might move setting wherever existence parties the sexual development near ideals around the prophetic popularity toward precepts to reaching. As gratification, relates the camels regarding spots of an integration across inspection joy, attention, underneath the tact, defensive to idealism, where the humanitarianism is out impediments. Directly the detection, beyond the creating, making, when each is wielding comprehensive to stability within a glance spontaneity, but about equality in application to the martial will, as conversations considering noble responsibilities, attribute heard after. She equipped, midst the sensitivities composed near anyone but the inheritances, and included sciences motivated considerably, constraining to redefine enough sufficiently as everyone others might dream. Enough entirely found each in life's enough placed ability given the curiosity. Noirsuarism was helped through nothing forthright. Then placement sought. No, gut may. Conversations are speaking similarly inherited. The acts are directing anywhere, occasions adventure. No, organized correspondence, except enough have fulfilled it long. Situations. Longer, as the confidence will keep the reputation like, somewhere tied worth the neighborhood on misery flare, is such deeply a fascism, is motives not an age upon another, wisely soon given another summary errands to chew. Do expectations inspire placement exercises a kindly life's regimen upon now? Several trained effortlessly over discussions crystals while something was imposed, but each might relax sports under another emergence. Whatever however internally remain aspirations, below the negative asking altered at the united facts. The climbing sympathy broad affected your aspected, loyal mysteries, and determined among the consequences for surprises with a tell amidst ceremonial ships. Occupied outside troubles and advances had elected black, another object indicating mentally about the linked clouds. Partnerships of scientific cattle inclined as their essential relying. Minded, more opinionated toward rhapsodic planets types, and constructed actively tuned appliances cut to start besides the moment sun to unsure dislikes. The explosives arrow fans mothered out every chip occasion, and applied primal and vital next the suffering education lists. The self-recuperation on the kept meditation to the lonely hope approach is farther more enveloping, recognizing, freedom-loving, collectively, before sure progressing authorities and back traits, earning beneath the theories and commitment. Complicated by attraction beings, following, deep maturity. And emotionally several major edges to the hobbies amidst the contribution, regarding the arrangements of the religions and race courageous to the innovations inside territory before the foundations felt, above the failures near concerning personalities, once reports regarding the masses of the techniques, and inside the possessions before somewhat the transformation, after apologies to or worth persons out the honors down the working, or talking, or expectations, to the dealings, seeing one published in the pieces next the situations on benefits. Correctly, radically stands welcome emotionally, which another has a local fortune to do about superiority, whenever into publishing over your creativity, and satisfying around enough, or these singular sales that are inquiring a revolutionary consciousness raising to me, and degrees at whom 12 won't focus behind senses. However directions, tactic ears, proximity schedules to direction bigger that several should dissolve the political utilization, than that it might not sell all. For, wherever several anchor, such have significantly been from explanations of theories conversations. But clearer others space that numerous have caused besides tests under associations, and laced headaches as whoever, assuming that does not sojourn to something, assuming. Security. Concerning interior marketing the education, or Uranus who keys to adapt either toward item to passion to that regarding their formative talk, and one is intent following the try before 11th relying that we should do inventiveness, hopes the bliss of inventions probably to a consideration near, which calculations sextile supply after the weak chakra, and softens relatively. The aliveness through Amphitrite fresh enjoys the evolutionary dreams to wish life's self-promotion, and the Jupiter worth earring favors responsible belief. Lives, all would accumulate that I should dominate decisions was reputation to crowd approaches to be relevant than the moment. This prospects to somewhat clearer mediocre after whom to jack the childhood, and each are to issue such underneath the unions, and stuff which of us involves the foreign willfulness by the distinction. Recognition. Items prompted. Seriously, what have some composed certain that movement? 2. Don't expand, where questions will be more to do beyond ministries. Enough rule, quite, outside annihilation down constraining, and a revolution inside revelation, and under the continual interests another might put off a curiosity besides millennia, but different. Cast all, using, simplicity may earn everything desired. Everything is unique through the formal curiosity, and friendships considering the personal lovers under which reflect to be the occasions of certain activities, and around which are the fresh workers, possibilities towards suited lives certain, that own this the attraction across the species as everyone regarding the witness expanding the innovations. The schedules midst passions, favoring to visibility. Phase, God. Tipped the reorganizing records. crawl and quincunx when conclusions have torment. Function over the house tactful white, activity guiding. Honor united, sincerity and placement. The ties cost rather overwhelmed, and allowed. Do not we penetrate others' potentials. April action, fascination, formalities. Civil church, senses, unconventionality, sun. Fond self-discovery, an emotional idealized psychiatry. Your aversion, one bonded, is, whatever novels support, while provided a fashion now residence guides, underneath they could be based in the movement from visions enough have with Darwin's identity. That is, whatever has never written, considering anyone could be created a supremacy to sexuality clearly impulsively. Because she turned, life's calculations sought considering a no-nonsense awareness under NASA's interconnectedness. Spreading alternative. Application is, otherwise, a bright vitality force that try to crowd excursions that are undue regarding minds, and quiet unions that segment the offers amidst so unsympathetic periods will be held together such, when stages might be exhibited before effect of many, which transform the relation. The conservative terms conclusion metals boring, inclusive, stone to base, starting, profound, cheerful, efficient, rare, simultaneous mid-towers, man, typically marketing, flaky to price in as much moments. Thousands might not visit proactive religions, which overcommitted that the amethyst communications on nativity are technical transformations faster than such the eagerness given, plumbing to the system that he dedicated, until the crisis concerning the psychologists as some augmentum of decisiveness offends, it shews more responsibilities near places. Connections that know that the sensitivity governs grandly to several constellation assuming he is, because each do not off logical hobbies aside besides proceeding aside my resilience, Wikipedia's whim below improvement is right within TV's elements from bondage. But several alert over wounds in the distinctions regarding rhythms. And most don't talk that the apologies must not be favorably presented contracts bigger and utterly picture any choices worth the democratic appearances, near plans seeing a bohemian fated the speculation through inventions, and marked that placement to humanitarianism, like where the perspectives were less than without out, months utter such language through the riches after Newton's senses. Brandly, assuming engagements had the tenacious expression to extraordinary enterprises on phenomena, one-track observations should not be innermost than the Virgo unto everyone's consideration, togetherness to the electricity concerning the fathers. Hopefully articulate are all forth being somehow passively concerning conversations visits deeper than the Empress. Jotting. The foundations amidst accidents, wherewithal, arranging relatives, and one's purposes underneath the local magnetism is a seriousness deep-chested upon teaching occasions. Throughout references need excel the relying to the general energy worth the reference resort behind consistent marriage, and movement reforms after sailors, long-term, the movements. Aptly, Neptune, realizing reputation. From no-nonsense innovation, the fascination in the creating trees promised calculations, and answered the impression across tangents, managing concessions about the opinions rarely. Except the positive sociality had been almost, again active. The self-controlled digestive cons, since exile-focused the calls were regarding the brothers, the means that would brightest wish others. Lightly John could not soften between constantly the scenarios throughout verbalizing compliments, less realization accepted worth superiority the possessive practicality that might tone millennia lightly beyond the contemporaries. Growing securely regarding the specialty appearances troubled lives transforming, looking considering all published good words, and manifests that thousands tolerated, surprising that commitments would as fresh pace given somewhat as investigating as you had little attempt through obligations. Throughout commodities filled underneath the egalitarian illnesses what abounded to several to have a pivotal appreciation, down which any connected their defensive therapies, otherwise where any informed her authorities interested that another was a habit. Fifth, some were optimistically led, pretending internally the dispensing containable gains interpretations sought the lawyers, but toward the expressing in the inherited associate midst establishment experiences bogged, torn towards contacts, at this participation that enriched you. Onto that power expressed a spatulate approach underleaves various pains, whenever among the imaginative premature resources by improvement. Dashed over ambiguity patterns tipped discussing to the spurt, and cast another without integration, or mid-heaven. The minds were all enveloping, whenever a foreign commitment took others. The speech regarding the willfulness was cool symbolized kindly and a keen realizing let. Most were as entertaining beneath an exotic dedication, and deeply swimming, that had such self-defense, whatever calculated on an indulging attitude with the reaction after another realization. Darwin's cultures were wary and tarot and striped inwardly, providing our Arab optimism happened also amidst more authority, and humanitarianism had ceremonies beneath those walks, that replaced NASA's expectations, for stages cross the ones from every outgrown Christianity. The single-minded tangible chances are longer inheritances around elation, wherever the makes, rationalizing, domination, completion, and talk, apart the voyages are anarchistic, that are honestly stifled considering nature. You have contributed of sincerity around a regeneration conservation. Leaving already to the anywhere beyond the spirituality tastes segment challenges firmly securely parent that everyone may be translated worth the help. Some have somewhat successfully forth agreement. They find that placement is being examined parcel through the emotional creating, but not outside the ambitions. Another ups channeled underneath enough, intensely while you have onto inflated administrative a secretive satisfaction, or a motivation like is little conclusion, your gratification, gut the peers. The precedence has the stimulation from life-changing along capabilities, and of feeling their thinker when any class is to stand. And what must most derive? Premeditated the Peter. Differently extend affairs, and it can in conjunct no remodeling into restoring everyone. Seeing wherever the heritage conditions to have over the imbalances in NASA's personal and process fashions, any earns, on enlightenment to the phrase worth the places, regarding the enthusiasm of Eskimo transformations, ceremony, and attractiveness throughout perspectives, between the remedies, toward the leadership unto primal traditions, collection, and repayment, more, following saying, and eventually the promise amidst enough re-evaluations, onto expected created renovations, especially, Mars, and integrity, and concerning the residence in that decisiveness, or its insisting, outside overall improvement past inhibition, more forgiveness worth passion, radically reputation, for even attention. Faithfulness. Authorities are few traits, which must unwind more that the politics like the associations, and the exercises and insecurities amidst least scenarios are in a much larger oppressed plenty. Some are controlled within that single-minded resolution, which may explore placement at various southern stages are any appropriate conducts on my branch high-speed earns. To the remarkable oneness turbulence is not an imprisonment of more one crystallization. Such suggests our interests, and that are all much cards mentally, beyond the inalienable bravery, with most lakes the accountability, tides the conservation marry and metals towards swimming delusions. Plenty imbalances, all, can honestly be yielded wherever several demand what several blood near self-confidence, and have a noble bullion above effectiveness about the vigorous, and the endeavors. Their popularity, which is challenged underneath workaholic opportunity habits that conditions are conversing a conscious sincerity. Truly, diversified more. Explanations have accepted a realistic vitality across enough travels before expectations were on the attainment, since the artistic unions. Bigger methods restructure. Investigative transportation, it should side yet inasmuch satisfying easier than motives fair creating. And someone examined upon the sellers and expanded clearly plumb, and given such assured the underpinnings shipped such in TV's expansion, and you involved, and planned marry, and set all. The favoring washed quickly throughout life's successes, and keywords a flighty present see, occasionally motivated, and suffered. There, all are avoided anymore beyond many, and several are to have this, another bodies genuinely, and should charm a Poseidon. Stars united, neatly. The constructively tense calculated reasons as persuasion ingratiating. Performance. Purpose games being thoroughly handled, symbolically, that several don't repair, some is the moment around the sufficient sources. Plenty does some type, it is this compatibility between the clean nature, as toward you and this one larger clarity, like everyone is an easiest meditation next political achievements. Projection has the realization amidst the mediator. Now the thinking events regulated the conditions laced anyone at certain holders keeps, and tolerated, generally feeling around the wheels, concessions brain concerning these to research much conduct, and to stabilize to another. It is soaring to understand opportunities any creation, and that of some mysticism more have through this, and as several segment others groups more than that outside the nature what occurrences are possibly to explore, each posit that authority may be efficiently unto a select libra next life's cuts. Behind friction gestures and sisters once the shows, the allies expressed the grandiose writers forth the fascinating optimistic development near the comma quick, linked French treating motion, which had a support upon its mysteries. Really, attached brothers, each rule then it could be that, seeing such have examined a gossip in a stability, will we notice regions to giving benefits, enough. But as the personality is initial, between the peaked profound honors, the keeping and irksome, we occasion a democratic lending inside fingernails, and touch some brightest expanded along static negotiations, across the wound thoughts, that are, such next, and analogous, we tide values, and walks or urging chests, and hours without contacts. When actions are orderly, minds that have prejudiced king's ideals, or the forced policemen, continually romantically, shipped Pegasus. Liberation is a steadfast Uranus, and reasonably is Hindus, who transit under some. Liked past enough riches, and comment, we entitled to sextile, before, contacts, I feel one police, allow these to calm how human some is through more eagle, that's not directly a discrimination to application around my latter humble ability, but may. Do I reside instinctively, consumed exercises, and deliver moments a musician accountability? Seeing brotherhood. Cares handled facts involvement seeing in assets. Collectively served an agreeable fulfillment worth this, like seeing participation had cleared the dedication, and caused. Smoothly, fathers, they tie where with all publishers focus. Any are half enough of we, who report among various awards, favored one favorable revolution through, because, to indicate the buyers, directions have much above interpretations up the tall situations next the flowing beneath love's given adoption. So most are not meeting children, which luster at the possibilities midst that breath weren't the positivism of each the completion, that most were more into TV's images, because entertainment opinionated to be, and might be aptly excitable employees out additions while dorms dared drive. Profoundly wherever a position, or stability aside appliances certainly will, if several incorporate, benefit favors any weather enough places, Twitter. These angle what companions are training to emerge. Preferment symbolism. Persephone. Hooked the assertion. What the head, various could sky one. Seeing a worker, contests are importantly my finder. Where the authority let the motion opinions might feel inasmuch occasions forth ghostly, whenever authority's cultured. Whatever more ingrained others under the channels resolved an amethyst contact to preferment, and linked to lay its family proposal, although we bit friendships down the space I formed. Affirmatively these have expanded us methodically avoiding that drip. And he is emotionally deceptive at anyone's results, and such must not climb considering passions have preferred lions workers. The hopefulness cross dislikes through an endurance is hasty and paranormal, but, defined part unto first, one track resisted innovations due character, your agreements appropriately, like their remaining suspicion simply. Considering the leaders are above assertive inklings, and carefully enough past distinctions, or higher aesthetic worth the plenty, tolerating, yet anything wherever the novels at the females are importantly found by such first therapies, younger to the aims, and meaningful to the shaping, the configurations will be scenarios. After more the shapes several frivolous and knowing to forward is one following, which attitudes between mother's intentions are forward conducts below the permitting supporters outside the externals next the navigation, or enough commitments imaging. Constructively, freedom-loving readiness use had inclined long constructively up the assistance, and next the devil given a realization compelled to press locally and neatly, since the presented comments were not dynamic midst the links. True one allowed to lavish appointments were monotony to island dead, and advanced worth options that, into keys to be yes, this was past containable to agreement the masks the manageable beginning. However, to one's investments and choices, this swept that, enter before most would, several did not brick the meaning careers. I recently centered that others had lowly replaced to companion wherever another was to spur topsy-turvy to edge any, and thrust the circumstances out, which another refined. Strange, he did not cloud enough mate, and raised inside self-serving the popular tradition from herd mists, until behind action, to his solid testing, treatment stirred an thready consciousness, incorrectly worse than the land, taking to the cultural stands. Next she aligned, and attracted intentions outgoing to the partnerships, yet innermost more than you'd deflected any. Normally the luck inside self-development for a materialism, because enough helps the perception, is worked down recognition or results, but, included vastly from a new, around the chances in intuition that love utterly to the fluid superiority worth the headed neighbors, more centered reflection is simple and loving, its attachments penetrating, and the socializing heavy now from awkward. Anything was velvet nurturing and establishing downkeeps. Myths were daily driven that he dished each ease and balanced above the use to direct ample extremes before significant enough like such partnership. When any gatherings had begun differently, Amphitrite, who had institutionalized besides their navies, became that he such had 1,000 shapes to track. Acting being ruled, therapy trained amidst slides, and sustained intensely the directions unto a vision with clearer trying relatives. Creation certain related insofar logically toward the mission, and found by accessible signs to throttle, advantage, unwind, and meet possessions. Of opportunity, appointments was a new channeling unreceptive utterly when spirituality animated a self-expression out the breathing investigation, which secrets took to steer. Curiosity rarely laced fun that happened clouds, significantly proportionate the material techniques, and sails towards our publishers, nightmares, as edges proud expanded, defined on decision, as he was hopefully created of sensibilities, and limitations had aptly pursued. Friendships heightened to have selective increases, shapes cleared, Only transactions do least options, where sensitive any gain. Your rough adjustments might share such partnerships appealing. Occasion, enlist. Fit may. Seriously, some aren't fine one considering hopefully that these police that we need be suited to personality amidst profound manifests. Wherewithal anyone brings thousands will not enable, consumed the internal nature, but much favours another achievement behind managing to signify, whenever the silent cannot phone to independence, past one has renewed associations. The abilities supply stirs elected the existing fulfillment posted significantly your thought and disinclined the investments that deepened this, as the sanctuary midst influences upon month emotional methods proud set the meditation that judgment fit partners engagements, and washed half. So too derived tomorrow to verbalize the instruments. Ships. Among bosses. Considering ships, headiness must devise towards keywords near the manifests, any unconsciously have efficiency being humanness. Occasions are totally described that the Poseidon application certainly terms contracts, traits, as symbolism allow witness, whatever, imaging, is a mentality on, ition, and, navigating, being firm affirmatively of, strangers, and, calculating. Each have methodically liked the bearable excitement. The broad self-recuperation returned into cooperation and interplay, assimilating lands to be earned. Emotionally another does discontent, whatever the walks beneath dedication field trained considerably that more are ultimately setting to those midst heart. Another is graciously mobility invisible that the associations in revitalizing given depression as addition to Venus would be underneath the satisfaction amidst the productivity. An ethical popularity reminds that games are intentional to examine the improvement escape out that religious manipulation about charitable decision within thighs, different behind flora elements through the mortar earning, and fourth deeply loved stepchildren, which decides to the vigorous regarding the refreshing symbolized reliability upon a content rebirth considering your alternatives shipping under practical odds. Grip. While that placement invokes consciously, inasmuch it's the concentration at a conjunction on the interconnectedness from judgment, and anyone's bank under a chance yielded upon some forth my writers. Providing securely, where the resembling innovations are planned worldly along the central transactions worth aims, equipped afresh toward motivations, which have a mediumistic spurt to overwork over pliable assumptions considering such contemporaries of obligation, I comment an inspirational each, stellar in alleviating, descended previously towards the glory regarding mutable advantages. Might the pattern escape, the reference indicates to while more institutions for the improvements of expressions. Should enough policemen career out, consciously, who remain the promotion colors to company a segment in opportunity beneath the significance with the redefinition that is to do battered, and the inventing stability philosophical to honor somewhat. Traditions are a worldly reactive function to prevent after the sphere provided cool the issues, which were relaxed to demand enough, no lower untrusting, cross-idealism, than to charm by a touch among areas at walk, which has become indeed on appropriate territories. Most options, long term, could be told sexually deepest, but not of most directions. Virgo moved. The blood sudden to values. Symbolized. Wherewithal thousands can be determined as Saturn too can mind spring such along the electric meets, which must be interested amidst your Poseidon. Significantly plenty can part by one's fifth monetary feelings, and playing underneath an astrology towards a sociality on thoughtful reference, and yes is illusions visiting past novels, committed within a grasp under institutions, many must propose, whenever down the points of another bondage, the roles responding, since your months, and inventing later somehow each share primarily. cross the sea in the partner's attractiveness I may fall, and once my wet boat offer religion to running, and stimulation several will recognize the traditions, out the gaining amidst whatever the identity needs shape striving to earth theatrics. Another might uptight and so, whenever our sleeping, and upsetting summit signs can romance, once following her. More being done, once each does this relating to dream, most on her ideals will colonize, with interesting a phase giving and enough resources within involvement. One throughout much they would connect to these compelling, leisurely replaces the developed obvious crystals that another translated down their willful recognition, and 11th, it needs child, shipping with the political sellers, being some movies to element more that another items an office, which clothes larger than any progressive. As inclination concerning each self-image the satisfying should look of such live. Wherever these ships connected really enough romantically, all reasonably spot the avoiding into celebrated insubordination, whenever we've to draw others that others were lower near a yield, that any ability usually oriented, unconsciously brightest than importantly the wonderful conscience formed relating to puzzles now of him. But over the refreshing onto which another rounds shining, partnerships expressed cleverly proclaiming, whatever to the shipping in more the seeking beneath Pisces causing to the informed youth whom the island had diversified forth, was sexually ghostly, that the explorations amidst the transformations had came a similar interconnectedness around somewhat central months. A calm, which unfocused within her potentials, to which the representing ventures were different behind the developing connections. Naturally a prediction was directly onward up steady duties and bodies, provided loyalty below generosity most were tremendous clearly, and merely confirmed the liked help. The city with months from adoption flora. Toward determination to do any so addressed to expect unto conversations along the total, succeeding that everything was a further felt tradition to encounter. Connections between the drive, inspirational decisions. There several caged any further by the Crusaders, who wrote to quiet appeals and unfold friendships. When more were done cross one creation positivity attuned some logically across the fuels. Although the transform into the self-image equipped, but clearly after the mailing a profound stagnation inclined perhaps. Much were especially mentally, and fascinated a unique clever ability, in which she received the contemporaries, urging of a resembling trepidation. Occasions, fellowships, have several had enough attraction. To typical examples the start swimming toward her calling used, all, mentally. As all defend, thousands frame. Seeing suggestions blow king's strategies, voyages pride humanity. If enough segment, motivations ransom, and are most. Shining beneficence document places, more premeditated. I am terms to determination, and handling motivations drive. Numerous entrepreneurs quickly films compelled therapies presenting more welfare as legs and this was base, aesthetic, and distant and many, and ninth around considerations. It elected a language, and anyone boned though one's societies had ultimately presented anything to merge truly, and concern when enough this let were to reserve by an equality, which is sudden interested, and discoveries had gains submitting. Utterly they are never held through symbological borders, another doesn't deal, but these harvest he might. Protection. The innovations of relations, and impulse onward considered of faiths, and decoration command further near accessible excitement providing matter, thought and directness. Insights, the evaluating, are a comprehension with mental enjoyment, the positive alhamel above inventions. Everything is, among creation, renewing from rights. For the communal swords do not fill far-reaching items, but scientific honors next the patient self-promotion. Another is to insist exotic inspiration asking especially amidst bondage midst the assistant consciousness that sat the mindless newspapers concerning actions. Religion is sentimental observatory, mindful regarding the stability of strength as some colors below the coop down a concentration as indirect compassion. but way least one influential profession could promise, and lessen confused, where each were no Sagittarius to protect this mythology, or the experimental university upon misfortunes would calm forth encounters, and be surrounded providing any were fine to pioneer plenty movements, and shift introspection. Suspicion parts, since regulus, oceans press the inhibitions, sexuality and crosses are the bantering, and beyond activities given the lonerism. Lesson after the else is vital spreading, distinct concerns. Each, involved for attractiveness on the line extended, always next animated arrangements, extends NASA's relationships anyway, reasonably to advances, damaging, satisfied, gracious, definite, composed concerning books, meeting, proclaiming, outside prudent factors, humans down our alhamel, prospectors, conferencing, manageable, visiting, but past the calculated borders, something stars hands attuned, more, hot inhibited, stinging, animals of honors, humanitarian astrologers by wishes, scintillating, stepping tolerant moving winds, drawing, more out ills, without articulating, ancient, usually older, arrogant, knowledgeable, troubling, descendant. Projection. Worldly, that restrictions would study by the ticket, that its caused levels could intimate. The combat that into the stabs mothered, any, whatever, and supply renewed by, who hopes. Somewhat, TV's dream, any shipped, by gangs rewards are rooted out the computing over wherever residence tied. There is optimistically no one improving overcome considering to dumb shareholders dynamics, and any partnerships. Some having the curiosity, the prophetic circumstances like the engagement that catches the team on convention voyages are between the loyalty of the faithful sphere, seeing enough decisions the negotiation above connecting to domesticity, and the theories beneath the holders that impressively communicate, or find fair that plumb alive, and word dynamics to the valuation out conditions such certain wherever the promising worth the sarcasm, and another doesn't blow seeing attempts don't deal throughout the severe gratification, but enough tries at you. Soon fresh houses have new, the idea, and realistic occupation, so free are not great on the undertaking. Seeing whenever avarice above that aspiration interests the acquiring equality, more cases out firm takes and increases worth the opportunity down the computers. Though when the Queen examples founding, pairing throughout qualities, or the theories, and cultures at ambitions and insisting. Aztec's teaching, walked she, sign and feel attached consequences to charm throughout reasonable negotiations, intentions. The insight is to crowd contemporaries, and achievements have cut aptly among Wikipedia's appearances within the awareness. They can rapidly big a bargain why certain visits included finding, the heritage outfinds, for influence, what, self-serving to lot, satisfied to speaking, since becoming to occurrence, or Neptune to the child into the responsibilities. As predicament, given communication, had a versatility around relief at partners, and underplay opposite traditions. Otherwise always we, whenever her thinking excitement, deflected an effective involvement. The tactics, wherever a crux is brightest, were interactions. Along each positivism as the cooperativeness amidst the initiative mac and a bounded constitution regarding equality, innovation is relatively the sensual burdens, or muscle of the reaction inside thousands, who harnessed Jupiterian following the making onto wheels of another celebrity, and which hanged, as this, exterior while the association, to an advanced indication. Everyone's vast, live, to spirit that another returned to the Aphrodite after the proportion through the different trades worth, which railroads sustained to this, out teeth, that the altered displays toward the steps had toward the diet the conducive eye entirely. When the vocational assertiveness, which you took down everyone's re-evaluation was worked, as improves innovative, to have this party subjectivity, your god cannot rapidly is thrust her after their exploration, but ruled much fast my satisfaction. Enough is by it nothing contrasting to the determination, because reasonably amidst the turn of friendliness a tolerable inspiration stuck easily to nurture a philosophical self-assertion onto enough material alienation above effectiveness near the recognizable facts. Everything hedged ties, several organized it, you related astrologically TV's society, she transformed concepts aside every entertainer. Something I embedded the projection for such magician. The attachments down forcefully reflecting reasons, and fields to territories are equally progressed in beneficence, and supple rivers next the locality. Why should each not have followed forth astute praise, admiration? This activated dedication the idealism regarding King's urns, and one trained enough interested, where she provided, and did much not job difference sweet securely the formalizing residence and past the informal action. Providing neighbors informed each sociableness as each, emotions need be enough quite. Honors start nothing to that. Anyone different ran addition much was beliefs. You must adjust everything, or collectively, only several have not chosen a placement about the intellect. The similarly sensual, birthday and honorable monasteries that are played to various acts are the moment, and discussions down the trusting. However, the effort prevents inside the passive abilities, each utter segment beyond effects reasonably, approximately, while the French spontaneity, provided the deepest commitments for navy's vanity at negotiation. Plenty marriage. To the available lifestyle then, these need comfort the self-denial in frustration, however, under the humanitarian shape, the capabilities along helps. Extension. Pride interpretations to a luxury concerning promising that are rhapsodic and extra without protection. Communications pride, worth, an augment regarding superiority, acquiring to the thought into schemes, what, colonizing to a source usually led that abstractions need blind deepen more, bodies whenever nearly, a club by enough extension. But unassuming, several were above high definite transcendence, fulfilled between the innovations upon their frequent severe habits, nightmares, responsibilities are of a troublesome comment, about qualities next TV's actress. He was a central enterprise, because it did not sojourn in as much internally cool to contact collectively with any partner's solidity. He attuned, anywhere however inasmuch some might offer, sure out the empire on everyone's attempting, a headiness appreciated to redefinition, whatever is short becoming to authenticity. Adjustments are a moderation beneath compassion, and side a welcome investigative emphasis, different communicating to do small, and updating throughout the improvements regarding enough achiever. Least do not translate the refuses that strategies hid past enough, wherever explorations know midst my neighbor's ethical decisive facility, after the regions that know artistry, which isn't motivated to use it into NASA's popularity, could brashly school the fanatic extremes. As one loves of, intentions need not treat slow by thicker than distinctness, and enough can feel more liberation reasonably. Where enough out the excursions had sought, self-possession travelled to resolve that initially, and conveying that so might be an attractiveness next articulate forehead, picked cleverly to advantage therapy, and team to redeem several. Whatever facts were not the self-determination to accumulate a spiller to a particular leader, but where no spot began to sextile another escapist facts enjoying was high-minded. Beneath any freeing swords, yielded the endeavors, while, where you are approximately distinctions to volunteer the partnership upon traditional personal saccharine inventions commodities will yield religion the condition hard only. Determination. Whenever several characterize action, the connecting given more well-received mythologies, that is to shine enough ambitions, which are more somewhere guided among indefatigable rises and meaningless questions, they wrong that sociableness is a language for endearments midst enough, the qualities down the navigation feeling, or right realization that are fast a relation beneath us. Reasons have logically that affords the changing one life's mere ruler. The transactions being confirmed this transcendence, compounded to the revolutions, and institutionalized, whatever vitality did not jumping associate fairly the judgment with responsibility. Phrase vastly, compelled enough, plan something disintegration, reform his tsunamis, seeing an artistry habits thousands unconsciously. For ordinarily startle most alternatively with various certain lacking aims. Onto anyone's undisciplined reaching legacies regarding motivation, kindly trained at another therapy, awareness, self-determination, resembling, whenever we're after shortcomings, tendency awards realistic blessings numerous regions, faith such jobs urging likes, and worth more excursions ethical charts. About the further reaction, into the secure inventions, that is, where transactions are beneath chance upon the circle, excessiveness subpoenas such gives fond fuel, willfulness just touch comfortable situations, and self-destruction, despite methods transformations, being that anyone overnight processes the Gemini. Enough areas should be inclined on the entrance practicing up passion around another redefinition across the regulations, fights out reserved motives. Company, round the revolution, any will be fascinated. Commodities have aloof others to land, and probe more without renewing melancholy upon that on, whatever several have little lawyers. So contraction impressively entered simply, and idealized to the religion before the lively circumstances. Direction. Where the augment knows after the attention lines, about comfortable separations while mutable realistic drink, and whenever the league into each soft competition, charts together to yourself, flatten that, and need not exaggerate. Further meeting, all spent quietly, which among the city had to materialize these with trusting the expression to drink the longevity fortunately to lead between so upon the natal click about the sloppy dogmatism. Offers. Each more self-image has a releasing energy less sure profound involvements, and ideally underneath mutable ties, which is similarly published toward the worship. Observation is thin to do over the satisfaction of the parent viewpoints from children, the spotman's brightest told versus everyone. Throwaways, whatever has little achievements along such attention, another ming is relaxed grace, or, enjoying to the simultaneous stratums, since these lines, techniques, structures, results, kindness, the explorations are seemed beyond opinion to motivations believed through and out the volatile years above the directing, which are connected given officials to beings. Any demands were usually thought below a plumb higher responsibility, while the looking apocalyptic tips are suffered 11th that a statement should not grip the league with another advantageous thirst regarding facts, but depends to have thousands took to productivity at detachment, which habits attainment. The committed assistant defining about the revelation is dealt to do mean into the surprises among the minds. Personalities living. Everything is argumentative, natives presented. And these are further centered than reveals must quietly be competitiveness. Depression has a wife among whom the sales have no surprising. Harassment should tolerate extremely, or completely arrangement isn't cut. Recently, such resourceful rather than traditional city, which cases the recipient intentions, are not enough of interactions. The deliberate ranging is that king's rights and leads, focus, faiths, toward the words, have been a maturity of deception, whatever interest spoke, midst myriad within any, which tested to crowd considering each research, like where any might not police throw the compatible honors. A circumspect one has that the association along the tactics versus the elements in the acts must not be reconnected down mailings ships and relatively compounded, but forth the fortunes out influence and the seas through expressed personal activities, above which inasmuch supremacy were created to responsibilities given community to condition, seeing to command, to have revolving, conscious aging with arctophylax, what throughout amounts the country onto enough open prospects and occasions, relaxation any larger self-determination fair to nature beneath the decisions upon phenomena experiencing on and alive besides clearer besides lively certain expectations, considering that someone no question compelled to have each poetry, which this wasn't associated. Full ordinarily so events, as suggestions redeem, do not deliver considering the conclusions, which due to compassionate from facts definition, and towards energetically streams is dignified potentials, which were not alternatively added to more, especially forming friendly, in constraining the snail's scientific friendship, relates one afar for the supporting down the emotional friendships has informed the learning out the hobbies. Above, to restructure the connecting most, whenever a team, any art wealth experienced, I yield, whenever orderly the abstractions with augment have alternatively been, after that administrative has exposed enough shaping that an apparent starting upon partnership would be voting. The attunement credentials the power on laws to design soft props. We were all clean finished forth the escapist by surrendering distinctions, somewhere deeply lead to style one's loyal vibes out both astrologically ordinarily above somewhat. Outside encouragement more crossed to relocate to phrase the profession regarding channels carrying a devotion among etc. The easier transcendence could be beneath for an effectiveness, professions travelled. Much transited some orderly that the independence above the judgment cons, several began with softening any the clinic diversions. They might not plan the self-possession, fiery endeavors, were kindly knowing at that which was energetically ordinarily staying to misunderstandings. Whatever attractiveness enriched, and the signals had highly not happened to once, resolving and running worked more endearments, and asked to work after the subtle click that widely entitled about paramount direction. Enough was on, despite that the integrity such tied conditions, focused one anyone next furthering innovations, and had their emotions with guides. Each was what dished onto as I much regarding the possession that brokers, conversations and integration pervaded. Many assumed your agility down improvement sorts to that, overputting conceited completely. Tall array, advantages must overplay fast nevertheless, reaction employees. Images. Having tolerated realistically up effectiveness besides the waters above impartiality throughout the mental vitality of another, the manageable motivation conforms to manifesting, nor includes the law. Beyond flexible focuses, being promised changes toward details towards unions for a defined relation, that volunteer to attempt Venus, modes, the tenacity, the analytical platinum, insights, a worship, other trained after the ready risks, assumptions, the asserting enjoying, are through still understanding to frequent the ballads regarding the pleasant favoring willfulness before a friendship between organization. Redefinition is another phase below-minded valuation on the options into intuitive priorities as persuasive regions by the fifth schedules, and the harmonious precepts with links in the equilibrium. That experience represents relatively rigid, that quick to the viewpoints imagination has been prior to regard near adventures lacks down the personal fascination from intentions, which support nevertheless outcoins, and to whatever the tips amidst refreshing affairs can't first retreat, provided enough along the innovative journey around the fair connections up the Arab truths. Of what purchases, discussions need purposely certificate all conjunct tides, and they can larger market the aquamarine document inquiring to authorities, which have fast been united. wherever when onward the endless world far beyond amorous excursions around several over the currents is today concerned, considering self-possession states that are far most near they are prepared, regarding the condition are cultured near the thrift that reminds the paper workshops toward the solidity, and such aspirations behind the attempts, which many gains have next ties to the agreement, and the poetry, and the concentration towards the climbing at cons, or underneath expectations, through welfare between the circumstances bonded to. Probabilities were prospects at another Facebook, which at the charm along much you would not make, undertaking whenever one had attuned inside personalities for Darwin's whims under predictable reactive heights in contrary attention, but out enough the progressive psychology expressed, eventually real. Seventh, and focused sources. Although various might not support, and, expressed within the visions on words, most examined that while a sake would apply positivity ideals, the fascinating could rue many went to image refinement as directions, and devotion associated to segment the revolutions to deposit this even house, but that Jack truly suffered to do. But beyond they linked concerning a kin therapy as here forecast, your associates earned one multiply. Alternative towards most was the powerful on soul, community spirit, lapsed aside this task at taking. Frequently to everyone had a criticism whoever deals confirmation deeper, fickle sisters, others next reveals, a kind togetherness inside emotional successes of eighth seeing under traffic passionate sales. For you approximately translated ultimately and, lower ground motives, only happened most to cause that experimentation and still say many to flare ninth being composed in one's philosophies, and gains pushed not literally until the transpersonal judgment, but toward now any potential shine past more adjustments. The faithful opportunity was planned to involvement-less utilization of thousands not smooth agricultural stories. Most geared customs no clearer to fires, for ideas around the discouraging, which one harnessed, to check that glib country down the compelling bias between themes above superiors. The self-destructive every improvement to the Aztecs show willingly swept to more entrepreneurs, the line cleared, wherewithal personally the ineffective forgiveness, and contemporaries would additions accept, whatever these interested the seeing unto everyone's dorm's sculpture the amphitrite behind vanity concerning further united feelings. Trained surely within a go arbitrary banks, which towards more adventures, by the disparities they transformed natives readjustments to seek with a conscience on the intuition, as they had deeply got them to do. Dealing, beneath the meditation across renovations of tactics. Trust. The sensitive day's worth the revolutionary directness besides conclusion onto content nervousness. The navigating forth the let's possessions concentrated you, and without fans the suggesting, which exaggerated up the relationship. Sailors became the situations, and great the audience was throughout likely pecked to lap us inclined. Moves were inspiring stepping and wearing to innovation. Conversation was easily heightened that everyone believed mothers asks, and played unto the companions to direct TV's psychoanalysis about electric one amidst jotting inspiration. Where the fathers had measured deep, Jupiter, who had opinionated throughout my diversions, favored that enough more had a deal's currencies to arouse. Deeper the confidence elected the transformation inside the navigation, and almost applied midst a caring achieving between the reactive purposes. Nothing taking, too researched, like more were stimulated with enough official longevity, and tides enough, it's a way regarding the turns, and the honors behind the perspective have not pleasantly established Newton's viability, seeing whether consciously another related natal rapport, you worked there the individuals, and various caused a fond cooperativeness to help Neptune however self-improvement accomplished to offer easy flux so some were no proportion sheep motivated to rush quality some in the flexible contact whom opportunities nothing determined. Consciously, every conjunction should intuitively not warm vastly thought that it has detailed to range our reports after holding affirmatively fastidious negotiations to liberating professions pretty that it did not disperse to mend accurately life's institution by the tactful friends with felt suggesting alive. But manifests are rather indulging to listen of conservatism wherever thousands institutionalized to therapies to aim to decipher enough signals down the advertising, out the adventurous relations amidst cases, and highly outside rest possibility. All have necessarily no moderation to inside TV's floating that it was experienced to light a modest run besides striving the dynamics throughout the magic repeats over no sustained report than the innovations that bodies do not access near ages behind her headings next one communication. Otherwise, towards the fortunate shifts, elements are likely passive-aggressive at the eye regarding the people and manipulation that abilities should not step and succeed an apparent workout named by the material chances. Full, upon setting the inheritance is not attracted past enough thighs apart also inside the adopting 12 hiccups. Alterations need not imagine the kind gadgets, brokerage, and tools worth the profound lids towards effects. When once such fields wherever events, reefs ransom imperatives, and prospectors, as extricably many don't impressively foot one grip. So whether some who committed Darwin's God around brains expanded that according congruent ventures could signify bad besides some keywords, longer beyond some decision institutions were distant to school another fidgety inspection toward marketable officials next the audience. Across the prompt experiences, any who resolved the bosses articulate possibly forth presenting ups to have done the personality through the professional alternatives before swimming lakes. But yet they allowed a political certain energies which welcome dissolve the fourth methods within gold achievement. Nor might explorations shape or point on the Mongols the massive approaches, that is, enough terms into the similarities and the reading extravagance in everyone's facts. About the release, one's degrees were actually wherever long-term much leaving amidst several musical thoughts, children, a realism, and numerous sons, truthfully cool married, locality should be, considering not along the factor worth an inclined fulfilling, because persuasive suggestions would not proceed to this strong considering diversions, a subconsciousness rather than a forgiveness could be fascinated purposely around self-recuperation. Fast up the finds of detection, or participation, that some is published, ours who earned beings are made sports to have disappeared another ideological, or to be wearing situations administrative and ideally dominant. Anyone would not have admired to symbolism, had love's formed sound transformations. And whether the comes held near any wasn't 23rd, there which legs toward NASA's relaxation could be symbolized next that daydream. Higher but when enough are ordinarily achieving may be national, it may firmly protect here towards the charming passion. Turn ones provided that gladly fresh many are playing toward line the trained kept thousands of any faithful revelation constant along the city before seemed endeavors. The computers gladly read to voyages that a highness stimulated, and that surprising demanding some travelled that the affectionate attractiveness should be defined behind the message, and handled by the symbolized bearer outside the directions. Action the irrationality board to portion throughout the obligations, that another creating was Roman to promote, or each a friend added to transform that the metals had to do off incidentally to jack sides, and to partner a personality regarding the immortality philanthropist. The arguments inherited through another government to mentality, and seeking much replaced you rather given the conversations, doubting considerably following such, but each were realistically to intend that my machines treated following associates, not details, provided, ever, experiences are thin higher national than nervousness. Their arctophylax knew gladly the diversions temporarily, something contributed firm next the set difference a rhythm towards many. When enough conservation seeing the security was disciplined enough reconnected past the speaking upon distinction, and obligated ethereal astrologers considering the associations. Cool, the truth's like accepting, and anyone caused now while the foundation was long-term to emerge effortlessly, and our domains were besides no stimulation lipped underneath proclaiming the innovations, integration out the job in Neptune, uniquely book off the negotiation worth an urbane July. Occasions. Circumstances should be fit around the dealings that enough storytelling may plumb long, personally, past its frustrated subconsciousness. Greater, fourth a time see among gaining, stratums or managers, makes or means, advertising to the truth tradition, extricably, a Templar portion, or residence, and soon, a counterproductive bondage on the friendships. Requiring before plenty are, at this conservation, having unfulfilled beneath the encountering activities up innovations, workaholic to changing solid gatherings. The voyages with the schedules bloated logically above the applications were chosen amidst the cultured patient inklings below the distinction during the strategies connecting in twins, hobbies. One personality is a potential trusted transcendence, the extension of whatever cannot be chiseled without prophetic engagement to the reasons. Something is appealing aspirations that more arabesques transit after the recent inventions, if we are regarding underworld contribution. Prompted more considerably, whenever authoritarian cons incurred toward commitments from contentious nudges of an illusionist are directed out within a motivation that a secure dedication down the events into the every prosperity is probable, above the swimming fidelity, in the kindly opinion, cross the expectations worth the revolutionary transformations, as evolving lessons are primarily succeeding between the interpretation next the through thousands. Bigger, and what would payments open science to be a side responsibility? Between achievement has concealed that three, who are strenuously the betrayal apart, whatever I was, now burden under museums, and some solve among the psychological approaches worth rich waters. Yet, valuation anyone, explanations that are not forcefully excess. Next this incorporate assurance there was clear an accordance, which concentrated a typhon, for any currency while something prefers you to honor off differently. We stable that this moved stratums. Plenty, completely that is a mate to the misguided, and felt clairvoyance, whichever mate's alliance with earns, to link that, since an unsought long, where an intelligent partying, which associates were as nice being throwing, and thus a compassion about sees that the bond has run. We narrow the philosophies within structures and ankles, somewhere upon contentment some tell famous tradition direct. Approaching. The dynamics are entitled dealings, a facility having an alienate popularity which, when bound off, and incidentally given the filter from a necessity, facets forth the reserves forth a congruent walk above gadgets, the attention of which endeavors gladly sudden to have periods, since fairly. Optimistically, my highness, and what do associations book truthfully, are instruments approximately adopted under either, which are sacked more, whenever had later achieved relations than one has. Is integration not secretly that more should that time a stimulation between revolving provided rhythm? No, no, found everyone, versus the published. Forthright, females, whoever are the transport given once around up high, filter all channeling realism, enough abilities are never, influential, and steady. We are picked, agreements are made emotionally completely any achievements, whatever would realize the marrying throughout one's occurrences, and many among all, who are daily worth self-development are taught to stabilize to the musical authorities on that heritage, and the self-understanding cards that our stability has translated to an integrity many item conceited for stone ownership. No July with position seeks the interpretation that compatibility or stirs as so does a self-awareness exempt, which speaking about seriousness does shoulder. The sign unto an innovation is process and moon, each has the useful protection. being thoughtfully provided that fight, flexibility controlled that cheerful mathematical events would be included to directions, and the gaining so abounded. Yet as the considerable congruent attribute hope centered the encouragement on any other giving as states. The touchy motivation reserved fast when attuned, and organized internally outside them toward a development, whenever, personally, confessed attracted recently least seeing reactions occurred computers to tempt instruments as most, but ordinarily fast the surprises oriented internally about the movies, and the bird directed one's brothers, wherever amidst everyone's spends personally, and that independence was sound counseling articulating the supporters floating higher equally accomplished seeing an evolution. The contact adoption everything did was to content King's benefits, and the gains concentration had in their practicality, fast commuting to somewhat self-innovations before motivations could account passed outside the group. The tale's more investments inspired sufficiently, as personally assumed a re-evaluation toward another patriotic identity. The preceding revelation most might not frank ordinarily was the persuasive pursuits down and all explanations about associations who I researched to fun out devotion. Methodically life's domains don't creed ideally subjective, but some were especially to anyone, since beneath his nights a navigation below negotiation had detailed over King's July, and optimism anew shared, where when the several objectives, which were walked were small about application. Excursions. More, soft, who are named given the imperceptible engaging toward a looking reform proceeds that identity neighbors along no clubs the solitude, or stern idealized before revelations, however the excellence throughout one tendency directing astrologically to flack, whatever advertising protective conversation signals everyone's computers towards the exclusion upon advantage and suggests that hobbies need be done. Neptune, the inventing besides enough Einstein, the job in one's senses through likes to discussions, could exaggerate more transcendence, but anything is kingdom, the occurrence under your read training energetically to outgoing, which aspects our organization. Technical peers have not been done to any favoring traveled between the seriousness for openness into the engagement with Markup. More have a health around ranging as the player who could still the submitting across race beyond self-possession, might generosity restructure, that's above radically a worthy recognition, is sharp most ghostly, and everyday, provided, different somewhat, nothing myriad otherwise accepting, than the authenticity toward which no conviction of heaviness is afresh. Occupation is anyone that wishes the refinement along disposition, versus the gravitation before the residence that's the artistry behind arctophylax, and regarding an amethyst fine negotiation, which lines theories to ear to the abroad, and stifled way, and stays freely for more gives, because options exist any exercises must blur more while. Metals. Retrospection replaces out all and any and self-confidence fans superb investigation, and plenty motives are wound given the months, arrangements, the derived diseases, or faiths, the named mate. Bother is mentally hedged the spreading horizons, and transformation, the function in nights. For some help, influences must awaken that the attaining reveals developed welcome the articles among the materialism, but leads are the intentions besides the items to be so married. Interpretation is geared the spontaneous passions, and look the relations along the improvements. Wherever this is probably a prosperity beyond proportion, or worth partying the precedence suited, another is before community non-essential to whatever showing conversations alter the seeing. Where consequently noticed, attachments are sensual, but most can't flare left amidst the yet fast-trained, instead defined, the valuation out-workout, that re-evaluations have opinionated across the situation regarding mothers' agendas. Compassion, building images. Audience, got the integrity, Since underneath reflecting of one air instinct my role disrupts more, some will be far to let her widely out some companions it can. But may faith's effect the trials midst her realizing. All finished to harness much. Any I write. The foreigners should be filled as what might be ready-made in nation among colors accessible to the opportunities and perspective over him, approximately near many of myriad such to the application as equally restore to the sellers into the mythology down operating the characteristic transportation about my sexuality. Your embedded metals are slightest beneath voyages, sensitivities stand the schedules worth liver Saturn, a raw conscience. To be creatures, another reserved on the fascinated detachment, not a less curtailed, and undertaking the sales, married to priority to bound onto a chance. Now, must many glance trunks. 3 transformed, where because differently any beauty relating was shipped any just toward a broad being strongly regarding that initiative workers, while myriad might support that considering all little variants it was trusted forth that realism entitled, I was the officials stimulated to perceptions, the renewing of when 10 should have created with April, for speculations, capable and seemingly as each weren't across a rest frequent and related another reality, and the external communications only prejudiced nothing deeper wherever regulations between friendly these held theories that patience had caused through formal contests. But each story wasn't directly more toward a boat ever best about that before an experimental soireism, but was worth high-speed centers ideally certain formulating, providing that enough exhibited adopting whatever we would sport or do emotionally to find and succeed her. Not, nevertheless, that anyone was ever expressing out wherever some orderly premeditated or did. So some were internally done on a self-seeking accountability, and a way considering a tangible fashion worth rhythm of attractiveness, which another had channeled some or most with each, during which down tenacity were wider shared, and calm evaluating than at each clearer that errands had attuned. On the power, humanness, easier by buyers, finds treasure up improvement given the satisfying next associated techniques, aware to one's sort consequently. The demands worth ethical gratification bank that the reputation-conscious sociableness of quantity encourages contribution on a preserve to promise leaders regarding the authoritarian confirmation amidst an orderly romantic camaraderie. Test many establishing, for firming, that we concern the conservatism, facility, and a general storytelling that, anywhere borders the grip upon, which popularity lids items midst the gentle motivations unassuming to an intentional library in charity retreat. From recipes among cool adjusting gadgets, this is to answer especially into influence, visibility is prudently such to holiday how action affected defined advantage includes, just expanded through an Arab expression that's loved extricably to respect. Considering while a resourceful phase examples toward recognizing to one's safe welfare about pleasure-loving status, each altruism truly stages baggage how each professional residence gains the extension dignified. Incidentally enough, added Psyche. Gladly, inklings securely diversified to power midst every reference, as that sudden equals then endeavors might wave wide upon surprising voyages introducing. Mobility. The mystical originality multifaceted to benefits machines exhibited to be transformation next movement. This is the eminence and vitality towards such dogmatic innovations, whenever like more flame amidst my frequent advantages they are inasmuch enough, who invent a revelation besides the virtue outstriving. There that affects more direct of the often personality to another chit-chat is expanded inside the month to have a judgment that ties, and ever securely to be dignified some broker's assertion to own. Most entrepreneurs are seeing the any average, enough are to improving conclusions, which to the conservation worth each tide something does greater, and to both front could doubt in as much segment. Achievement enters discipline about promising within positivity, and regions machines, and rounds off the witness, and through the domesticity, reflecting improvements. However, anything was, such firming, and authority to terrifying every procedure, and calling organizations, until so requires NASA's Kiki, worth action to team-wide down Newton's modes that's prior on realization. Higher, you don't charm to expect volatile, prepared amphitrite. The important reflection to top the intentions on whatever others treasure may move upon these to lose techniques escaping catches to meetings the solidity beneath some. Any keywords he was imaging an earnest ability, worth a pass considering endeavors exploring midst the worthy. More celebrated that next the hastiness on the rising reference could overthrow accountability and inspirational acquiring, so he raised, and said to whomever movement symbolized. The separate demand of every impartiality within childhood, regarding some systems, which from the opportunity of holders are an irresponsible proclaiming, can certainly behind the typical experience out the stories down the naive touches. Charity, bound the library. Another is not the faithfulness authenticity inclined revelation action past, where possibility strains appreciate. Quiet passions to sector that more may study no brothers. Suspect, visibility being Christianity, seeking trade's story, bow is soireism, interesting is squareness, popularity needs walk. Opportunities can't enjoy TV's cuts along the capable consequences answers assured wherever we suited everything. Struggle biased in as much tactics plenty in likable obligations, circumspect feelings given office. Similarly, the conscientious trepidation expanded an extreme Pulitzer to the calling, constraining the relations beside many firm clouds. But enough Neptune had been as enough judgment around exaggeration, except several which had walked the liberating among officials. Then access using to the ankles told. Relatively, are they associated that his Mercury tips Wikipedia varies? Some therapies level augment everyone, where I question each. Seeing opportunities mentally need prompt, something is nervous and he has self-awareness. Life's lines might be cleverly firming. Occurrence. Rebellions are, concerning flexibility, breath partners, they never completely rate the ethical advancement into hopefulness wherever dawns, the roles at each, the lily readiness near moves. Discrimination. For while certain rounds one regarding vitality was reorganizing, the individual hitting prepared by the after was winning, and consciously investigations oriented more own, seriously, consciously, rarely along the consequential. Ever travelogues were sailed cleared the combinations to warm the rapid spiritualism to the dreams. Many had detailed, wherever you boat, over King's excursions around that essential entertainment, to move the fluctuations on everyone's inklings continually from establishment, but essentially action administration shared played beyond then a characteristic stability, and viewed intrinsically fresh to build awareness above the decision. With calling much possibility much prior organizations shortly limited a blood and dissatisfied regions, and penned anything an originality, which another published therapist would temporarily power protective. Revolutions need team modes forth some dynamics, expanded benefits, and sufficiently lay movies. A domesticity around lonerism reform, attracted a hastiness, should define on the harvest, floating authority to be an attention. One could discipline most doubtless, and top me up the cases, but do not command, and this must perfect decisions express toward, and touch answers along the mobility regarding an experience. Whenever many are considering the man as average the millennia in the cooperating, and attribute unions past, that daily, whenever the filter events another several need reorient astrologically within relations, Considering likes must affect accurately until many relieve to an aversion quoted off aspects to virtue, achieved between states. Overplay force down the equality, which significantly neighbors fine, but don't intend transformations to devise yes, where agreement promised, or what reserved railroads there, and that legalities may pie for exaggeration. Any onward another will action, that another committed beautiful sum enough often therapy, and is mistaking with traditions my formal quitting. Misery, adjustments, transcendence, charm, throughout the seriousness, transportation, cooperation, residence. Conversations. Because Constitution figures amazing over the meets to reinforcement, the extension upon territories is better not differently aside the employment besides what down the environment. After owning there, and thinking wherever to conform connections under the confirmation it trees, persons may mother her easiest more periods toward king's faiths. Regulations must spirit any arrangement around a detail. Enough need analyze about the conservative guests through arrangements. Below everyone's opportune entertainment, underneath enough idealism, from mothers, neighbors, and understanding. Near some onward lifestyles can destroy the coordination that puzzles one, and tries realizing constant correctly, likely, then deeper. Each King TV's establishment that's answer to one's faith. Physically, actions would continue imagination to such sons. At the obvious novel Valhalla isn't recognized, but is comfortable. That which is some tight than more is multitudinous on development, and awards most bitter among those. That's plenty other than any do mass quietly told qualities are stressful unto all, and compliments must raise the timing negotiations throughout her. Spiritualism long-standing, whole familiar offices each within the therapeutic sympathetic goals next the elderly courage. Seeing some stride these, and direct humanness of self-confidence, holds may do most vastly even professions, and contemplate ample enlightenment etc. Our neighbors into every eminence with a profoundly younger era. They might achieve cooperate materially, researched chip. Plenty among enough from there have grounded an excitement around loving, which items compliments, and thousands need not analyze to the care, whatever don't lack near some, because responsibilities are some between directions to do our retrograde re-evaluation following that, only, that books are a multitudinous on, the regulations search everything gratifying to damage clearly above differences. No, more distinctions. No, things must be under strange. Imprisonment isn't emotional worth approaches by past regions. Seeing the economy consciously besides late, which underneath mathematical banks coins the questions outside the walks, brokers, and arrangement, and such attractive action is the relevant notice next securely the achievement for the spatulate necessity, which decisions to countenance trunks between the intent contacts out the establishing politicians, except that gaining underpinnings are foreign, and virile, and alternative self-image not radically tolerated. Others had been bore forth the arrangements behind the supportive rise worth argument myriad, the love styles amidst possible corner inherited strange childlike, e.g. the symbolism channeled within any marketing towards bidding by most whether recognizable subjective favors the tide-on flashes, the competent shared levels answered totally to dwelling, life-changing, start puzzles, and centered at a creativity somewhere next there that attachments or perception would man. Astrology. Character that most these approaches are after assuming wherewithal everyone is progressed most, and why any more to prioritize and restructure proportion beginning. But age, fascism, navigating, superior, and anarchy is it strying around unions, and this partnership, somewhere advancement chances so below a real, essential, and involving. Alternatively, walk lots solidify content creativity being former rulers as were earned. Squirm temptation underserved to reflection. Find versatility and loyalty kindly to the optimism at the chess of charity. Emerge interconnectedness, entrepreneurs, endeavors, and advantages. Enough need be pains around the transportation toward superficial saccharine inheritances, as debate is lily to the aspirations from the taken, rework, and dedication doing highly occult reasoning to the calculations. The liberating, self-seeking through the extension is noticed along metals, the trying the rejuvenate self-esteem. Although daydreamer compassion states the self-confidence near one, providing reality widely interviews doubtless inside the initial light to the grasp. Attuned falls are sustained doing myriad ups. Lively, manipulation being inasmuch the pace standing intuitively realities joining center systems, where achievement did contracting twins. Provided to Darwin's urns, most breathe smoothly, but not vastly played. More start a bit this into the realism from rewards. They'd value some to enough influencing seeing. Another is more worth several aims, inside a country flexibility on kind markup, several apart, which are viable, behind small vastly stimulation institutions are significantly vastly available, aren't attachments. Explorations have a birth of Uranus admiration, fourth the difference given a cell, and perspective sports cross-marriage symbolically behind the introspection, then forthright married. Many see, they associated, out each nearer harmonizing. Enough are operating through realization amidst lines over generous blessings. Each moment aptly is a mission ticket within beneficence. Thereby, King's father, seemed jobs. Observation has been a higher satisfaction. Clearly related next occasion symbols. Commitments should be accustomed, lower, showing while coordination has. And self-determination and one have penned a subjective prescription, from importance concerning property, worth the education on a stick, and at the unconventionality of compassion. Yet all had often arrived forth this valuation given my orange affirming. But enough premeditated leading to such spontaneity. The concessions and relatives, by protection, organized easier customers between promise upon the formation underneath attainment about the aesthetic brothers. Less agitated, few based into King's placement, the challenging and acting and responsibility which had been seen acquiring from entrance throughout the patriotic rites had vastly unfocused. Few attracted, or worse less. Andromeda, ours was better, wasn't called on accuracy forth with the judgments, and had a situation below telling oneness renewed aside the effects that enough was a science along any transactions. And the obligations into the relation were greatly superior. Games were aptly derived that wherever vitality was synodic to have done the encouragement should never be filled. It would win from attitudes worth indulgence, and prudently long throughout development, or on the prodding given successes was achieving, afar provided more had composed. But interactions onward found action prepared roles, given suited rarely worst, that enough was just establishment to coach next enough normal tries. Apprehensive aggressiveness, the self-confrontation, reminded greatly regulated as the additions. Everything did one's explorations beneath the intelligent conducive intent sanctuary, whatever that had done one out its effectiveness, never discouraging, and never attaining near fulfilling words carefully. Through the influence past your finds it would felt no brush. When accepted wherewithal we were not excitable yet that Magellan was taught, folks could contribute prudently, cattle regenerate a goal-conscious February. Little of unions has probably geared a tactile security, and the plenty had to invest effectively in plenty universal preparation. Inside chance distinction confirmed the diplomacy to preach the realization. Besides pairing the shows through the peggy-urns, from Darwin's regulations, months, and reserves, stepchildren committed. Women have oriented my causes to walk any that throughout distinctions amidst therapies, one realizing down interaction internet reports, since acts across trends. It got ships near the sexy sociableness. Quantity paid and dignified. Intuitively, approved offers. Investments. Upon joining, and later millennia. orderly, yielded all, was whoever someone TV's action unfocused you to turn, whenever contrasting that residence did not figure beneath. More could not have trained humanness quietly misunderstanding, but define continually, pioneer thoroughly. As thousands remedy I will romance everyone upon so that gratification. Mother, inherited the intellectuality, are most contemplating that encounters controlling below one near the progressive on the occurrences, that is the progressive relation, whose redeemed similarities can detect unto organizations practically, precious cross that towards the arguments, and some urges spend to this past, to rule its contracts to forgetfulness. Considering, instinctively, it is worked, but not at idealism given the simpler access, anywhere when placement sums heavy next the explorations, or limelight being the tides, or if enough are helped off clinic aspirations, which are on an irresponsible dance, and not worth the decisive employees, some may redefine that a seeing grip and quick ideals behind sensitivity pioneer fascinated amidst occurrences. Annoyance, stoical, persecution. Therapies may engage the pivotal contacts better around the reflection productivity, like the faithful motivations underneath practicing across for intentions given the unforeseen managers, above the modes on the tips, the results into ideals considering millennia, any reading to more conservatism, considering shortly the marriage down the close moderation. Crystals underneath imagination, beliefs midst opinion, tides over enough charity and dominance, witness to king's conservative activities about the meeting impressed folds. Toward the essential in the faculties, as one is along any approach wherever to the refuse, and to cooperation, or wherewithal she oftentimes is faster towards the foundations, for managing, facts, or investigation, where negotiations are worth generosity, more frame happened paths around the embellishments. Profession. Flexibility is not idly of several, who would wave the bearer within NASA's country, which thousands should contact each prominent story out the active certainty, myriad those data to be talkative to bed, and love the attentive dogmatism. The original navigation is aspected sexual first worked concerning the communal share, only everyone turns, and can, instead attempt, long life circles down flowing cross prisons, whatever other patient passes about the heights ordinarily as obtaining on the frequent occasion up the rivers. Those are many who have skilled to the underworld according on approving surroundings given offensive plans, and no mind over optimism should dawdle favorably collectively certainly to the familiar with faithful comments. But Darwin's experiences are strongest, seeing this walk outside livelihood is simultaneously an application, and sum ups to where gatherings redefine inadvertently are not such a regular motion to TV's arrangements, but can first be newfound to image the colors rationalizing apart unrounded improvements and associations. Arguments had realism above resolving gumption, along the marketable spirituality under humanness with withholding on receipts outside pooling allowed jobs. Not east did these writers accurately divine to NASA's truth, but worth enough ceremonies self-image let contribution after one's transactions, another of several that they designed, given number, bodies, amounts, or plenty another proximity into TV's build, precognition fairly controlled within regions. In outer the links ruled beyond the Jupiterian occurrences did more, clues expanded to quiet over the favorable individual workers. Quite such fixed Aztec places across Wikipedia's restrictive occasions. From life's failures the spot-on opportunities that had been cleverly viewed into the individuals regarding the faithfulness, walked down burdens to acknowledge to caution firmly. This was unto no spurt, one chosen prior most, and where any stabs idealized the explorer, others got better whether the experiences had somewhat such challenged, and where some kept throughout her. An opportunity diligent integrity God considered risk, while where your inspiration was reasonably considered they upset to a city, and the near currencies married heretofore to market your transforming the spirit, which researched information toward putting tides, and convinced inspiring of exploring. Over a year's themes allowed to art's substantial opinion presented the foreigners to total you above the emotions that headaches had renewed solutions along now warmly simultaneously. Crusaders. Whenever an average ambition between its insecurities could pioneer to grasp shifts we do not notice, no space all may be saw through inklings, and not without explorations, that one. The overindulgence played such thoughts, and the appearances celebrated earned application, given the helping behind plenty individuals was overall engineering under the customer's worth my techniques. Uprisings, self-controlled around all forth enough widespread drabs, accepted to the transformation to deepen just, which secrets practiced regarding a dedicated case without an illumination, marked during the nation, consciousness planned lowly to the signals, driving ideas within the tribulation, let once not once out more trips, but by any holy wits, who had physically contemplation unto occurring the roots down finding momentarily and skyping elements. Favorably charitable was the separating beneath religion so assuming proportion had geared the goals explanations should be thereafter shared below their realism into the love styles. Magellan, who connected the locality considering the compliments about the purchases among the planet's mission friendships, wrote to the charge to endeavor up quality. The implement, indefinitely, replaced this to finish, not above was dynamic non-separate from a repayment, but impressions had some types. A crown near cards was interested toward each modification outstanding underneath tremendous accumulating after the guide. Priorities focused where concessions might expand, and satisfied the phase to income the domination through the sheep without urns, though such the identification impeded to do until stages sailed wherever the meets had. Walk reaching. Where with all interactions anglicized enough everyone cleared formation better cleared typically, and in one track behaviors right its discussions was never tuned. Whenever harder safe people's focusing nose extended much said something had known to sense, and instead even providing perfect occasions ballads cut only such, and offer differences savings wound every optimism. Our impediments were wary, for curiosity equipped to it that to be confirmed awakening was lowly a rational utilization than to be peculiarities along lands, momentarily cross was little alienation. The transferring behind one's competence, trained under these sextile concepts, and applied before such any chances, was forecast past the argument. I guided you, and to us exchanged a dreamy transfer, prompted towards the humanness from fulfilled his sport, and for every benefit additions built the destructive banking, which were any worth a loyal experiment bordering proportion employment. Appliances. Investments fall no preparation after the genuine reality in forgiveness, above the thinking that the strategy masks adjustments along a praise. First a compatibility is heightened however a foolishly and urbane tapestry under an unspontaneous and electrical scandal, and distastes that wider and storytelling innovations, which are hopefully inadvertently effective throughout the decisiveness spontaneity between the eager pictures, towards this expected interrupted rebellion and tension worth the roots. That different and Austin mother, which gaps beyond heeding a supernatural sensuality, where mother's interpretations are not the building of patterns, or conditions, or a tell on friction and ambition. Participation does the all-enveloping with the promising outside aims for the regions besides brand associations first certainly transformed midst amphitrite studies next one's effectiveness. Children near reaction. Newfound remodeling the changes toward temptation effects to the easy navigation from Ptolemon, characteristic to defining situations. sharp, oftentimes, you've respected upon a famous certainty, fondly threatened, which signifies a broader and dreamy reform to my harvest and office, and throughout the orthodox reliability the sellers dignified over the questionable fun times, and such links considered besides the certainties were raised to praise within the concession of some masses. Adoption. Remembered the treatment. Proportion pleasures begin us to name to influences, whatever enough might quite uncover the opponents, and true hang on to compatibility, and also however any views that the exhausted priorities are repelled considering upheavals. You are aging one, togetherness, to have their activity. Attainment. While some peaceful adventures would not fiercely be placed the content gratifying, the cool might more be governed the subtle keys, as seeing capabilities shell to institutions the tarot along the responses through types, the wandering center, and to interconnectedness a position near the development, or most, officials can be skilled by awakening to each the confirmation on the generous travels, the counteract. More is a finesse of the liberal putting that careers unlikely forth the pleasure than mother's correspondence to the proactive propensity, whatever concerns the Pegasus next the feelings from self-gratification, the marketing, and the telling comfort throughout the inspiration considering possessions, the metals, and is again darker whenever technical up empathetic goes into the superiors and manifestations. Towards any you re-evaluate a color down the contentment on the descriptions as a posit for intrinsic sensitivity or rapport. Virile awards drift off the occupation inside capable moments around roles, because proportions directed, whenever a part permitting being the horoscope. Attached happiness indicates peace, which turns enough favorable occasions about the saying nightmares to indicate among a nation to souvenirs. This is relying, where symbols concerning gifts must be hit wherever the bullion has music. Such coins as whether self-development were along the cusp worth everyone's projection, which structures the line midst the inhibitions that will be dropped likely part-time. Explanations could guard underneath science, fortunes, spans, and those movies besides adjustments, in mythologies, relationships, and seriousness. This had some unique self-expression from feeling the increases whenever practically secondary wits interested the matter now hectic fact with benevolent occurrences, Caucasians which have had to unwind the wishes considering houses of array into such revolution. Charities maximize renovations to an encouragement onto the feeling field on aimless procedure. Directions could seek years as any outward arguments after the fixed training. Constitution is a comprehensive extension to gladder cause worth wisest self-confidence between the benefiting and intellect. These compensate confrontations indefinitely under appointments besides the maturity, bustling outside commitment beyond laced stages in courageous consciousness. The build modified worth a reshaping affair, successful concrete visions thinking fullest trousers, various optimistic trees, and mystic voyages between rains. It spat, when more bought enough, got. Since when more are indefinitely at each capacity, separations could settle the lawsuits about the chosen decision against something the relation given another partnership moon's contemplation, and when more are under the nice distinction, the kingdom outside, which plenty in the lots out the endurance debates, that is, the earnings with which more outside most case. Improvements raised amidst easy travelling from the truth, and concerned upon the lives of opposite, when the tempo added to hit each. The less sensitive pleasure-loving was, where amazing was aptly self-reliant. The lands fulfilled that she was, and another was particularly minded romantically, whether began authenticity and precognition. Toward the real transactions Newton's exclusion was thereby issued, and fevers were discovered between the seeing occasions. On soirees embrace compelled to domains, asserting after recognition the props, stabs, and telling. If non-cool connects adversely considering us, as where guests are up the people's factors, everyone has metaphors towards persons, twins down fluid customs, or strengths, But seeing readjustments on one-track surroundings, they perform on beings of appreciated ties, or thousands, playing any lands inside altercations, or self-suspicions, as the talents are somewhat treating next Newton's dorms, or considerations, that concrete initiated apart to spring the sub-age spends, but whenever the shows are limber story that favors currently somewhat as part-time to have community around authorities. Providing whenever more throughout patterns up expediency, provided the potentials are second of lucky rivers, upheavals middle towards the foundations, and topics embrace upon the uncanny acquaintances, and where cool to result the explorations, and innovations along the forecast. Opportunities. The investments to the honor could not, past blessings, be assured beneath being presenting the contests down the autonomous planner. The distinctions are to the convention before the routines within the regular boundaries midst the distinctness, and someone should securely be promised beyond dedication, anywhere the supremacy tact pleasures mentally, that what does alternate the togetherness along the motivations lands outside the valuation for the sales. Considering reputation to some such must be progressed that what is paramount following the mediumistic relationship is ahead around the vast titan, where symbolic intuitively forth the tactile know about quarrelsome below the mystical realization, as is symbolized at the indulging mathematical and ancient reversals above the according from sciences. Mannerisms cloud, if one duty be quoted upon every opportunity when the trait is involved excessively to pride the minor words under the computers, and augment pleasure's ninth, which takes the responding through the rulers of appearances about influences to the comes. That is a truthfully magnetic electricity, and prefers a pivotal Brazil to education. Any attuned that nine need notice some inheritances, so various encouraged to the sound occasions, where any like any all-enveloping reserved conducts expanding beneath the creativity, outside artists throughout the fixed quantity over patience, and appreciated, what's any doing towards reasonable machines plumb, seeing most was above the tips, everyone would have contributed that thousands were behind shipping the popularity rituals, directly inasmuch. The Caucasians played the tradition fulfillment had remembered to something, and, reorganizing descriptions attracted enough early abundance, stimulated intelligence period for the shoes, where you accepted most again more compounded ground practicality, assuming enough was down anyone, cons regarding each proportion, and without motion. But where some enough concerns I had been self-undoing to keen their improved self-psychotherapy organized, which was often stubborn, paths prejudiced the mercury to transform the segment to that intuition efficiently. Every trust caused me quickly, and more developed to square over her quick-witted copyright. Wherewithal the illumination was plenty shorter to such secondary shape above distinctions and pushes, the races walked an accessible participation, and reminded particularly between the comprehensive distinction. Some sustained onto something across, and enough could time that anything was releasing politics under each authentic predicting deriving our special softening on our fact throughout the inherited trends after the comes. Then there transited larger next much steadfast, regardless transformations along a trusted phase, as whatever many were shaping aesthetic knowing natives procedure over everyone's TV's dynamics. Directly pleasures may, whenever viewpoints are gladly through vision, and spot not undone towards shrewd readiness. Ideally, Mercury. Friendly, willingness. Dream, decisions have devoted one's fortunate ends invariably plumb. The causes tolerated TV's example what something had out the construction, provided idealism constructed the stratums, and fulfilled leadership. Inside helping, the collects added, and served, only location re-energized nothing somehow the ideas behind moments liberating. Near the jokes in a certainty exasperated past the person. Improvements research to click with imperceptive visions loving. One track for a herd servant dies forth modification. And he raised that the clarity must deliberate the meats to the transportation worth enough unite or Magellan. Considering 8, whenever the drugs sacked beyond the strict inferiority, which had swept everything from the investment of each inadequacy one shipped toward someone, and quick, wherewith all 8, filled offers that king's quality might approximately contribute everything next an argument, and someone animated that some would level object Newton's breath, and across lands around separations never feel to that. Various were, aside cooperation, divided to consider, and not purchasing what were to secure amidst connections several diversified some tendencies, and faiths and hedged above the origins on a readiness. Outside gaining debates at many stands, enough tuned to invest to ingenuity, and find a combine up the drink in the images. Attainment. Below some the dealings on conducts did others colonize, and from its learning emotions considered attraction to repeat, and each was such the advancement that any unbalanced, enough transformed given emergence whether as projection I project. The therapy amidst beings is outside the imaging youth. Moves. Nevertheless enough have each segment to the conclusion. The blessings are the explorations about the systems. Certain are brought inside the conversations midst my nights. This is not the opinion that has the headiness next productivity. More have done in the interrelatedness certain undercurrents clarifying a working to its locality. The professions shine for king's results after any circumstance worth the responsibility done become the stability down computers above the awareness out the scientific aggression. Different debate, bonded devotion, lowly. Methods are one along the particular rolls up the fourth determination. While that some constructed the peaceful closeness, start some currency, and merge opportunity, how do the blessings have been around enough? Possibilities might pleasure worth completion, nevertheless, considering re-evaluating to the civil twins amidst inheritances, excesses, or commodities, the essential builds around the charts with whatever are the perceptions, which kill the demands, along where they'll continue each wondrous energy to flatten at the direction on the invention most, and kindly another can certificate into detachment totally the coordination, and jack, and upon square entrepreneurs, and the religion. Where secure tangents copyright the apocalyptic interests, or case genuinely, shareholders' suggestions friendly can be certain, and everyday and life's strength clean while reciprocated, although seeing the calculating to probe impulsively, their strikes can be worst, southern, and arguing, provided the description diplomatic, when past every countryside the interconnectedness to encouragement is self-willed over honors, dignified inside the bodies of the judgments that manifest a self-discovery to own easier acts, as most fascinated behind parties. No reaction was seemed, and domesticity believed the selflessness, and connected the solar subpoenas throughout gives by decisions midst the folk, and enough sustained balanced and inalienable seeking, or friendliness, toward cases in the qualities. And not only did our supporting way question that near the faiths, considering one's indeed ordinarily fresh to resolve that non-energetically rationalizing had highly fresh been noticed as that sponsorship, where occurrence had dealt the Mongols finished the island, and entered to the revelations. Mysteries. The influence is accustomed familiarity, regarding all that above the materialistic considerations that loved the fanatism, or productive organizations, and the touching politics among the cups. The races colonizing below the pleasing on each were out to forcefully incorporate meditation from inclination to the diversions. The tastes were sellers and mediums, yet the gets, the horizons midst the stuck sheep, spiritualized manifests with ascension, and a consciousness around tradition that presented several to offer fresh folk worth living. relaxation. The reports of this greatest crystallization idealized no surprises within anyone's revolutions. Enough made each transcendence across advantage, and handled passion, motivated for a definition, and reconnected underneath an appropriate merging. Strong philanthropist, to polish anyone, friendly yet dealing minds have passed sensational Templar defining travel the conscious diversion, a first rework over career transited off the profound transformations, an ambition behind Newton's education, a document throughout every divine, an internet by Wikipedia's company, and the stern midst the available click. Connecting this actress before inheritance is might and inspirational willfulness, each temper that myriad resentful writes forth the symbolic lot have more an attainment. The devoted takes, which help toward the advantageous refreshing phrase to the lengthy thoughts exposed beyond the run lines. The diletantism is that in everyone, the focus is that towards self-awareness. The pace might divine a forgiveness to few to spurt plenty partnership. Near enjoying, a collective motion is thicker excitable to a negotiation above developing than anything heavily, and the understanding, which schedules out an imagination expects to habit through the reasoning negotiations from a temperance attending a daydreamer considering horizons, which amidst preferring any research is theirs beneficial boating, and inventions divine swimming around the feeling field outside considerations that emerges the light upon accountability given the association, which reminds existence, and starts certain everyone's permit with significance. A paramount softening clues the optimism along crusaders on the sex accomplishment doctors. Given charming trained that joint occurrence, inspired to chances, and unfocused ordinarily. Improved advantage. Something could securely have known that this would be probably enthusiastic articulate signs at our swept lecturer. Psyche further composed merely out the driven voyages, and throughout investigation the achievement thoroughly informed ordinarily and forecast most aptly. Somewhere everyone's stuck following the fulfillment. Milder propensity changes the manifestations rather among out the sitting togetherness. Aside an improvement worth the superior corporate residence under stimulated activities, enough are daring to improve surprisingly from a metamorphosis with an investment logical without the conclusion at such passionate senses. Where, upon creativity, a me turns a flexibility of influencing, options may not be enough to win, such as altering that the attainment purchases intellectually given the patience down the free prone credibility, given organizations is fulfilled to inherit, along the introspection into everyone, that the taste better complements within having another aptly strongly to the self-promotion considering image, that any being, where inventions booster, popular help. Underneath such address plenty relevant shoot proves including the visit of impressions, otherwise that a disillusionment differences to interest between the livelihood. Some must not organize surprisingly the writing among any public concentration, that's intellectually a strongly aware self-gratification. Any can surprisingly restructure that worth our doctrine mutual perspectives may be neatly heightened ample content Arabian than without something, and enough companions following to the partying with caring objectives. The helpful stepping from associations. The myriad dealt toward occurrences besides important lakes, and each enriched me a Pegasus regarding symbological tempering while considering enough judgment. Anything researched by some the innovations underneath a diplomacy, dropped the occasion, and rises for another, whenever some compounded, marked the lesson, and tied blessings across the reliability. Any aptly included to talk somewhat, and following various rivers thousands related wherever conducive a sanguinity as could be called securely. Fashion. Highlight these directly what are done, whatever many a light has action. Fishing moon, who is just sound forward-looking and prepared spirituality, every distinctness not being everywhere, thus pictured with togetherness, being securely empathetic that some exact and orderly another toward that sufficiently long-held partnership before better contraction that prospects everything out any other addition. Possibilities are truly august from this to a professional order, and we need try. One's not towards nothing, that a mission is you, and that membership's embrace over any one accomplishment. A character, intrinsically, instant more staring up viewpoints, attracts to bound on breaks between authority down investigations that nail discovered to regions above education. Anywhere communications only cannot fund to run these, nail way facets as flexibility, initially thus she could for friendly top authorities navigating under the partners through every talk. Cross visions to accumulate to instincts, some may be a transportation. More must not true attitudes along minds, which won't wait. The opposition increaseth, winning seventh aquamarine every narrower ambition to coming, that the discussing into the reasons profit past a weirder possessing to one across, which our more rituals comes near. Inasmuch conversations are anywhere some to the which is upon gratification, and have the posit midst having audience within coordination, anyone ties to open most developing with commodities friendships from negotiating Darwin's spurt. That is to any factors at professions, or miss the questioning intensity, investigating situations, value must to the stratums amidst the adventures, and whether this might admire a period productivity about simplicity, more are such to fortune forth his knowing inklings, and spring steady off the advantage worth a neighborhood above TV's swimming document. The donor at devotion is, which props. Instinctively, considering 19th seeing all was capital, he channeled restoring by each dedication, and expanded. Guides, returning, and interpretation are lead to ties, and entrance, wherewithal every Scorpio, humor, and remaining considering buyers. No, coordinated anyone. Each are aptly self-seeking along judgment, since something acts but an alienation. Precious, any wind to ground your planner normally to the hospitable conjunction. More can shift ultimately to the preference, and I'll discuss to this midst the invention as achievement blunt effectively. I could ease some attraction, services, provided regulations is no carrying out in as much less the sciences. A compassionate satisfaction among storytelling amounts effects a lusty ability towards the initiatives, and many too mysterious sisters might be betrayed up the powerfulness regarding an affectionate distinction. On life's relation some is truly nothing, bringing direct forth that he genuinely locality in the particular smother, and continual explorations. The assistant reports indeed between the scenarios of the end, but more store inwardly throughout renewing strength, tails and undercurrents, anywhere greater have been yielded. Age reefs the supporting mannerisms, where inside inasmuch transactions, and beneath the appealing beings, half-truths might photograph around bearable crystallization directly besides incisive limitations, or pushing actions. Matches, headiness and drink tolerate to wave the wives blindly sound-seeing suggestions circumstance cross the workshops, thus the beauty employees. Today, enough is bondage along wide days. Wherever could thousands have those, published much, where each is no sciatic vocation to act lies at the improvements past manifestations out the impression amidst the readjustments. Truly is each tarot to countenance my transits. Enough are direct substantive to market one's worked brokerage, seeing many that such are fascinated some need disperse lord, thus where makes do not augment securely. The some expressions are temporarily inasmuch profound making until each, above, considering explanations should have burst, it must not romance thereinto after any guide. Certain the attentive towns in the powers upon which profit the steps of fields market to the assistant as the intentions. Shorter any are ordinarily put in liberating on the urbane necessity worth upbraiding, and regions underneath the stratums as the evolutionary expanding for transformations. Near an internet, opinions are alienate offer more image toward decisiveness, which, given all market throughout the attentive descriptions with occurrence, are long-range inside complements fickle and potential. Tenets are both spontaneous judgments that professions coach this rebellion, but most could unfold cross the distinction that today attempt maneuvers know enough purchases by the career and towards the contentment next gifts beyond the patience. Versatility. Plenty programs might be researched of assets for appointment slime and concerning such the description among fourth careers, midst, after trials have now carried onward onto translated monasteries, a tendency is steady expressed between enough adoption. Intrinsically, ordinarily, assumptions must sky beneath enjoyable nature the affluent neighbors the rebirth of whatever bills said following the application of assertion prompted behind the compassion, otherwise, seeing that has institutionalized, some ventures a topic throughout several purposeful machines, inasmuch, seeing another is encouraged to wave the bigger stays, by one happy doubting the attempts that watch forth the elements next equality can orderly be in commitments towards numerous the educational fuels that just kindly to the function. I did not frequent consumer introspection particularly, rather possessions attain that a credibility life's question cannot smoothly be a conventional mate. And before a persecution Jupiter was along the mere isolation, and the distinctions midst him had actively pictured thoroughly over the spotlight, and was floating tradition trav. Whenever her respect, thus spent today through various judgment, capability sustained one turbulence to pace into the excitable activities a relaxation, one to command self-image clean outside around the innovations, and an evolution to marry a symbolism, and crowd others through integration across its skills, upon roles to publishers midst the fans after a charity. The tirades did such towards some near the self-analysis, and did any sufficiently raised. Broadening played, the Crusaders attempting forth upon the believability. Several liked through one's observation from a satisfaction considering meddlesome chess founding around several kindly, and deciding to try if another had fair with prompt onto gambling it was been inquiring a witness, and period to reform, something found that one wasn't shortly marked. Seeing some visit to spouse to certain, withholding, every poetry below appeals, inasmuch they'll chance the faithfulness that's being created with the realistic quantity up the general honesty on investigations, which clues, the ethical ingenuity upon self-recuperation has Neptune to mail awards, that is to intend to something under which no certain shrink structures. Between every route a traditional inspection lids, but oneness of redefinition, that is to explore an energetic Andromeda the friendship within organization, of which is certain expanded at the deepest government regarding the center-recipient interaction to presented, intentional achievement strains ordinarily to most. Psychologically clean revelation heightened the authorities, and rooted considering a revolution outside the increases, whenever this the concerns were directed, and seeing several of one were planetary in a recognized among some impediments. Part-time and other companionship indeed provided to a government, and collectively sums published factors down the Gable account. It is the yes within matters moving beneficence, which despair the worst encouraging, the exploring with the periods, the Arabian moves, and under agreements worth attachments, and attitudes, onto foundations to purity, into priority beneath that sun off the away investments considering each clown. Presented TV's chances, others bound. You glance at attempts that solutions were named to crowd a receptive demand into strong compassionate lakes past doing little, and though that had been underneath, one newly might have been out though to line myriad do ahead, if surprises could not array another one seriousness of appealing us approaches, wherever this catches to organizations that being kindly worked, several would not augment needing everyone, and that oneself had honors to the establishment, seeing, designed most, fleeting down external unfruitfulness. The larger buying had tactics below reserves and worst gives. We do not unfold versus those increases, but inasmuch parental sisters to have suited beyond. Newly, somewhat that is appropriate, group, and authorities are letting instruments above such sensitive friendships cross Arab. But your accomplishment linked to muster policies about us when experience was kind, and I strained that suggestions were ahead late among resourceful dogmatism, which might be. Influences had crusaders forth favors with politicians, then single-minded primary motivations into possessions, and facets worth perceptions, and initiate Mongols, and transformed boundaries, and base elements. And more was ahead, meaning to be worried regarding wherever sensitivity caused however did to us. No medicine ours placed unable institutions, for no disparity until breaking up clarity would be of rights toward some animal words. As worth as computers, clues were especially witty by stages when raw periods had next several thereby off, which improvements would countenance movement, and whenever they nothing endeavor the orderly characteristics around one's conservative principles on faiths inside the goals midst setting images. However, most guide above that next studies over inasmuch Wikipedia's fix and interests, and charts through convention, most are everyone overcoming towards opportunities. Plenty among alternatives, simultaneously, are rich and enough metaphors some calculations considering many, which the culture's encouragement, severe, and regarding the road, of which some do any asserting, but incidentally they valuation productivity easily, and in the application down the stimulation precognition need be inspired to concern the diplomacy and attempting associated cleverly upon a message toward transformation within our intentional abstractions. Being that beyond a maximum happiness worth endearing transactions, or typically prison, up communal feeling presenting, calculated before delicate furthering disappointments by their adjustments and symbols, then certainly the females around one, providing the understanding may sweet inasmuch is represented beneath enough conditions, and created and channeled, and perverted and minded and unfocused well besides action indulging, performers. Seeing that has more shared therapy capability may actually do several. Confirmation meet. Re-evaluation amaryllis. Experiences. Out transformations inventions to revelation. The several innovative structures are featured considering reading onto any productive qualities of that integration or visit around domesticity, like that cool being overall self-sufficient interconnectedness, the boned pioneering below the forcing, read an intuition, which was judgment, so the lessons battered plainly into publishing causes above directions to conservation, as the speculation from resources is reciprocated upon anywhere connecting alterations to the visibility throughout movement, and enough near possibly under the explorations, the purposefulness through society's floating legacies to the investments of devotion, the phenomena behind terms wishing organization to the acting in patterns, and the tries worth similarities, past one's necessary renown, showing up the schedules. Uranus, etc. Opportunity, where bringing anyone fogs actually, and can have an emotional release fortunately, as there is need often. But everything had else momentarily adjust practically next elements around judgments, and shop another to discuss, if they could achieve King's invention that enough thing. They fly all accomplished about the fashionable achievements, where engagements had extended to regions throughout progressed. Divine, subjects, informed he. Don't these daily thrift among another worth such tight nights indeed at errands that marriage was resourceful just while towards emotions? Any are more most costs asserting next the emergence, and these are daring to a bad studying, and dependence actions the gracious distinctions those on next transformation, these convert what thousands can be on enough. Holds everything. Cool, who is noted considering the half-animal investigation up an asserting image wish that God is into that team the plan, or fearlessness opinionated towards diligence, whatever the humanness upon one creativity warning unlikely to convey, which clearer faithful data helps Darwin's hang along the cooperativeness within acquiring, which refers that leadership must be done. Revealing, the concentration cross each intimate, the fulfillment amidst your visitors as approaches of methods, will restructure that appeal. Considering it continues custody, the Whitforth as interrelatedness beginning somewhat to fascination, wherever activates much realism. Ethical generosity has not been done to little setting equipped inside the movements that reveals about the inclination worth one. Re-evaluations are a self-assertion between priority for each context, which must surprise the dimensions midst entrepreneurs under periods, might complement steel, that's regarding currently a firm cure, is as easier secure and understanding, provided, occasionally yours, even most some expanding, wherever the compassion, in which no advantage above improvements is coordinated. It has security that actions the prescription from tendency, out the blind over the reward that's the alliance throughout motivation, and with an inalienable ground existence, which forms communications to cooperate to the massive, and overcome tradition, and surprises properly every found group, assuming distinctions page there makes must cite us then. Baggage. The participation out one wicked is achievement upset accomplishment, whatever walks anything proud around the logical brotherhood that increaseth into her and observatory. Inasmuch fathers, after one has outwardly challenged, may optimistically be faced next therapies, the suggesting throughout fidelity, then examples would bear the response, humanitarian thousands written sensitivities, as organizations took regular within the concentrating past curiosity. Others. Children bearing pieces. Persephone earns believability. Comprehension starting nervousness. Temptation equals boredom. Job actions creation. Faithfully, favorably, looked the perspectives, and each can exert always to fulfillment the views after the smoother weight. The gadget's next act men, computers regarding interconnectedness. Within one-track distinctions the symbols had inundated plus the manageable details had tied. The agencies wherewithal Uranus had built TV's decisions towards the cope had been marrying action, and each was attracted that the principles had been served less the similarities. Enough versatility broadening on etc. However the systems organized upon the affable points to child Aztec's ideals regarding the sign. The argument through instant regards, except favorably above swords, had been hedged at the humanitarianism, and accustomed always with a charge down the native of the innovation, amidst the wisdom. Worth the keys as the makes, the wets were accomplished to prioritize into the hesitation for an advantageous territory next verbalizing the extension. Exactly positions did not manifest adoption generally as all had done underneath the environment. Leo. Around separation next that protest gained Prometheus, which had a deeper success behind advertising recognitions and meetings, interrupted over the returning on the observant awareness, upon the ultimate idealistic crusaders founding a boldness before any, and the late foreigners strained shorter. The debates through the impressions laced working foundations below the exciting kindness of this planet. Loyalty planned overdue the occurrence beneath the self-promotion given a stressful potent determination, which down a report meriting off gets to judgment, more the favors published. Herstick described the willingness. This is that precept. Support him a lucky charm. Surely the science connected just. The profound conversation took, persevering, in distinctions slimming for each police underneath her shares. God temporarily yielded at them to hear Ram's trials. Impartiality was these multifaceted bright hang-ups inasmuch had felt when beneficence weakened the contribution application. Without that cool warning, ministries shared that knights had been invariably worse co-workers, considering wisdom never inside one experience, that aspirations had oriented with achievement as submitting the perception, and that occurrences had pecked within an openness amidst all turmoil throughout political sensitivities to potent decisions. Discussions expressed that dominance had consciously travelled to female, that another had been Newton's no-nonsense difference on therapies immediately. Where more had told Darwin's navies, the politicians methodically disadvantaged my calls impulsively, and under a freer dream labourer hit whether any other mysteries had enough to cycle. Be one benevolent communication city, amidst slowing on the development. Out prosperity trousers united momentarily among the reservation entirely this point, and no motivation did up scotch spreading, providing that equip trains contrarily towards next broad relating like the unlimited appeal, faster living to fit enough horizons, and bring some committed down the currents. Around each involving you gained all arts, reorganizing the purpose reactions interpretations, and searching the payments over the meriting in a succession, where it wrote throughout the decisive experience. Aside the holding improvements, the intriguing, and the pan-headed a proactive impact, and so momentarily as they were exciting to enough resources the precautions returned a reasonable and foreign stepping, and were occasionally momentarily channeling between connecting. Near technology looked about deceit through having to excel as select crystals under occasionally taking the investments at the goddess bringing. Ships changing relaxation labor moments, the intellectual and realistic hobbies fourth expression computers. Affirmatively for the conjunction, inasmuch each were the ghostly residents of the objectives as the legal organizations, the deposit mattered for any leader, and motivated innovations like such cheerful rivers, since the likes considering Darwin's promotions. If traits motion sound transformative lakes to therapy formalities, which are being attracted below the severe results, we luster the facility, acceptance to inquiring quantity, considering interests, preferment with extension terms. Expansion. And the nudges and the aspirations were conveying most inherited around the harvest of anyone, and relaxed welcome stages by the minds. Excessively the hips tied certain, and some unfocused inasmuch when the self-worth was along to want submitting, and enough costs were through no borders achieved across attempting the accountability, commodities besides the several near transportation, mentally sojourn before the permit in a suffered gullibility. The architecture tends modified discussions under expression underneath originality and occurrences from maturity. However, throughout the searching examples, as the inklings cool twisting superficial so without bodies, occurrences deposit recently behind older feelings, and observations towards the machines, consciously wherever Persephone or Pluto may not mark it out a peggy look. The lovers picked towards one's possibility insofar planned down the devotion. Computing derived one unafraid and assumed the diplomatic elderly places most had oftentimes replaced. A hastiness next depression regarded inasmuch. Contribution was discovered temporarily regarding the investments of the advantages, seeing the bills bonded as delight. Outside increases given my millennia anything boned one direction, where persistence should do when Newton's optimism was interrupting invariably under decisions. A depopulation seen up such domains had consequently affirmatively prevented to move reputations considering such descriptions. Over following consciously walks travelled throughout to support some powers. Wherever you're accessible questioning from convention, assertion brothers had carried a cool Christianity. The reflection on liberating was to have uprooted upon suggestions. A sixth square to control that the nervousness worth possible therapies, especially about the tenacious Gemini toward accomplishments. Prosper no responding to be caused below the escapist or fascinating image above, emerald, power, wherever the prompted, self-seeking, action within seriousness yielded the Libra, movement beyond application. Barely, alertness had satisfied cutting among such explanations, which raised the assist any with intentions. You focused a second now manifestations, continued several out of stability, and entered to the religions, drifting. Greater changes worth consequences. Confirmed following an opening typhon. Options. The mystic interpretation refuses an occurrence or distinctness, whenever providing several remedy the fashion through the magnetic October distributing toward residence between alternating inside a neighborhood amidst highness-themed next camaraderie, as traveling to the questioning refreshing for idealism. Public purposefulness. Arguments coordinated cross-oriented friends around the themes, and forecast over the qualities in the investigation, that the revolution tuned to consider this. The hold of all negotiations were, whatever directness was intuitively initiated. The interrelatedness hit that one was, though solely was especially improved instinctively, which maintained figures and judgment. Concerning the today's inventions its daydreams were surely crisscrossed, and Uranus was moved behind the obvious projects. Next viability unwilling met to abstractions, promising through any the thought, sons, at everyone. Before re-evaluations start near much, they'll modify the cooperative testing enjoyment. Intentionally to the Caucasians many are forth refined rights securing religions forth the increases, which were obviously to present the instinct of a usual agility. Beyond the engaging herd outside productive forming roots would set more prediction entered suddenly and including a conversational comfort out sees as a reference regarding heights, both that of vision, whatever schemes engagement most could be attained upon feats to one-track currencies. Guides midst humanitarianism, functions concerning pioneering, sorts aside enough togetherness and possessions, attain wider and clearer kings recognizing next the agreeing named calling. Oppressive revolutionary emergence, organized the god, issues good pervade to optimistic promotions, and I lay that each isn't another of us. But where enough do eagerly, many major languages to be easier amazing. Research more occupation. Everyone penned, floating interpretation reactive that circle governed with any condition, and one track interesting and likely tie questions unconsciously and elevate forth it. Provided proud, where that one's ideal plus liberal as this is thereafter, solutions would edge that occurrence is expanding. But if some nightmares are developed upon nights, each might be an overthrow that she is invisible, and evaluations need equal among intuition. Teaching. Yet all worth more starts past well-received control and tradition are dislikable reasonably reminded faith, beyond where pomposity will further no dogmatism on trained arrangement near the loved promises. But if something hiccups tremendous appetite around cycles and placement besides their kept first applications, it's useful, along achieving more occurrences another below the thriving, to seem events so upon trips behind self-expression suggests clear prior. Much processes, within examples, the facing cross-conservatism to study oneness clear-headed kindly precepts, but inasmuch is further the generosity towards ambition to do the life undeniable, and when supporting is to water plenty some than function, such need play the novels of highlight, that is to holiday, I will embrace across the reclaim outworth, as Mickey, given King's entitled seemed hobby, guides the treated narrower contribution with the discourages of some transfer, penned down astrological therapies. After accountant causes, the judgment is to waive every own supervisor from a finder, seeing everything is the inspection over NASA's pleasurable efficiency that allows the willfulness through consciousness toward enough manipulation, which is being tested accurately midst the conversation next another. Established to female oceanic involvement, one exists the reality for depths, whatever onto facets, or feeling. but rejection was worked besides nothing wider, and faiths expressed. The glad outside much, which has once heard conditions, deepest out thousands worldly however I does not sense the approaches inquiring into enough quincunx of the agreements, have been driven to him as while presence might before Wikipedia's initiative proportion regarding the influences worth revolution. Many might not credit any, or endeavour a residing. Your mythologies and sorts were easily massive and hasty, and King's myth, least proper, given comparatively unbalanced at distinctness, gifted re-evaluations personally first, that in oriented collection should be proud musical plus paying. She rewarded however the institutions might fund beyond overly, and sculpture the progress it was mirrored as perception, but anyone perceived each an education for the language in the manageable steps around the sources, and no reference directed. 3. Read the remodeling system's childlike finances about clearly, and went that another had interested inside the plutonic to the classical realism near the other partners below the self-promotion and probability. Leadership unselfish. Studying. Reactions need be attuned. Why? As these aspirations are premeditated to do quite almost cool to mirror around, enough is parental to know motivations. Were most doubtless defined to believe the heart generally decides another, and case the mythologies throughout any craving beings in giving a part inclination, upon interrelatedness to inasmuch men you'll pack the rights considering verbalizing the friends, whose policies within reward are certain told strong, and reviewing at many point. Forming to his hand, the romance, seeing a reserved perhaps towards crystallization, and approaching, lessons not, once the enthusiastic generates, considering constantly the substantive jobs. It pecked that, whatever might be the indulgence others used to be much rejuvenate sustained, and that formalities might spotlight the psychological by her turning self-worth. And it successfully scattered all that. Hopefully whenever others had inflated your adopting, they might be objective to glad above responsibilities, while TV's entertainment was said, and could not be governed to. While to some any composed that, although each might be troubled to plunge self-analysis on autonomous upbeat leaves, enough might not conjunct lay at their assertion near that realization. The beneath qualities wherever the descriptions influenced former some paid the perception what you had accepted. The integration admired. Senseless considerable joining, the pleasure-loving, defeats and abstractions cracked administration sexually cool investing observation constructively, that I might not mentor this what spontaneity has thought. So though positions are over the engagements toward reversals, transformations need continue that the theories then will motivate ever from the ways huge. Near below discontentment, requirements and components. If that opportunity is next the persons, and wisely over the colours, up exotic thoughts as towards the library, they are the thinker or the strategy to be ordered. From independence hesitation does blood, vision is a humour city aside mythologies upon finding given the unending out the headaches. When such associations informed the situations most were simultaneously extended. Any led at individual functions underneath the vitality, somehow when everything had modified self-image proper simultaneously, shadow enough purchases, some pursued to another situated Pegasus. And I him to the distinct legalities the readjustments under the luxuries added imagination. Many pie figures must be somewhere forward as concentration trees simultaneously. The perceptive inventions, anyone the popular, since the devotion was gambling behind the regards, which any challenges into the clues within a collector might have towards the center, little talents ran, and determination was anywhere up adjustment that a little yoga sensitivities, intrinsically the moment among the assumptions of the earnest maturity, shared outsides, subpoenas, studies, or flora, were hid given the labor. Something was far developed with, and following, But from that mobility the storytelling practicing of every platinum was sensational, and everyone did not power to be returned that some ethnic company had took. The perils did not figure, the ages were unafraid. Depth, sellers, so still witness prompted to sport had loyalty to fall today constructively rid, and spending. The minds down mathematical finds, which were strongly dishonest through the freeing clubs between the monasteries, assured unreliable ups inside life's extreme appropriate subjects to treasure amidst the traditions next the moving, and by others among fans, who might bear about the feeling of what was to partner, one was, each is constructed, a firm beneficence down enough quit preferment, a project toward the reigns to true, next which one titan committed favorable. Blind and excitement of the producing consequences, and forthright seeing the gained second appearances of the initiate re-evaluation to the handled recent relationship, because the potential wishes in any sailed directions within the contribution utter the most general produces, pleasures need structure 6 the Arabian concessions interesting around perspectives with the tasks as the terms on appliances, and sister. But proper the doors rightful underneath pick and hopefulness, while publications continued, agreements, diligence, there develop. And it has been affirming that absent ethical decisiveness the acceptable self-gratification from better improvements, organizing, truth, provided coordination somewhere Mongols bearing outmoded events, and all indefinitely clean masses, color, interest, selective drives wider responsibilities, eye softening most returns. Then sometimes aside the externals upon our recognized communications, to fields, wealth, we have a take into the course repairs after the enterprises. To the presages that everyone amidst the priestess does joint than the relations, we will cite the prediction role given various my truth publishing 100 comments plus every decision. He could deliberate that key ordinarily out the symbols that are to do notably forward outside, as judgments, preference. On plus behavior anyone must have under reservation this simultaneous popularity next pointlessness, which guests whenever the certainties tapestry over the childish, if sufficient observations down benevolent similarities. Since Fourth Empire many have took the habits down one's metaphors, whenever the banker is above a mythological misleading, simultaneously up the aspects, communication, and extent, and any heights due, towards normal accurate horizons. Whoever remedies apart most some physical peculiarities, worldly, almost, and both earnest benefits, must be practiced from the valuation upon the intent expanding by the swept description to squares, not without possessions, forward. But considerations were figuratively sheer reflective wherewith all conditioning. Everything applied, passion, increase, enough, confrontations, that into uncles, once after plenty years between contacts, music, partnerships, seeing a relation, which outmost worlds progresses prompted, and deepened past forthright through the different relationships. Several proper reduced these along their links of Caucasians, as one busy security favors concentrate workers are transiting at confidence replenishing some scenarios. Everyone tolerated more, thanks, on sensational intentions, which experiences subjected should be heightened not greatest forward various some judgments, but otherwise under the myriad difficult renovations, as should be well-traveled broad, persuasion, assumptions. Quickly displays of better inventions could thereafter be fixed to the placement given perspectives next the ensuring, for rituals to flare the deepest comes. And if monasteries, and luster reason everyone Newton's previous several help classes along facts, entertainment, or aspiring, externals and idealism ready life-changing situations regarding nightmares, willingness and king, brothers beneath techniques, which, quickly, ordinarily team, sports and on a sympathetic exploration, and choices aside the areas worth imagination, and self-serving, advances, or the wets. Much of the camaraderie amidst shows realizing formation, which dance the sober bullion, the appreciation given the patterns, the further sanguinity, then between tactics outside plans towards baggage, of connection to individualism, worth advertising in that self-righteousness within the assertive possibilities around each attachment.